think it's time to go.
From the hills and hollers of southern Indiana to the Lone Star State of Texas, we are the hunters of the paranormal. Truth seekers, mount up.
Howdy, truth seekers. Here we are again with another awesome episode and another great guest. We have a guy by the name of Guy Winters, and for all you paranormal people out there that follow and do research about ghosts and paranormal activity, you'll recognize this guy's name. He's famous for capturing the photographic evidence of the Pink Lady of Greencastle, and that's in Indiana. And this guy is a wealth of knowledge, and we just can't. We have been waiting to get this guy on the show, and we are just so excited that he's here. Hey, welcome, Guy, to the show. We really appreciate you taking your time out of your day to come and talk to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for having me.
You're awesome, man. It is an honor. Would you can you tell us, Guy, how you got involved in the paranormal and what kind of things happened to you throughout your life that got you interested in this?
Well, it's a lifelong experience. Actually, it started when I was about 5 years old, and my mother had a piano that my dad won in a poker game, and she heard Mozart playing on the piano, and she thought it was a recording that somebody was playing. And so she come out of the bedroom and she walked around the corner and looked around the corner and said it was me sitting there at 5 years old playing Mozart. And so she snuck back in and got her camera and popped around the corner and got a picture of it. Well, in the photograph, there was an orb behind me playing me like I was some kind of puppet. And I never had a piano lesson in my life, yet it gave me instant knowledge of how to play Mozart. And it was channeling me through my brain, this orb, these four-dimensional beings, and I got it on film. My mom kept that and always said that was the most amazing thing, and she supported my hobby my whole life with playing the piano, because when one of these beings make contact with you, it's kind of like sending water through a sponge. And when they break connection, the water they sent through you is still in your brain, in the sponge, and you can retain some of that knowledge and work with it. And they've done that over and over my whole life. And I've been a channel, and a lot of people don't understand it. And I've had many experiences with these four-dimensional beings. And some of these beings have never been in our world. They just pop in and out. But some beings are spirits that when you die, you go there. And this four dimension is what I've really been after my whole life, to make and sustain contact with it, to know things, to become a photonic compendium of knowledge. I've always wanted to know everything about everything. Quantum mechanics, quantum physics, the history of the world, biomedical, endocrinology, electronics, dentistry, micronutrition, everything that encompasses mind, body, and spirit. And we're all being offered this. I don't want any praise. I shun compliments. I squash my ego. And when somebody gives me great compliments, I focus on, you are supposed to hear me and absorb this knowledge to further your journey in life with mind, body, spirit. Because that's what's been offered for us to educate ourselves and be able to pass into the fourth dimension when we die and have been properly prepared to become part of it.
Wow.
And a lot of people, they aren't getting this. They're not, 99.999% of the population of the planet is still without this contact, without their mind being wet with knowledge. And they're only just working their everyday hand-to-mouth lives, worrying about how to pay their rent, buy groceries, raise their kids. They don't even want to know what's going on in the next town, yet alone what's going on in the entire universe.
Wow. That is
I know
really
it's pretty deep, isn't it?
Yeah, that's very, very deep.
Well, I can tell you this, that if we don't get this right, that the whole world has been on a road of destruction, mentally, spiritually, and physically. And we're at the precipice right now with this war. This Biden guy, he's looking evil, but what he's really defending against is the New World Order. He wants no part of it, and the New World Order wants a war with him. They're not backing off. They want the nuclear war to happen, just like they crushed Trump.
Yep.
And falsified that whole election. There's a lot of false reporting going on about Russia, and the world's not seeing it. The media is part of it. They're owned by the New World Order, and the media is actually sending out false information and false videos of Afghan wars and stuff, showing explosions that happened years ago in other countries, and saying Russia did this.
Mm-hmm.
And Russia is not wanting to be part of the New World Order's banking system, and they don't want the New World Order having nuclear weapons right up against their borders.
Yeah.
If they wanted Ukraine, they would have already had it in the first days of the outset of this, and that's not what they're wanting. They're physically going in disarming Ukraine's military might, trying not to step on civilians, even though they're all evacuating. They're sending a real strong message, and all the United States would have to do is tell Ukraine to disarm and become a buffer nation, and we could avert World War III with nuclear weapons. But nobody's backing off. There's no answer. I'm a kind of person that I have figured out answers to almost everything through contact with the fourth dimensional vibration. I remember hearing people years ago talk about chakras and making contact with a spiritual vibration. One lady was a friend of mine named Myrna, and every time she'd talk about the chakra and all the nerve endings being transmitter receptor points, I always rolled my eyes until I learned more. And as I learned more, I finally seen what she was talking about. And through deep meditation and learning how the mind works and the alpha, beta, delta, theta waves, your alpha and beta waves are real low frequencies in the kilohertz. And that's where normal consciousness is. And the delta theta waves were like just a concentration right before you sleep. You're thinking about something is in the delta waves, and the theta waves are where REM sleep is. But there's a state that people never reach for, and I was lucky to have been stained in the mind with the piano, because I can play a song that I wrote that is way beyond Mozart, and I can play it about 10 times faster than what it needs to be played, to the point where it heats up my forehead and my brain. And it invokes what's called gamma waves. Gamma waves are the highest of the frequencies the mind can create. And in gamma waves is where the brain can have supernatural thoughts. And when you are in gamma wave, from like really exercising your mind, like playing a video game 1,000 miles an hour, like Space Invaders, and you got 100 ships up above that you've got in reserve because the game can't beat you. Or you can play other kind of games where you're multitasking so much they're using the whole brain, not just 5% of it. And when you're in that mode, you can make contact. The Sumerians, they called it the Hall of Akashic Records. It had other names too, making contact with this spiritual wave in the fourth dimension. Glorification of the Eucharist, it was called also. I call it spiritual internet.
That's a good way of looking at it.
Call it string theory or the God particle or boson waves. These waveforms are in the frequency of gamma waves in the brain. And they also, when you're in that, you activate all your endocrines into the butterfly ventricle of the brain. It causes tremendous synaptic activity between neurotransmitters and receptors. And so you're lighting up the whole brain. And when you're in that mode, you can have psychic and even telekinetic abilities. I've actually demonstrated this at a table at a Denny's one night. Sam Corbin, Joe Arndorf, all my friends were around. And I played music all night long. And we went to Denny's, and it was still, all the gamma waves were still going. And I said, you want to see something weird? I said, watch this. And I put a spoon down on the table, and I held it, and I started humming a note, and I started thinking of sunlight, and all the silverware on the table just instantly collected to it. And they all dropped the food out of their mouth when they saw this.
Oh, my gosh.
That was telekinetic abilities. Now, I've had telekinesis, and I've also done psychic stuff to the point where when I would play music at the Long Branch Saloon there at Cloverdale, I-70, and we had songs that we played with friends of mine that were so powerful on the piano. I was crossing hands and playing 100 mile an hour and doing this all night long, where showing off. I even had fire on the piano. It opened up a big piece of plastic up above me. It was 30 feet above me. It opened 12 feet in diameter. I was using that kind of flames off the piano to show off. But it was really amplifying my brain. And afterwards, I'd go to the I-70 truck stop, and I'd sit down there. And people would stand in line, up to 30, 40 people. They'd sit down, people I'd never met. And they'd put their hands on the table. I could put my hands on their hands, and I could tell them their whole life story, even their bank card numbers and debit PIN numbers. And one of them I did was the sheriff of Putnam County, a redheaded gentleman. I even told him his PIN number and how much money moved out of his money mover before he got there. And he pulled his hands out from underneath my hands. He said, "You are a freak." He said, "When you get done here, I want you to come with me down to the sheriff's station. I have a whole bunch of cold cases. I just want to put them in your hands. You just tell me the first thing you've seen." And he had this big file cabinet, and he handed each one of them to me. And I told him something about them. And he said it solved almost every one of them.
Wow.
And then he contacted me. Well, he had Bill Tatum, who's now passed away. Bill Tatum was one of my ghost hunting buddies. And Bill called me on the ham radio, and I was at my pizza store in Brazil, and he said, "Hey, there's a little boy that's missing down here. He disappeared about 6 o'clock in the evening." And this was 12 midnight, and I'd been at the pizza store from 4 to midnight. And he called me. He said, "They've had an Amber Alert, a search. You can't find this boy." And they've had the National Guard in there, the Sheriff Department, state troopers, and city police all hunting for this boy. I want to know if I could come down. And so I did. And they drove me to a place called Wilson Village, and I met with a lieutenant in the National Guard. And he didn't even look at me. He just kept looking at the table because I don't think he wanted to believe it. But he said, look, if you have some kind of supernatural ability and you can help us with this investigation, we would appreciate anything that would help find this boy. And he said that if you can help, do it. And so I said, well, what I need is a piece of clothing, maybe a picture and the boy's name. So he sent a sheriff deputy to the family's trailer. We waited there, and they brought back a picture of the boy and a shirt. And I put the shirt around the back of my neck, and I looked at the picture, and they told me his name was Brandon Williams. And I walked away from the big, huge crowd that was there. There was over 300 people there. It was all standing around looking at me like, what's this guy doing? And I had to get away from him because they were clouding up my frequencies that I tune into to see this stuff. And I did this little exercise in my brain that speeds up like I'm playing the piano 100 mile an hour in my brain. I don't even need the piano anymore. I can play the piano in my head and play every note just super fast. I did this for about 5 minutes to really get things pumping up there. And then I shut it off and went blank, and I just asked Brandon Williams, show me what happened to you. And it showed me little hands digging at the walls in a well full of water and foam. And that's all it showed me. So I came back and I said, I saw him. He's in water. And so we went looking around at, places that had water and nothing. And so came back and I said, I need to, just travel and just put one person in the car with me. So the sheriff deputy got in the car with me, and I got in the back seat, and we just went driving. I said, turn this way, turn that way. Oh, we wound up right back at the boys' house, the trailer. And I got out, and I seen the scenery looked right from what the boy showed me. And I walked out into the bare dirt while the sheriff deputy was up the house talking to the mom who was missing the boy. I walked out in the dirt. I dropped down on my knees. There was this crack in the ground. I stuck my hand in it, and it was an old piece of plywood that had split open in the middle. And they had used the plywood to cover up an old well, and they made a septic system out of it for the trailer. And the little boy had fell through it. And I peeled it open. I looked down there, I saw a little red elastic band, and I got a stick and reached way down and got a whole elastic band, and he bobbed over. He was all blue, dead, sewage coming out of his mouth.
No.
And I grabbed him, started pulling him up, but I couldn't get him up out there, and I yelled, I found him. And here come the boyfriend and the mom and the sheriff deputy come flying around there, and the boyfriend grabbed him and helped me pull him up out of there, and the family just went nuts. They were crying and screaming. The wife went over and started beating her head against a tree, bleeding. And it was terrible, and the sheriff deputy, he looked at me like, I don't believe it, and here come everybody. And the sheriff walked up there, and he looked at me, and he said, I knew you could do it, like that. And then about 10 minutes later, I started putting handcuffs on the boyfriend, thinking that there was foul play. It was going to take him down for questioning him. And I walked up right before they put him in the car. I walked up at sheriff, and I said, this man had nothing to do with this. This was an accident. I saw it. You leaned on me for how to solve this, and I did. I'm telling you, if you take him in and make him look guilty, he'll ruin the rest of his life. And I said, listen to me, damn it. And that sheriff looked right at me. He said, okay. And he said, uncuff him, let him go. About a month later, I was playing in at that club, and here that couple came in there, and she was crying and hugged me. And he come up, and he said, thank you. You literally saved me from a terrible thing. And I wrote a story about it. It's in Ghost Hunter International. And the whole story about that event's in there. Under a title, There Are Angels Among Us, because I saw something, after they pulled the boy up, I turned my head and I looked back behind me where there was just the trees. And there was 3 men standing there glowing in this beautiful light. And the guy in the middle looked like Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
You know, and they just was there for a moment and smiled at me. And the little boy was standing there with him. And the other one looked like Moses. And the other one, I don't know who he was, but real strong, powerful, eagle-looking men, like Billy Graham kind of faces, you know, standing on each side of the Jesus face. And the little boy was standing in front of Jesus. And they just smiled and then vanished into thin air.
Wow.
I wrote about that too. And that's something I'll never forget. And from that point on, I knew that I was a channel and had a purpose. And then when a friend of mine came in my pizza store, was scared half to death after that event, Buddy Travis, and he had 2 girls with him, and they'd go spooking. That's the only way. He was big and heavy, and the only way he could get girls to hang on him was take them to scary haunted houses and tell ghost stories, and they would all cuddle up to him scared to death, but they wanted that thrill, you know, the adrenaline. They come flying in the pizza store and they were scared out of their wits. And Buddy told me, said he saw something that was supernatural. My buddy Terry Lambert was with me, and I was getting ready to close up the store. I said, let's go. And I said, I got to stop by the house, and I got a whole bunch of equipment. I got cameras, film, had a 12-volt oscilloscope. I had a frequency counter for my CB ham radios on water witching sticks. I even had an audio tape recorder with a special microphone that would go on a phone so you could hear the conversation. It was electromagnetic transfer of audio. I had all that on me and went there, and boy, we weren't disappointed. Those spirits were performing big time up in the upstairs windows, back door, front bay window. One even entered my body right through my chest, and even got a picture of it. Terry snapped a picture of me when I walked outside. I was running outside. I was scared to death because this thing had me. You could hear this horrible heartbeat in my head. It was trying to terrify me off the property. He snapped a picture, and my eyes were glowing out. You have a picture of it I sent to you, but my eyes were glowing out like there was a pink light inside my skull. I looked like a jack-o'-lantern with a pink flashlight in it. It was pretty weird. And finally, when I got to the van, I was running to the van, and Terry would look back and he would scream. And this is a guy's a heavy metal lead singer, real tough guy with tattoos. And he looked back at me and he started squealing like a little girl in terror what he was seeing coming out of my head. And he just took off running. And I was chasing him, and I thought something was behind us. So I was running too, trying to keep up with him. When we finally got back to the van, it let go of me when we was off the property. And I felt it dissipate out of me. And it had a smell to it. It smelled like brimstone and roses.
Oh, wow. Guy, you know what? That I was sitting at my mom's house one night, and I felt this cold breeze come up behind me, and it was like somebody was standing behind me, and the whole house filled up with the smell of roses. So strong that my mom got up out of bed and asked me if I was spraying something. And I said, no, I thought maybe you put some perfume on or something. It was just that strong. We smelled it that time, and then we saw this weird light phenomenon in the air. It was almost like an aurora borealis, but it was a pinkish rose color phenomenon, and the outside air smelled like roses, just like, and it was in the wintertime where there wasn't, no roses around or anything.
I have a theory of what it was. I think it was ionized oxygen and through electromagnetic manipulation. They have to punch a hole through the fourth dimension to come into our three-dimensional dimension that has time in it. Where they're from, when they step back in there, one time is all time. It's weird to explain, but you can make any time in there you want. And when you die, and it's a real weird that it's kind of like Star Trek made a movie about it called The Nexus, with Whoopi Goldberg was in there, and It was on the Next Generation. And it's a place where you can bring back all the people that you ever loved and have them all right there, and they're immortal. They never grow old. You can create any thing around you because it's like a dream, only it's existence, but it's existence without matter. It's existence and what's called Corellian energy.
Wow.
And you can manufacture it with your Corellian mind. And when you have your mind is powerful enough, when you die, your soul or Corellian energy leaves your body like it's like a shell, like a butterfly crawling out of a cocoon. And you go back to being a spiritual being where you were created in the first place. The earth and our three-dimensional existence and matter are a schoolhouse. For some reason, we are spiritual beings having a human experience, but you go back to being spiritual. And if you learned everything you're supposed to learn, you don't have to come back again. You can face God, the brain, the word, and face Christ, the spiritual being, fourth dimension, which is God. And he was in flesh, but he's also has a form that if you stare him in the eyes, I'm sure I haven't done that, but if you stare him in the eyes, you would know who he is and what he is, and it really would humble you. But you would want to be presentable, free of lies, free of sin, and have great respect for his words. And being free of sin is a real tough thing. That's why humanity, 99.99% of the people don't get it. They're still engaged in some kind of drama, hate, revenge, or use of material possessions to aid their psychological sense of well-being. They get caught up in lying and living in it. They have no respect for the Word of God. They don't go to church or even have ever read the Bible. Or quote something like James chapter 2, verse 17, be doers of the word, not hearers only. Even though you say you have faith, if you have no works, your faith is dead before the Holy Father. Well, that makes sense to me if you don't live it and are presenting your life to where those on the fourth dimension, especially God and Jesus and all the rest, would be proud of you and absorb you into their fold, because they know that you would not rock the boat, you would not create drama, you wouldn't have to be kicked out the way you were kicked out before. As it says, a third of all heaven was kicked out because they tried to overthrow God and kicked down to the earth, and were given a spiritual or a fleshly body, these spirits, and the numbers were tremendous. 10 million or whatever it was, it's written. I read it. And I believe it. Why would you create a book with so much detail and so much prophecy and so much spiritual guidance, and then add one lie to that book would destroy the whole book? So, if you could find and prove one thing that was said in that book that wasn't true, that was a lie, toss it in the trash. That's what I say. Any book that would lie, So that book, the Bible, was written to help guide us spiritually, mind, body, spirit. It's our minds that have to be dictated by those words from the fourth dimension to help us live in our reality, our third three-dimensional dimension in the flesh. How to overcome things, that would be unpresentable in the fourth dimension, things that you wouldn't be proud of. You got to learn to overcome them. And especially ego. Mine was ego.
Oh,
I wasn't perfect. I had a big ego. I loved to show off. I knew I was good at everything. And when you become so good, you become a narcissist.
Mm-hmm.
And narcissistic Trump suffers from that, and he needs to hear my words, because when you know you're really good, it can fix anything. And like I'm 65 years old, I don't have any gray hair and perfect health. But I found out when I tell somebody that's if they're 45 years old and they got some gray in their sideburns and they got they're fat and they got high blood pressure and sugar diabetes, and it's like I'm bragging on myself and telling them what's wrong with them and what they need to take nutritionally to fix that. But they don't go get the nutrition. They just walk away feeling like I bragged on myself and made them feel bad, and it hurt them. And that's how a narcissist works. Well, I've had to undo that. I've had to present myself that I'm going to speak to them in a way that sounds narcissistic, but it's only to aid them and help them so they can get well using nutrition.
Mm-hmm.
And so that they don't go to the narcissistic card every time when they hear you speak, And because I had a big ego and I killed it. When somebody compliments me and says, "Oh, you're amazing," I'm like, don't do that. That if I felt that for a moment and I went before the Holy Father, I'd be ashamed.
Yes.
He'd be ashamed of me for approaching him with ego. This is part of the mind, body, spirit. You've got to get this right, people.
Mm-hmm.
People listen to my voice. I'm telling you, I know. You got to trust me on this. There's many things I know. I know things that would help us in the future. I've even presented some of my ideals, like an elevator to space using mylar and a giant magnetron, and you could make a Faraday cage that would repulse the ionic stream, and you would get propulsion without any explosions or anything. It would just move you like a magnet all the way up into space. You could fly all the way to Mars using an ionized magnetic stream from a magnetron, and using mylar and having it fold down into the stream like pizza slices and carburate it so you can pick up speed. Now, the speed could jerk you so hard, you also need zero inertia so you don't feel the takeoff, because if you took off too fast, it'd splatter you all over the floor of the craft.
Yeah.
Well, I address that too. Use high-powered magnets. You'd actually have to make them electromagnetic to create a field 36 feet in diameter that you can put a ship inside of. But I demonstrated it with neodymium 8-ounce magnets.
When that creates that field, does that push against the G-force? Does that cancel out?
Here's how it works. I took 2 neodymium N52 magnets that were 8 ounces. These are the magnets that would kill you if they got between them. They take off a finger real easy.
Mm-hmm.
So I got them from Edmund Scientific out of New York, and you can put them on a brass rod. And where I got this information was from my contact with the Hall of Akashic Records, the glorification of the Eucharist, whatever you want to call it. It's the fourth dimensional frequency when you tie into that. And it showed me how to create zero inertia. You take the neodymium N52 magnets and get them where they have a hole in the middle of them, and you put them on a brass rod that has no magnetic properties whatsoever, and brass lug nuts and washers. And they're facing each other with repulsion, pushing off each other. And you put them on a bench vise on each end. And the bench vices are bolted to one piece of plywood that's about 4 feet in diameter. And to crank them down, they're so powerful they won't go together, but you can put a piece of stainless steel that neutralizes the repulsion of the Gauss fields for some reason in between them, a sheet of stainless steel, and you could crank the two magnets right down next to each other and get no magnetic push-off. And then at the last second, pull out the stainless steel and go ahead and crank them all the way, and they create a hernia. you can pour magnetic ferrite from an Etch-a-Sketch over it, and you can actually see it make a bubble. And as it falls away, you'll see the invisible bubble. And what it is a hernia in gravitrons. It causes
like a distortion.
A distortion, like in gravitrons, which is magnetism from the Earth. And you can put a shot glass of water, I did, and put it on with a glue stick and put it on the top of the magnets, and then violently shove the whole plywood with everything connected around real hard, and the water won't even wave. It won't spill a drop because it's in its own gravitational field. And it's kind of like if you took a piece of bubble gum chewing in your mouth, you put it on the end of a straw, and then you went underwater and you blowed air in the straw, and the bubble gum blowed up and pushed the water out of the way. That's interference in water. Well, this is interference in gravitrons. It pushes the hernia pushes out, and if you're inside the hernia, the interference of gravitrons, you're in zero inertia, and you would need that for an elevator to space or move faster. So it wouldn't. You've seen these UFOs; they'll be flying 10,000 miles an hour in one direction and change directions instantly and go the other way. Well, the occupants, if it wasn't for zero inertia, would be thrown against a wall and killed.
Would that explain why what you just explained with the bubble, blowing the bubble up underneath the water and it pushing the water out? Would that be the same thing that possibly the USOs use underwater? The unidentified submerged objects that they've seen shoot up out of the water, like they say they didn't even displace water; they just came up. So that
no, that's something else.
Oh, okay.
What that is they have a composite material that acts like aluminum. I mean, it's lighter than aluminum. It's stronger than any titanium. And how it's created, I actually got a photograph of this from zooming in on the Soho space probe of a giant UFO hovering just 1,000 miles off the surface of the sun. Nassim Haram showed it. And when I looked at it and saw all those UFOs that were out there in almost the direct contact of the sun, they're being cooked at such temperatures that the material inside, it was so strong, it took those kind of temperatures to melt the material that the skin of the UFOs are made from. But also, they have like some kind of N52 powder that is, let's see. Okay, you're still there, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Still
They have some kind of powder that has magnetic properties, okay? And when you take a carbon, which basically is N52 type material, and you make some kind of composite material hockey puck, and you freeze it at 452 degrees below zero with liquid nitrogen, you create a direction of all of the electrons and a direction of all of the neutrons that are not part of reality. You know what I mean? It's unnatural how they're directed. And have you ever heard of quantum trapping?
I've heard of like quantum stuff, like quantum entanglement and different things like that. But,
well, in quantum trapping, if you freeze this composite material and cause all of the protons, electrons, and neutrons to point in different directions than what they are at normal temperatures, you can actually put the hockey puck under the table. It will hover off the table by about 2 inches, but not fall to the floor. And you can push it, and it'll spin around under the table that is also frozen or magnetic. And it'll go around like a train a maglev train, only it's under the table. It won't fall to the ground because it's magnetically attracted to the table, but it won't touch the table because it's magnetically repulsed to the table. So it hovers about an inch, 2 inches off of the table. Well, these UFOs, when they're out there in that high temperature, drying in the sunlight, and they're electromagnetically being manipulated by their internal magnetic dust that's inside, and when they cool down and still held in electromagnetic flow that acts like liquid nitrogen or whatever, the skin of these ships, once they're hardened, they're all pointing in the wrong directions of normal, causing the anti-gravity fields, of the Earth to repel it, and they can turn it up and down and manipulate it. But the craft has properties in its skin that it's made from, and they also use these properties of electromagnetic banding or manipulation, and they'll make some material, and they'll have all of the electrons point left and all of the protons point right in so many micromillimeters in bands, marking it like as if it was a data strip almost, and that they have done it for many years and put alien implants in people, usually in the knees or in the jaw. And I have one in my jaw. I sent you a picture. My dentist, Dr. Nichols, he had pointed it out. He said, I've seen this before. He said, you have some kind of implant that your nervous system of your jaw is growing right through it. It has a symbiotic relationship. Probably the nervous system of your body is powering this thing. And it's some kind of tracking device that they can find you anywhere on the planet, because nowhere on the planet is that micro configuration of that material present anywhere on the planet except your jaw. So it wouldn't matter if you were in Mammoth Cave at the lowest level; they know where you're at.
Is this close to the like the hinge part of your jaw, the implant?
Well, I sent you a picture of it.
Oh,
it's and it shows it right there in my jawline. Shows he went in after it one time, and when he pulled out and seen the nerves growing through it, he closed me back up. He said, "You'll die with that in your body. There's no way that's coming out." Because if we cut it out of there, you lose feeling of your whole jaw, your whole bottom jaw. Some people have them put in their sinuses. Some of them in their knees. They just don't know until they get an X-ray, and somebody says, "Oh, it's just a little piece of shrapnel." Bull. It's an alien marker.
Wow.
And here's what's bad. People don't know this, and I do, is that our government is set up like a chain of command through the Army. Like the Army, you got a corporal, you got sergeant, lieutenant, on up, general. Well, look at your mayor and your county commissioners and your governors, and then the president of a country. But then there's like NATO, you're part of that, somebody's part of that. There's higher forms of government that control all the money, like the EC or the New World Order, so to speak. Well, they're even controlled even farther up. There's a base. The whole moon is a alien base, and inside the moon, where the UFOs enter in the South Pole, they control this planet, because this whole planet is not only a seed vault, because back a long time ago, they killed off the dinosaurs by allowing an asteroid to hit the Earth and start over, because all it was teeth and claws, and nothing over 180 pounds survived. And so they brought in human beings. We didn't come from monkeys. There's a planet full of black people, and some of them people were abducted and brought here and placed in Africa. There's a planet full of Chinese, Asian-looking people. It's white colored skin brought here and placed in around China. There's Mongolia. There's Aborigines. There's Indians, the Inca, South Americans, the white Nordics. They were all placed in geographic isolated pockets around the planet because it's a seed wall.
Mm-hmm.
If one of their planets blew up or got burned off by their star, later they could come and gather some of their,
material
offspring and take them back if they wanted to. It wasn't the end of that species of human. And a lot of these beings spiritually have been placed here that were criminal in the spirit realm and given physical bodies. And you've seen many pictures of other aliens here too, like the lizard-looking people. Like I saw a basketball thing where the guy went up to slam dunk it, and all of a sudden he aborted his slam dunk because his arm turned into some kind of big claw.
Oh.
And he tried to hide it from everybody. It was right on YouTube. And I was like, well, there it is. There's a draconian, a shapeshifter. And part of him was getting exposed. Heck, you've even seen Obama's Men in Black where their eyes turn to reptilians, and there's a lot of that going on. They're being captured because everybody's got a camera. But here's the thing about the camera: you look in your computer monitor with a camcorder, and you'll see lines that you don't see with your naked eye, and those lines are tuned into the delta theta bands to lull you to sleep.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and the more you look at the internet and everybody look at their cell phones, they're being controlled.
Mm-hmm.
And so is this. And then when people get out of control that aren't being lulled to sleep by their cell phones, Black Lives Matter, all the demonstrations in Russia and France, everywhere, they're all burning down their cities. And all of a sudden this virus comes along, and its agenda is to make everybody scared and cower back into their houses and get rid of all the demonstrations. And it also they're using it to weed out the old and sick and weak, because the sun is acting up. And also is our planet. Our electromagnetic field, North Pole, is moving 55 kilometers a year away from the true North Pole, headed for Siberia. When it gets at 40 degrees perigee, the bar magnet in the Earth is going to flip, just like any bar magnet would at that perigee.
Mm-hmm.
And there's 6 south poles that popped up. And if this happens, the sun will burn off a lot of the crops on the planet because our geomag protection will diminish some. And there's already not enough food on the planet to feed 8 billion people. And the New World Order, the people, the higher up, even the aliens, are saying that we need a reduction in global population quickly. Either some die and the rest live, or if you don't do that, all are going to die. The whole planet will starve to death, pretty much. And so they're reducing the Earth's population by 2 billion. And that's written about even in the Revelations in the Bible. A third of all the grass will be burned up, a third of all the trees, a third of all the fish in the ocean die, and the population of the people will be reduced greatly. And I read that and I thought, well, what could cause all that? And it'd have to be a problem with the sun or the Earth's magnetic field, something on that order, some kind of plague. And here's one more prediction. I want to make this so that I got plenty of witnesses. Russia has a line of tanks and military vehicles 40 miles long on a road, big long road. And they're calling the president of Ukraine a neo-Nazi. But I did some research, and he's not a Nazi. He's a Jew. He's Jewish, true blue Jewish. And there's 40,000 Jews live in Kiev, in Ukraine. And Israel is not part of NATO. And Israel possesses nuclear weapons. And there's nothing stopping Israel from seeing its little brother get beat up, from taking off in a bunch of bombers or jets and nuking that line of Russian tanks, or destroying them somehow. And Russia couldn't retaliate against NATO with nuclear weapons because NATO had nothing to do with it. Russia would have to go to war with Israel. And that's in the Bible. When Gog and Magog and the 10 Emirates gather in the valley of Megiddo and they're reduced to a pool of blood as deep as a horse's bridle. I'm like, well, there's a prophecy that could happen, and I'm just getting ahead of it, kind of seeing how it would play out. Because America's not going to go to war with Russia or risking nuclear war. They'll let them have Ukraine before they do that. So I just wanted to make that statement. I didn't see this as a future thing, even though I study prophecy. I just see how it could fit, like a puzzle, a piece in a puzzle of our future history, and that's how that could fit and would make the Bible come true, like that. But,
Guy, what do you think about the when they first let off the first a nuclear bomb or whatever? Do you think that somehow messed up the fourth dimension, or do you think it may have ripped a hole into the fourth dimension?
Well, it could cause the fourth dimension membrane to rupture at places, but you got to remember the fourth dimension membrane is the entire universe, not just our Earth, not just our solar system, not just our galaxy, but all the known galaxies in every direction. The entire universe has a fourth dimension, like a subspace communicator. It's a vibration. If you want to see it, how it operates, here's what you can do. You can take a big pan of water about 3 foot in diameter, put about an inch deep of water in it, and vibrate it with a musical tone underneath with a speaker, like from a synthesizer, A440, perfect A440. And as it's vibrating, give it about a minute, and all these waves look like rings in a tree, tree rings.
Yes.
Will all happen in that water, and bubbles will form orbiting the center. Well, if you take a picture of it and then look at an astronomy, a current astronomy positioning photograph of where all the planets are in our solar system and the position of their moons, and look at that and look at your pan of water, and they're identical. Because that fourth dimensional waveform, that vibration, not only operates things at the cellular level, even the microbiological level, it goes even farther than that, clear down to protons, electrons, neutrons, bosons, in their position, all the way up to the position of our solar system, our position of our galaxy, the position of the entire known universe. That fourth dimension is instantaneous too. When you make contact with it, and you're on that spiritual internet, the Hall of Akashic Records, if someone is on another planet that's on a galaxy in a solar system that is clear at the opposite end of the known universe, you're instantly in contact with them, and all the knowledge that they possess is online with them. You can have that. You can tap the knowledge of the entire universe. And many people have done this. Mozart, Einstein, all the great inventors that you could name, Leonardo da Vinci, everybody that possessed these abilities. Hysteria is the condition that is known. When you are a hystelic, you are really super good at everything you do. You have supernatural abilities, supernatural knowledge. You tend to, people that aren't aware of what hysteria is, but possess it, it becomes super addictive to things. When you're hystelic and you get into politics, you'll run for president. But if you're hystelic and you like to drink beer and smoke cigarettes, you'll kill yourself with it. You know what I mean? You'll be 5 packs of cigarettes a day and drunk all the time. Hystelic is borderlines with fanaticism and addiction, but hysteria sums it all up. High histamine individuals that in their brain, they are tapping things in the fourth dimension, because the brain is a giant with the neurotransmitters, the receptors, and all the endocrines like norepinephrine, epinephrine, endorphins, dopamine, serotonin, 5-HT, adrenaline. Those are all endocrines that interact in the butterfly ventricle of the brain from communication. I came up with a level of psychology after reading Freud, Locke, Schultz, Thomas, Williams, Eller, and Hubbard's Dianetics, 1950, Spencer Rathus, B.F. Skinner, Pavlov, Conditioned Response. I can quote the pages because I have a photographic memory. And in page 383, Dianetics on engrams, or page 407, propitiation, I started putting it together, and especially reading the Bible and all other, the Quran, the Kabbalah, Jainism, Sikhism, Judaism, all the different religions, Muslims, how they believe the Bible. What a mess. But yet there it is in Revelation 17, chapter 17, I believe it's verse 14, it says, God and Jesus, or there'll be peace on the earth for 1,000 years, and God and Jesus will dwell among them. Well, what is God? It says Genesis chapter 1, in the beginning there was the Word, which is communication. And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. God is communication, knowledge. And the Word became flesh. That was Christ. That was where the knowledge became matter and appeared as a flesh human being, but had the Word in his head. Well, I understand that now. I mean, I didn't for a lot of years, but I came up with what could cause peace on the earth for 1,000 years. It'd have to be knowledge. So I came up with what's called, I call it powerful insight, the trumpet of God. Basically what it is just simply knowing how all communication, everything you see, hear, smell, taste, touch, remember, speak, rolling your eyes, flipping the bird, Morse code, whatever form of communication it is. It could even be gas. You know, you gas somebody. That's a form of communication. Causes them to have a negative chemical reaction at the cellular level. Somebody flips you the bird, slaps you in the face. Adrenaline, dopamine happens instantly right in the butterfly ventricle, and you act on it. You want to fight. But if you're a scientist of the brain, which is just one of many disciplines, and you see this person flip you off and slap you in the face, want to fight, you step back and look at him like, wow, you don't have an education, buddy. You're really having a hard day. You know, why don't you let me buy you a cup of coffee? Come on, let's sit down and talk about this, because something else is bothering you. You're wanting to dump your trash off onto me from somebody else fired you at work or made you mad, and now you need to vent, and you're going to use me to vent on. Let me educate you out of this. And I sit down and talk to them. I've seen this happen over and over with couples that were fighting. I educated both of them. All their fights quit. I taught this to my wife 25 years ago. And we have never had a single argument ever. And I'm the only couple, me and her, that I know of that can say that. They all have had some form of fight. We're both scientists, and we of the brain, and we constantly talk about this every day, are zealous with it. And when they feel that I'm having hormonal fluctuations, or she might have a little, because she's 60 years old and her estrogen is out of balance, and she feels like nervous and angry and like electricity crawling over her body, she say, I'm feeling my hormones are really messing me up. I feel like I want to bite somebody's head off. Give me an evening primrose, because primrose will balance your estrogen levels and makes her all smooth and healthy, and it's good for you. Primrose is not a drug. It's a vitamin. And it's worth $1 million. Only costs $8 a bottle, but to a husband about to get divorced and his wife's chewing his head off and he's going to lose his kids, all he had to do was give her some primrose, and she's nice and happy and just back to normal again. And he would trade everything he owns, no matter how much money he's got, to have his wife and kids back again, rather than seeing them on the arm of somebody else in a divorce hearing. See what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so this is powerful insight, how all communication causes a chemical endocrine reaction in the brain at the cellular level. Get the education. It's real simple. And it works. And everybody that's been touched by it all has come forward and said, my life's been a lot better since I know how my brain works, and I've been in control of it. and use a micronutrition to smooth out all the rough edges, So mind, body, spirit again. We are not there. The earth is in worse shape than ever because our farmers, I talked to a farmer who owns 3,700 acres. I'll not disclose his name, but he's a good friend of mine, and even our county commissioner. And they both have come forward and said, our water down under the deep well water that the water towers are getting from, they only test for just a few things, but they're contaminated terrible with beryllium, cadmium, radium, all kinds of radioactive isotopes, and lots of anhydrous ammonia has found its way down there, and which is basically one of the components of crystal meth, which eats away myelin sheaths in your nervous system, in your brain, and breaches the blood-brain barrier just like mercury does, which is a fixative, a freakism. It creates monsters. It freezes certain stages of the development of the fetus. And that's why we have so many kids that are developing attention deficit disorder and things worse. And our old people have a beta amyloid buildup in their brains causing Alzheimer's and dementia, and from all the microscopic aluminum and poisons. Here's what they're putting on our fields. They use anhydrous ammonia and only phosphate, nitrate, and sulfate. And there's 92 colloidal minerals and a pH of 6.8 that the body needs for good health, so you don't get bone disease and all kinds of stuff, And they're putting anhydrous ammonia, and it's causing they're growing food that has no micronutritional value, and people that consume it, you got 13-year-old girls that are 350 pounds fully developed, from all the steroid effects that it has. And then to top it off, they're developing a high gluten shell on these corn and beans to protect the germ inside with a deep high gluten shell. And when they spray their pesticides, herbicides, weed killers, Roundup, all that stuff, it doesn't get down and kill the germ, but it gets embedded in the shell when it gets ground up in the grain. Our cattle eat it, we eat it in our cereal, poison our body, and the nitrogen that builds up from the anhydrous ammonia in the blood, they put what's called N-Serve in the ground to hold the anhydrous ammonia from bleeding away from too much rain. And then the nitrogen is showing up in the bloodstream of the animals and the people, where they all feel tired and brain fog and don't have no energy. And so now they're putting a chemical in there called cadaver. So when you consume it, it helps dissipate the nitrogen out of your bloodstream. And then you're back over to the city water again, the chlorine and soda ash that they have to put in the water to keep the bacteria at bay that you're drinking has such adverse effects. And the fluoride, I can go on pages of fluoride, what that does. Then you can't even buy a stick of Wrigley's gum. I looked at juicy fruit, aspartame. They're aspartame, sorbitol, spoonful, sweet and low. They're all from right-handed spiral amino acids that are basically crystal meth molecules. They're from petroleum cracking stations. Those are alcohol sugars from wood alcohol.
My dad chewed Wrigley spearmint gum for years, and then I found out about the aspartame, and I told him about it. He's like, "Oh no, it isn't." And I said, "You need to look at that." And I flipped the thing over and showed it to him and said, "There it is." I stopped chewing gum after I found out it had aspartame in it. I quit chewing gum. I haven't chewed gum in years.
Well, what you want to chew is they make stuff made out of honey, uncooked honey. That's what we use in my pizza recipe. I went to uncooked honey because you need a third of it that you do sugar, but it has an enzyme in it called amylase that boosts your immune system. It breaks the glycogens down into glucose without any assistance from the pancreas. Then we eliminated yeast, which upsets your flora, your L. acidophilus and L. bifidobacillus in your gut, and will mess you up and give you diarrhea and low absorption of nutrients in the small intestine. And we just don't use yeast at all. We we use 21 grains of wheat that are low gluten perennials, like smelt nine corn, bread crust flours. And I'm not doing an advertisement. I'm not even going to tell what my pizza place is, but I'm telling you, anybody that doesn't use those things, anybody that's using high gluten flour and yeast, they're trying to kill you. And if they're putting the pepperoni on top of the cheese, they're trying to kill you because it's a cured meat. Mm-hmm. That's HDL, high density cholesterol meat that's been cured out in some smokehouse. But the minute you hit it and flash it with heat above like 125 degrees, you turn HDL cholesterol into what margarine is, LDL cholesterol, and changes molecular structure so that it's rancid and it causes free radical damage to your cells and will age you. And it collects in around your widowmaker in your heart, causes heart attacks and heart disease. I went as far as tapping the fourth dimension. I asked about hip and knee replacements. I had 3 people that were having rejection, big white bubbles appearing over where they had their implants they weren't taking. And the doctors down here at, I won't mention the doctor's name, but he summons me down to Union Hospital with one of his patients. He said, we were going to have to amputate that guy Danny's leg because of all the rejection, the white corpuscles is turning gangrene and everything. And you used a poultice and then you used a degaussing wand and his leg looks normal now. They don't understand that. I said, well, you don't know where I get my information from. And I said, don't ask, because you won't understand that either. And, I don't want to go in a big debate on how I learned this. I used the poultice, mainly sulfur, and that's in garlic and mustard root. And it pulled all the old white corpuscles out of the infected area. And then I used a degaussing wand that you degauss the head on a reel-to-reel tape machine. Mm-hmm. Takes away the magnetic field. Well, all that titanium they're putting in there and those hip and bone replacements is magnetic. It gets a positive, negative pole. And when a dendrite cell senses a polarity in a piece of metal in the body, it brings in the immune system, mainly white corpuscles, to surround it and create a lot of pus around it, trying to push it out of the body. Well, I took away its magnetic signature with the degaussing wand, and the dendrite cells left it alone.
That is awesome, guy. That's awesome.
And the doctors had no idea. He told me, he said, I never even heard of that. He said, but then he bowed his head. He looked up at me and he said, that's just genius. I said, no, that's just the only cure that you have for this. And he said, well, I can't tell anybody about this. It's an unorthodox method. And he swore an oath to the Federal Drug Administration that, in their teachings and getting their license, that they would never use unorthodox methods. They had to use only approved methods. And said, so if I even speak about this, I could lose my practitioner license. But he looked at me and he said, you know what? You're not a doctor. You're beyond that. He said, and you don't have no license to lose, and you're pretty noisy. So, mainly he's telling me I had a big mouth. He said, but it was in a good way. He said, tell everybody you can about this. He said, I'm tired of sawing off people's ankles, and legs and amputating them, and because of all the people that are fighting this rejection. He said, you found the cure. He said, but you can't mention my name, and you can't, I can't tell nobody about it or I'll get fired. And I said, well, you got a deal. So I'll never mention his name, not on air or anything. If you ask me personally, I tell you he was, but you'd have to swear an oath that you wouldn't say that because I wouldn't want to get him fired.
No, I work in healthcare, guys, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
But there's so much more for the world to learn. Oh, my goodness.
There is.
Here, you know what I see when I turn on the news? They're building a new casino in Terre Haute. And you know how the brain works. If you study the brain, there's in the frontal lobes, there's an area called the nitonic receptors. Remember, it was an old Star Trek movie where Captain Kirk he was to guard some quadrilicati. It was a wheat, and the tribbles got in there.
Yes.
And Spock said, "You know what you get when you feed," or no, it was Bones said, "You know what you feed, or what you get when you feed a tribble too much grain? You get a whole bunch of hungry ones." And that's exactly what happens in nitonic receptors in the frontal lobes.
Mm-hmm.
When you give them gambling, you're getting endorphins, and endorphins were made for as a reward. Stimulating reward for like making love or something nice. But when you put gambling in there, you want more of that, so you gamble. That's why crystal meth is so addictive, because it gives you such these kids that use this, by the time they take 2 or 3 doses, they have triple the nitonic receptors screaming for a fix so that they can feel this euphoric feeling, and they're super addicted.
Wow.
And cigarettes are the same way. So is vape and caffeine and coffee
And
and
sugar.
Mountain Dew. All these things
Yes.
should be taken off the market, especially you look at all the candy. Sugar is highly addictive because sugar gives simple carbohydrates for a quick energy, but then a quick crash. And what you need is left-handed spiral amino acids if you're going to have energy all day, and you'll find them in like a can of pork and beans. You can have pork and beans and look at your energy levels all day long, run real good. And then they're gassing. These kids are gassing their cells with pop, with carbonation. Carbonated gas is not oxygen. You drink water, you get part of your oxygen from the water. You won't have brain fog. You'll have energy all day long from drinking good filtered water. It's oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
The fish uses the water to breathe in. And yet here they're using all this carbonated gas. That is not oxygen. And the more pop they drink, the more tired they get. The more sugar they drink, they're getting a hyped up energy. And then when it wears off, it crashes. And all the sugar does, sugar acid eats away the enamel of your teeth, and it builds up in the cells of the pancreas and causes the pancreas to freak out, where it becomes insulin resistant.
Wow. Hey, go ahead.
Yeah. There's so much more. I mean, I've only showed you a fingernail sticking out of the water of knowledge that's in the Hall of Akashic Records, that's in this glorification of the Eucharist contact. There's a giant 5-mile iceberg of knowledge down there waiting to be tapped, and no one's tapping it. I'm just barely showing you a fingernail sticking out of the water. You stick your hand in the water and you'll see it. But the way to get there is through musical tones, like pure notes, like A440 with a C and like an E on a keyboard or a guitar or something, or singing. And you hear beautiful major notes, songs, and hear somebody singing Camelot or As Long As You Need Me. See, those notes right there are all major notes. But then you listen to heavy metal, you listen to rap, it's all in these negative minors. And those notes are just as hypnotic with depression and hate and anger as the lines on the screens of your cell phone and your TV set, lulling you to sleep, causing you to hate, brainwashing you.
Do you know about them changing the megahertz? Like, I forget what the frequency is.
Alpha, beta, delta, theta. In the delta waves, that's when you concentrate on a TV show that can hypnotize you. That's where they get in. Mm-hmm. Now, get away from that stuff and use gamma waves.
Is it
high-speed thinking? And you can tap the Hall of Akashic Records by high-speed thinking, some incredible movements. Race car drivers get it. Basketball players like Curry hitting those 40-footers, 10 of them in a row. He's in that gamma waves, definitely. I've been there myself. I scored 51 points in a high school basketball game because my mind could think that fast. I knew it was going in when I released the ball.
Oh, wow. Is it on the level of like the Zen archers, how the archers can pull the bow back and just and hit it right?
Well, No, it's more like a cocaine user getting a first snort of cocaine, and he amps up his mind in gamma waves, but he can't sustain it very long. The thing is, when it's artificially brought on, it doesn't have any psychological, well, not psychological, but spiritual telepathic effects. When you have gamma waves and race your mind like that, and they go get in a closet with no sound in the house and quiet your mind down of everything that you just went through, but you still got all of those waveforms running around in there without, and like meditate and reach for it. Mentally reach in there, you can get it that way. That's how I do it. Or a hot shower on the head. There's something about water and the heat. After you rest your mind and you go climb in a hot shower, that's where I can tap into. When I come out of the shower, my wife will have some question and I won't have the answer, but I go in there and I come out of the shower and I said, well, I just made contact with that voice I hear, in my head, and here's the answer you give. And it's always right, 100%. Never has it ever failed me once. And this has been going on for 25 years. My wife is just beside herself. She's like, wow. And I said, don't you ever want to contact through gamma waves, contact the four-dimensional wave, that's in there, the spiritual internet? She said, why do I need to? I got you. Anything she wants to know, she has me go do it. So that's pretty smart wife, But I said, well, what happens if I ever leave this world? She said, don't worry, as many vitamins as you take and how good you take care of yourself, you'll long outlive me. That's what she told me, But I probably will. Like I said, I'm 65, not a gray hair. I still play full-court basketball with 17-year-olds. You get my hand over the rim. Show me. There's nobody out there half my age on the ball floor.
Wow.
And I know it. It's crazy and I've always been smart with vitamins. Actually, when I was a sophomore in 1973, Rosedale, my teacher there in science, she would say, well, we're going to talk about micronutrition today, and I want Guy to come up here because he knows more than I do about this. I don't know how, but he listened to him. He's right on it. And I would give little seminars. Later, I worked at GNC and gave seminars on micronutrition. I put people in 4 lines. The fat people went in one line, the gray-haired people went in another. It depended on what they were complaining about. They went in the other 2 lines, and I'd tell them, I'd say, well, everybody in this line's missing minerals. All right? And in the fat people line, everybody in that line is missing HDL cholesterol, and blue-eyed people need to be taking flaxseed oil. Brown-eyed people need to be taking fish oil. And every ounce of flaxseed oil you put in your blue-eyed body, it removes a spoonful of LDL cholesterol, which runs it off your body and stores it as usable energy. And you can lose tremendous amounts of weight. I've seen people go from 350 pounds down to 185, and look total normal again, just using the right kind of oil for their body. And no one's teaching this. This is what really irks me is if there's down in Terre Haute, there's a vitamin store, and they should be on TV every day giving seminars. There's one lady down there, Chris, super intelligent, and me and her and Fritz Mowers over at Mowers Orthopathic in Brazil, he's on the right frequency. He teaches correctly. And Dr. Dale Cooper in Rockville, I spoke with him one time, and he actually lost his practitioner license peddling fish oil instead of their metformin and acetaminophen for diabetes. They shunned him out of the medical community, and yet he was right.
Wow. Is Janema, is it any good for diabetes, Guy?
I've cured so many type 2 diabetes. There's so many people coming to me now, and they're all, you want to use cinnamon extract, and it's got to be cinnamon without sugar. It's got to be cinnamon from the stem and the leaf. And you want to use chromium picolidate every day, and reduce sugar out of your diet because it causes insulin resistance, and replace that with honey. Honey doesn't freak out the pancreas. It has a.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
I tested my blood sugar and it was 371 about a month ago, and I felt bad, had no energy, and I was having like anxiety, panic attacks. And when I found out my blood sugar was that high, I immediately took myself off of sugar, flour, the whole 9 yards. I've had nothing but vegetables, fruit, and meat, and I tell you, it's boring. And drink water. I don't even drink anything with caffeine in it anymore. And when I did that, it was like I felt free. I mean, I can't explain it. It was just like I feel like I have a freedom that I ain't had in years. And it's no fun eating that way, but I tell you, I'm eating for my health.
How old are you?
I'm 49.
All right, here's something else you need to add. You do a couple cider vinegar capsules.
Okay.
To help clean up the fibrin that is collected in your arteries and veins and plugged up your secondary capillaries and capillaries in your body. It will loosen all that plaque up and get it out of the body. And then to get the heavy metals out of your feet and your nervous system so you don't have diabetic neuropathy, you want to use what's called cell food. It has the 92 colloidal minerals and triple oxygen. But those minerals in there in the cell food, put about 10 drops in a gallon of distilled water and drink that, ice water.
Mm-hmm.
And it will act like chelation therapy. It will grab a hold of all of the lead and algama from your fillings that have, microscopically at a colloidal level have found their way into your body. And it will cause heart disease, beat up your heart, with poison. It's poison in the body, all these metals. With all these experiments, especially around Newport, Indiana, they had that Newport ammunition depot up here in Montgomery County.
I'm over in the Brazil area, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, I got all the PDF files of over 118 burn pits out there where they put horrible chemicals, mercury and beryllium, cadmium, radium, lead, arsenic are all in these pits that they made that VX gas, and just put them down in pits in the ground, which leach down under the pleistocyasis, soft ground,
go into
down
the wall
to the
bash.
gravel in the water table, and move it all around the area. And in Dana, Indiana, they have one of the highest cancer rates in the state. They were rated like 18th.
Horrible.
And what there's something else too that I want to address is these monster drinks. They have L-arginine in them and other chemicals. And there's a video going around where you can pour apple cider or regular vinegar onto a hammer, solid wood hammer, and then pour a monster drink in there, let it sit for about 30 seconds, and then you can wad the hammer up like it's made of rubber.
Oh my God.
And you can cut a balloon and then dip it down in the monster drink, and it will change the molecular of the balloon. You can blow the balloon back up, and where the cut was, there's nothing. No cut, no air leaking. Then I put eggs in it, and the eggs turned to rubber where you could stretch them and use them as slingshot. Well, I lost 3 friends, 3 people that I knew that drank monster drinks, and I warned them all.
Oh,
and they all died because their cells.
Sorry, you lost your
one
friends.
of them, his cells went like clay and wouldn't go back together no matter how they so bad. He's internally bleeding everywhere. And then his daughter, she had the same bleeding and died of an aneurysm in her brain just months later after he died. I won't say their names. And then one girl was like a daughter to me, and she gave me my little dog at the door of a delivery one time, and I was so impressed. I gave her a job, and I warned her about the monster drinks, and she started bleeding internally, drinking them, and she died. It was devastating to me. And then another guy recently died at a poker game drinking all them Diet Cokes, and he had a stroke in the brain, and his whole left side of his body was all paralyzed. He's still coming to the poker game in a wheelchair, and I was walking up there. put my $20, to play, because I enjoy just playing just to relax. I'm not addicted to it. But they hate it because I win all the time, too. So I can read them real well. Anyway, he looked up at me. Name's Bill. I took a picture of him at the poker table because I knew I could see it. He had a black aura around him. And I knew he was going to die. And he looked up at me and he said, "I sure wish I'd have listened to you, guy." And everybody's standing around there, and they looked at me like, "What did you tell him?" I didn't say a word, but when I said poker table, I took a picture of him, and he died the next day.
Oh.
Wow. And now I see people when they're about to die. It's like a dark cloud is around them, and I don't know if that's a gift or a curse. Now, but when I can tell when somebody, and if I see just a small cloud around their intestines or somewhere, I'll tell them to go get a check for cancer. It's almost like cancer has its own frequency, and my eyesight is getting, or my brain sight through my eyes is getting attuned to see it.
Mm.
And I'm not the only one that can do that. I've talked to other people that have that ability, can see inside through certain forms of light. But you can see with Corellium photography up in Anderson, Indiana, you can go up and get a picture and look at an aura of a pastor of a church, and his big crown around his back of his head of all this beautiful golden light. Then you take a cancer survivor and get a picture of them, and they look like a dead battery. It's a black outline around their body.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So they need to use Corellium photography as a diagnostic tool. They need to quit selling monster drinks and diet pop and sugar. The first 3 aisles you walk into Walmart, sugar, sugar, sugar. They might as well just mark a diabetes sign.
Yep, exactly.
And no matter how many people I warn, only about 20% of the people would listen to me.
Go ahead. I was going to say.
Well, let's get back to the ghosts.
Okay.
The ghost of Greencastle.
Okay.
She's real, and I went up there when they tore her house down on account of the photographs, and sit there on a pile of rubble, and real sorry. And there she was beside this pink ball. And later, I went to the gate. Went back to their house, and there's this beautiful big pink ball was right there at the gate. She's still there. Popping in and out of the fourth dimension, letting me know she's still there.
Wow.
So I told on my story when I was on, because I've been on international TV many times. I was on ABC World's Scariest Ghost Tape, narrated by James Colburn. Then it went to A&E, and then it went to the Bio Channel. Then it went to, in England, that was Bravo in England. And then I made the back page of the National Enquirer and was on the front cover of Fate magazine, October 1996. Then it went to the History Channel and the Biography Channel, and there was the Travel Channel aired it. And they actually flew me and my wife out to Nash Entertainment Studios out to Santa Monica, California, and put us on My Ghost Story. And I got to meet Leonard Nimoy, Spock on Star Trek. He sat down and interviewed me. And then he took me backstage to one of the Star Wars sets, and I got a picture of me with R2-D2.
Oh, cool.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Yes.
R2-D2 on the movie. And I got to put my hand on the top of his dome or whatever, got a photograph of him. Spock was always considered so smart in science and everything, in that 1969 original Star Trek. But if he was really smart, he would have addressed all the things I just told you about.
Yeah.
Because he knew a lot about science. He didn't know nothing about micronutrition or high-level psychology and electronics. He'd open up a panel underneath his panel. It was on fire, and try and fan it out, and then he could repair their weapons, And I was like, that don't happen that way, because I used to work on ham radios and linear amplifiers, and I could tell that was all. But one thing they did get, what I thought was awesome, they had RAM cartridges that they stuck in their computers instead of reel-to-reel tapes, computer data tapes. I thought that was interesting because that wasn't even created yet. So Gene Roddenberry was a visionary, but he could have went deeper and saved a lot of the population with more visions. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
Of other disciplines. Star Trek addressed racism and things like that, but they never addressed, how symbiotic relationship between high-level psychology and micronutrition, how those affect the whole human existence,
Guy, when you went there to that where the pink lady was at, were there more than one ghost there?
Oh yeah, the whole family. This is weird. Glad you brought that up. The whole family was there, punched through, and had like a family reunion, and they let me and Terry film all of them. And once we had all the 5 daughters on film, and the male that was there too, Donnie was his name. He wore his hair in like a mohawk.
Oh wow!
And they all died in the order they were born. Well, anyway, I was on channel, the local TV news channels, and even in Indianapolis, I was on 2, 10, 38, 59, around the Halloween showing this. And all of a sudden, I got a phone call from a lady who lived in Cooper Towers there in Brazil, 311 Cooper Towers. Her name was Mary Riddell, and she called me on the phone, and she said, how would you like to know who all those ghosts were? Come and see me. So I instantly went there and rang her doorbell, went in there, and I showed her all the blown up pictures I had that I sent you of all the different ghosts. And she looked at it, she said, my goodness, oh my. I said, well, do you know who they are? And she said, I sure do. And she went in and got this big cardboard box and brought it out. And there they were, the whole family. And she matched up every one of them. Vera was a sister to Irene O'Hara. Irene was the one in the window, the pink ghost in the window upstairs. But the ghost at the back door was Vera, her sister. And the one in the front bay window, the golden one, was Elizabeth. And she started showing me. Then I showed the flybys of the video I had captured of the ghosts flying by and touching my camera and flying off in another angle. And it looked back at me. It had that mohawk haircut. And she said, well, there's Donnie. And showed me his picture. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this. She has all the photographs of the whole family that was haunting that house. And she recently died here 2 weeks ago. I saw her obituary, and she was 93 years old when she died. So she lived a long life. But now she's on the other side. And before my dad died in 2007, and he saw all these photographs and was just amazed by it. And he overabused antibiotics. He was always on penicillin all the time, using it like candy for every little sniffle and everything. It caught up with him when he was 77. And his heart was failing. He never took heart nutrients or anything. And but I told him, I said, Dad, when you pass away, I even made a movie about him because I knew he was going to die within a year. Doctor told me that. She said she'd seen it before. And make the most of it. So I did. Every day I spent with my dad. And I made a movie about him, telling him he told his whole life story. I put it to music. I had him standing out in the yard swinging punches at the air, one last, because he liked to act like he's a boxer, I said, Pop, do me a favor. When you get on the other side, make your best effort. Here's a song I wrote for you called Here's to You, Dad. When you hear me playing that, I want you to try and make your best effort to get through that fourth dimensional membrane and let me know it's you, that you made it, and that it's really real. And so after he passed away, about 2 months after he was gone, I was in there playing on my keyboards in the front room. And I felt this, I smelled that smell that you described, that etheric matter with electromagnetism, making it sizzle and smell like roses and sulfur. I could smell that. And I was playing right in the middle of his song, and I looked to my right, and there he was, like in a leaning position, just from about his middle of his torso up to the top of his head. Couldn't really see his arms or anything.
Wow.
And he looked right at me, and he was like in a blue light. And he looked at me, and it was like a cartoon picture of him, kind of. It wasn't all, it wasn't as clear as the real body, but they try and form whatever they can. And he was right just a foot away, about 2 feet away from me, looked at me, smiled, and gave me that wink to let me know it was him, and then he vanished right in it. And it was so emotional. I cried for hours after that, just in happiness. Because one of my last words my dad said to me was, "Thank you, son, for saving me," because I taught him about Jesus Christ. Because one of his words once were, "I will bow my knee to nobody." He was a self-made man and real proud. But I told him, I said, "You know what? Jesus Christ, forgive me of my sins. And if Jesus walked right up here beside his pop, you'd see me fall out of this car and get down on my knees and cry at his feet and hug him, because that's what makes him so special. Why I would bow to him, because of what he did on that cross for me. That blood-stained robe, that blood was there on account of me."
Absolutely.
And I said, "Do you understand that?" And we made that sign of the head where you hold your hand up to your head, like on Clan of the Cave Bear, where what's her name? They'd hold their hand up. Understand? That's how me and Dad. When I talked to him, and I'd say, "Do you understand?" I'd hold my hand up forehead. He'd look at me for a minute. Then he'd hold his hand up to his forehead. Yeah, okay, I got it.
That's awesome.
That was how. Yeah. And so he held his hand up to his forehead there on his deathbed. And he said, "I want you to leave now. I don't want you to see me die." He said, "Leave now and don't look back." And I did. And as I almost got home, the nursing home called me and said that your dad just passed away. So.
Sorry to hear
and
that.
Before I left, I played him "Old Danny Boy." That was his favorite song. So he went out the right way. And I know I'll see him again one day, and where we'll go, it'll be like a virtual reality of energy. There won't be no flesh there, but everybody be fully formed. I can make all those that I love all right there in my life, and they'll be eternal, immortal. Never have to see them die again or anything. And I know that. You know how I know that? Because when I was about 13 years old, I fell under the ice in a creek up around Rosedale, the big, thick things of blue ice. And my heart stopped and everything. And they finally, when I came out at the other end, about 200 yards downstream, and they brought me back, and I opened my eyes, I remembered everything. I remembered going into this area that was like a big blank around everything, and just the area I was standing on was kind of a mild white, but there was this white tunnel. I got to see it. But then I was yanked back. But I know what's on the other side. I've seen it with my own eye, with my own mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why I'm so spiritual now, because I technically was dead, but brought back,
Mm-hmm.
And so they used that, all these ghosts. You saw the other ghost pictures, like 400 ghost pictures. I tried to send you as many as I could.
Yes.
But all these spirits, when I show up, boy, they want to show off. They know that I know. And they'll choose you if you really believe. They'll channel through you even. They know that you're not going to doubt them. And they'll show up. And why you catch them on a camera is because you got a 1 million candle power flash from a flash camera at 5,500 microkelvins. It passes through their electromagnetic bodies and are cooled, lands on a wall, is reflected back, and passes through their body again and cooled more comes into the lens and is registered on the silver mica of the 400 speed film as a temperature inversion. That's how you catch ghosts on film. And a lot of people don't know that either. And that's how I've caught so many on film. And I've had people say, well, you're talking about ghosts, you're crazy. I said, well, I guess my camera's crazy too.
Do you have to set your camera up at a certain frequency, like to?
No, just 400 speed point and shoot camera that uses the old fashioned flash. Not that million candle power flash. These new digital cameras. That's why they went digital. I think because they don't want anybody to see ghosts all the time. We're in that age where of the tribulation where the dead are rising.
I've often thought to be a good paranormal investigator, you should go back to the old equipment.
Right.
I really do.
That's how you get them on film. I know.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me on this. You can shoot the digital camera all day long, nothing, because of the flash isn't powerful enough and there's no silver mica to register infrared and microwave and all the different frequencies that might register something. But your best bet and cheapest way is just use 400 speed film, which is real light sensitive, and use the real high powered flash on it.
Guy, would you say that this fourth dimension is this fourth dimension what we think of as will be like heaven?
Yes, absolutely. It's the mind of God. If you look at the known universe and look at how it looks like a big neural receptor of some kind, the way it's all spread out, the known universe, they've compared it to a cell in the brain, a neuroreceptor. Looks identically laid out. So there can be many universes. Einstein even said there had to be 31 universes to buffer between antimatter and matter, and that the black hole at the center of our galaxy, it sucks in dead matter that doesn't have a electromagnetic field line to ride around on, like some dead burnout star or rogue planets that are just flying around without a star. They get sucked in to the black hole. The black hole at the event horizon takes all that matter and spins it in the event horizon to the speed of light and turns it into energy.
Now, would a sun be the rear end of a black hole?
Yeah, the sun is an exhaust pipe. All the stars are exhaust pipes,
yes.
And they take that energy and they convert it back into solar wind, which becomes solar dust, which coheses back into planets. There's never been an end to this or a beginning. It just breathes. It's like we're only measuring our universe by a breath out. So
yes.
Wait till it breathes back in 13.7 trillion years or whatever, and breathes back in and brings it all into what's called dark matter, which is it'll form a giant black hole that's way bigger than one in the center of our galaxy. One big black hole will swallow up the entire burnout universe because all the stars can only last so long, and then they burn out and they get all sucked back in, and then they get all spit out again and all relit.
Could we describe ourselves as our physical being? Could we describe ourselves as being like compressed light energy?
Well, yeah, spiritual beings,
yes.
Our energy, and we are humans in material. You got energy, and you got protoplasma, and then you have matter, and so we have to go through a transition in the protoplasmic transition from energy. The energy comes from what's called the guff, is what the Bible calls it, and it is embedded into the protoplasma of the egg and the sperm and everything, all the chromosomes and everything all start. They know what to do. They know what to do with it, how to form. And I was reading some experiments where they're growing chicken and lamb, fish, and cows meat on racks without no eyeballs or horns or beating heart. And they pumping hemoglobin through it and growing them, and then can have it where this one guy cut off a piece of chicken off this rack it was grown from stem cell, and fried it up, and it caramelized just like chicken. He took a bite of it, ate it, said it was delicious and no side effects. This is going to be the future.
Yes. Guy, I watched a show. It's called The Boys from Brazil, and it was basically talking about the Nazis in World War II and doing the. It was from the 70s or 80s, I believe, but they were talking about doing cloning, like genetic cloning, and somehow they had took like cells or eggs and bombarded it with light, and it took out the DNA material.
Bleached it out. Yeah.
Yes. Well, that shows you right there how we're affected by light particles.
Oh, absolutely. Dr. Mingle.
Yes.
Yeah, did The Boys from Brazil. I just watched that about 2 weeks ago. That's weird you mentioned that. And but here's the thing: we're now at a stage where scientists are ready. They have 3D printers, and they can, instead of using ink, they use stem cells, like stem cells that grow hearts.
Yes.
And that's all they got to print the heart is the stem cells that would make the heart. And so the 3D printer puts it all together and in a fluid, and then they can give it a little shock treatment and get it actually beating, and putting in blood, the right kind of blood, the O negative, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then once the heart is beating and it's pumping the blood, and they can move it over to your heart and without rejection or anything, and actually do all the organs that way.
So that would be an endless way of creating organs and not have to use a donor.
Here's a positive side effect that they're going to find out as they do this, is that as they're growing this meat and everybody's eating stem cell meat, and they're cooking it, some of these stem cells aren't going to be killed in the meat. People that like their steaks medium rare,
mm-hmm.
and some of those stem cells is going to go into the body and not be digested after you eat enough of it, and they go find their way in taking places in the body and give you, because your cells only divide 20 times in a lifetime. When you use up that last 28, you just go out like an old rotten grape. Just get old real quick and die, Mm-hmm. But until then, you can do cell division after cell division. But if you're a smoker or somebody like that using drugs, you use up all that a lot quicker.
Is that
than
your
people
telomeres?
that are taking. Yeah. So what's going to happen? People like me start eating stem cell meat and get enough of it in the body. You could double your lifespan, triple it. Methuselah in the Bible was 939 years old. He must have been, eating some kind of meat like that maybe he was an alien. I don't know. But some of these alien abductions, the aliens that spoke to Barney and Betty Hill, they had told them how old they were, and some of them were over 500 years old and looked, just real good.
Have you made contact with extraterrestrials, Guy?
Oh, absolutely. I got one little friend. I sent you pictures of him. 118 photographs of him in orbs. I call it covert plasma optical alien surveillance. They use electromagnetic field lines and can manipulate the field lines and the moisture in the air and create like a water tentacle in the deep, or only they're using vapor, and they can look down it like we look down in an ant farm with a piece of fiber optic. They can eat, and if he can see you, you can look right into it and look back up, and the camera can, and catch him. And that's how every one of my film, there he is. There's his face looking down the tunnel. And I've had many times sitting here in my front room playing the piano, and my wife be sitting in a rocking chair listening to me, and she'll say, "Honey, look up to your right." And I'll look up, and there he is. There's a bubble, and his face is in it, smiling at me, them big eyes. He's enjoying my music. Because I must be the best show in town. I don't know. But,
maybe he was the one with you when you was a child that taught you how to play.
I think so. But what thing is they're so mentally developed that they don't have emotion, and I still have compassion, and they'll write love songs and beautiful orchestra pieces. They enjoy that, but they really are so scientific and their head's so full of all the knowledge it takes to run all their crafts and their society. They don't have time to listen to beautiful music or create it. Not every alien is a musician. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But some of them have the ability or technology somehow to look down onto a musician that is playing the kind of music they like. And my music is like nothing else anybody's playing. I use chords that sound like romantic fusion jazz, things that you've never heard before. I mean, I play them for people. I say, it tickles me to death that there's no one else out there, no other artist that has ever used these chords like this. I would have heard it, and it's not there. And they sound like music soundtracks to, beautiful shows and stuff that can, it can be used for that. I'll send you a copy later of some of my material.
Cool.
I have this one CD called Treasures
awesome.
from the Heart, and just beautiful. I mean, by everybody hears it. They even gave me the keys to. It's a place in Canada, some town. Some lady came by the pizza store and bought one of my CDs, and she took it to her town. I forget, it was some weird name like Kathmandu kind of thing, up in Canada. Started with an S. Anyway, they sent me a wooden key, and said, this is the key to the city. Your CD is being played at every grocery store and every bank in the city. They all made copies of it and shared it. The Treasures from the Heart. They said it's just awesome. So the mayor wanted to give me a key to the city. I thought that's pretty cool.
That's
but
awesome.
The stuff I'm writing now, though, is even beyond that. It's way beyond that, and it's just beautiful.
Do you know who Kim Clement was? He was a preacher, like out in California.
I really don't listen to other people's music too much anymore. I have like 118 originals right now that I'm trying to bounce around in my head, make sure I stay up on all of them. And then my spontaneous improvisation takes over, and that number would triple,
The reason why I was asking about Kim was he would play piano, play music, and he would prophesy what God was telling him. And he made a lot of predictions about things that actually came true.
Well, I created a newspaper in 1976. I studied Nostradamus, Edgar Casey, St. Malachi, the Great Pyramid of Giza, a Chamber of Ordeals, 1 inch per year laid out. Gordon Macascallion, Jesse Raphael, Sylvia Brown, the Hopi Indian prophecy, the miracle of Fatima, all the Bible prophecies, and I took them all and laid them all out. I mean, this took weeks to draw them out. And then I tried to get timelines on when things. Nostradamus was real good about, and Edgar Casey laying down timelines, but Nostradamus' quatrains and Edgar Casey's chapters,
Yes.
And I made a futuristic newspaper that started in 1976, and in 1986, I put on the prophecy that Halley's Comet was going to come and that there would be cannibalism in Africa because of the Great Drought. And sure enough, I watched it come true. And I thought, wow, my prophecies are all lining up the way I lined them up. And everybody started paying attention. My dad, he said, okay, you got this one here in 1999 in July that New York, you think it's going to be New York or Chicago, a city at 45 degrees latitude was going to be hit. Well, 1999 came in July. It was August on my birthday, and my dad came up to me. We were building a house over here, and he said, hey, what about that prophecy you said going to happen in July? Well, nothing happened. I was like, you're right. I went and checked it out, and anyway, then in 2001, in September 11th, he calls me on the phone at 8 o'clock in the morning and says, turn your TV on. And there, New York at 45 degrees. out of the sky came Bin Laden, the great king of terror. Immediately, a huge scattered flame leaped out. That's what Nostradamus wrote. Well, that was the jet hitting the towers and the fuel blowing out the other side. And the hot wind war. I was like, hot wind war. And then Desert Storm came along. A Desert Storm is a hot wind war, Desert Storm war.
Absolutely.
I was like, well, what happened there with the timeline? So I started studying the Gregorian calendar and the Julian calendar and found out the Julian calendar was only based on 30 days per month. And the two of them got away from each other by 2 years, 2 months, and 11 days exactly. And Nostradamus said 1999, 7 months. Only in the Julian calendar did they call the months by numbers. And on the Gregorian calendar, they called them by January, February, March, April, give names. And so all the math worked out perfect. So I stayed on it. And I thought, man, well, let me go to St. Malachi. There's St. Malachi. The Bible says in Revelation 13, 14 through 17, that from the 7 hills, from 7 mountains of men will he come forth. It says, for count the number of the beast, for it is also the number of a man. His number is 666 or 666. So I started really looking at the popes, and because that's 7 hills is Rome, and the 7 mountains of men were Louis, Leo, Papias, Benedictine, John Paul, and John Paul. And I started looking them all over when John Paul II was still alive. And there's 2 paper mottos, 2 pipe hands in the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel with Michelangelo, or what's his name, painted up there. And St. Malachi gave him paper mottos. The next pope was going to be Gloria the Olive, and the last one was going to be Peter the Roman. And so I got looking, and when I found the Benedictines, they were changed their name from the Olive Tens to Benedictine in 1533, and the last Benedictine was Benedict XV, 1914 through 1923. So I told everybody I could, posted it, that the next pope was going to be Benedict XVI. Well, about 6-8 months later, John Paul II passes away, and the next pope was Benedict XVI. I was really smiling, like, I got that right. They said, well, who's next? And I said, well, here's how it's got to happen. Benedict XVI can't stay pope because I did the math on all the other popes that ever lived and died as pope and excluded the ones that were deposed, kicked out, or quit. Their numbers didn't count. And John Paul II equals 665, so Benedict XVI is 15 numbers too many. So he'll get deposed or step down. Well, he did get deposed for covered up for all them priests and all that they did to them kids. They made him step in. The last pope, Peter the Roman. St. Peter was a saint, not a canonized pope. And so it wasn't going to be Peter was going to be his name. I said, but his number will be 1. I don't know who he'll be. And sure enough, Francis the First, a name not used by the other 7, so his number would equal 1, like I said, and it goes to 665, and he's the 666 pope during the tribulation. And I got a book, because I got a synthesizer I bought a long time ago. It was a Yamaha DX7. It used algorithms to create sounds, little X's and O's to make sounds of saxophones and organs and everything, just computer numbers. It's like, that's fascinating. And I got a book on it called 666 Made Simple, on the 6-digit numeric system of computers. So there was your 666, was the beast was going to be a computer, which was the same as the number of the Pope, which is the false prophet. And I put all that together and I posted it all on the internet, and they shared it and everything. And then sure enough, when Francis I became Pope, I was like, oh, shoot. Here we are. We must be in tribulation because the math is right for the Bible to come true. And it talks about the battle of Armageddon and the Damascus. All that is putting this together that Russia will get attacked by Israel, which is a non-NATO nation, and they'll destroy Russia, army from attacking Ukraine, because Ukraine is full of Jews. And no one's seeing this. They're all thinking the United States, you're going to get it. Watch what happens. This has not happened yet. But if I'm right, everybody will say, oh my God, he knew.
You've got a point there because they protect their own.
That's right.
All
and
over the world.
Israel's are hot-headed. They'll attack. Look what they did to Lebanon and all them. They gassed them and blowed them up. They don't care if they hit women or children or what. They're protecting Israel, and they're like a little brother to the United States that's got a chip on his shoulder. Watch out for Israel. And it says what will happen. All the Gog and Magog, that's China and Russia, and the 10 nations, the Emirates, will all go to disarm Israel, attack Israel, to take away its nuclear weapons. And it says Jesus Christ himself appears on the northern side of Jerusalem and speaks the word that creates a plague that reduces that vast armada of men to a pool of blood as deep as a horse's bridle. I mean, all them armies will be wiped out in the Valley of Megiddo, and we're in the tribulation because a third of all the fish are dead out there in the Pacific from the Fukushima. Look at all the forest fires that burn up a third of all the trees in both Europe and America and South America have all experienced huge forest fires. And all this COVID-19 and how many people that's killing and the volcanoes are going on. I'm telling you, the math of the popes is right for the tribulation to happen and for the Bible to come true.
Do you know anything about directed energy weapons, Guy, or the rods of God?
The energy weapons I actually built one. I used magnetrons in a microwave oven.
Mm-hmm.
And you can put mylar behind the magnetron in a dish to deflect it all in one direction like a pin spotlight. And you can turn that microwave on from a 100-foot extension cord, and it's already pinned on an older microwave that don't have the timers and all that, the electronic timers, and aim it at anything, and it will cook it about 50 feet away. In the first 15 seconds, I've never killed anything with it, but it would disrupt Jell-O and make Jell-O just melt into just mush. Well, what that would do if you used an energy weapon like that within the first 15 seconds, even at the low power I'm using, you could burst all of the little ions in the brain and cause a person to be mentally retarded within 15 seconds. And I had a general of the militia in the area. He once told me, he said, okay, you have storages of food and ammunition and stuff. And he said he had an army of about 230 people. And how would you protect your stash, and yourself from my army just coming and taking it? And I told him, I said, well, if I saw a level 5 event happening, I've got a whole garage full of old microwave ovens, a Honda generator, and I could set them all around the property and just use a periscope. Wouldn't even offer you a target to shoot at me. And when I saw you coming, I'd just turn on the Honda generator, and whatever position you're coming from, I'd flip that switch that was for that position, and you'd have a whole army of mentally retarded people.
Wow.
He looked at me and he said, all right, we need you to be part of us. We want you to join us. So he swore me in under an Uzi. And he called me Spock, and I'm a science officer of one of the militia groups. But I told him, I said, when I had one of the sheriffs called me and asked me about the militia, I said, don't worry about him, because I made that general a believer, and he's a Christian, and no one gets sworn in that isn't a Christian, and they're Minutemen to protect you and have your back. And no one will never use it as an offensive weapon. And that if anybody is a Rambo, wants to misuse their weapons, they don't get in with us. That we're what I call Christian soldiers. That we're there for might for right. And I won the general over completely. And even though he still plays in heavy metal band singing death metal and all that, he's got a big Christian heart, and he loves Jesus Christ with all his heart.
That's
So
awesome.
I let the sheriff know that you're good. Don't worry about them. They're not going to be of any kind of threat to national security or anything,
Right.
And so I cover a lot of that. Being 65, I was pretty smart even at 40 and 45, but because I was younger, no one will listen to you. And now I'm 65, they all treat me like I'm a general. They all listen to you now because you got all that experience under your belt. They say when Guy speaks, you better listen,
Yes, sir.
And I've told people I've seen guys cheating on their wife or getting ready to. And boy, I'd give them a sermon and a half and told them, I said, your wife has psychic powers. Every woman does. Their intuition. They'll know if you went out and flirted with another woman and hugged another woman, come home, they'll put you to the wood, buddy. They know. Them women will feel it in their soul that you've been unfaithful. Even if you only was unfaithful in your mind, they'll know, and they'll be angry at you. So you better listen to me about the powerful insight, how communication, and that's thought transmissions, and even the aroma of some other woman's perfume is a form of communication. You better learn how that causes a negative chemical reaction in your wife's brain at the cellular level so you don't ever act on that,
Mm-hmm.
And I've straightened up a lot of marriages that were on the rocks because 90% of American marriages in their first 10 years wind up in a divorce court.
Yeah.
And we need to undo that. And we need to undo all the hospitals down there in Terre Haute Union Hospital. Their entranceway is the size of an international airport. Hell, I could fly an airplane around in there.
It's a lot of wasted space, isn't it?
A lot of sick people because these doctors are all pushing all these drugs that are from right-handed spiral amino acids, not left-handed. Left-handed are made of beans and they're healthy. Right-handed spiral amino acids are from petroleum cracking stations where meth is made.
Well, they're under the Rockefeller Foundation. Basically runs the medical.
Yeah,
and that's why it's all petroleum based because the Rockefellers and the oil.
Adderall, Buterol. I could draw the molecule structures of olanzapine, Depakote, Risperdal, all those chemicals that are treating attention deficit disorder and people with, they say that are have
ADHD,
they see things.
Schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia, there's a word. I have so many words, vocabulary. I have to hunt down a giant library for some of the words I need to use. Analytical is a big word that we'll talk about here in a second. But all these mental diseases, they can actually see them at birth when they do a CAT scan on the brain of the child and look at the size of the butterfly ventricle. They know if they're going to be schizophrenic. Isn't that something? Just by telling the size of an area in the brain. In that area of the brain, though, like people that have Down syndrome. Well, I read a book a long time ago by a woman named Sarah Estep, and she used what was called, let's see, what was the word I'm looking for? Biomedical enhancement. They're called neurotropics. And they're all the vitamins that they feed and enhance the brain and make the brain smarter and larger. And she took these Down syndrome and schizophrenic children when they were like 1 year old, and people would turn them into her clinic, and she'd give them big doses of all these nutrients. And by the time them children were 7 years old, they were all perfectly normal. Some of them were even geniuses. Well, when I went through that drowning, my dad, I had like seizures in my right hand and right leg, and my mom would pick me up when I'd go into one of them and have throw me in an ice cold bathtub just to make it go away. And my dad started studying micronutrition because I had his name. I was the favorite son, with the junior, and he wasn't going to have any of that. Seeing his son have these epileptic type seizures, and he put me on neurotropics. He learned everything about the brain he could. I took huge doses of soy lecithin, ginkgo biloba, all the seawater minerals, huge doses of B vitamins, especially B12, CoQ10, flaxseed oil. He had me on all those and taught me well, I said, why do I have to take all this? He said, well, you want that to quit, and all your seizure things. And within about a year and a half, they all went away. But I had an adverse effect on me. My mind was hungry, and I would read a book a day about history, about everything. I mean, I was starting in with George Rogers' clock. I quote the pages. I got into science. I got into math. I was doing trigonometry in a freshman year in high school and was acing. Even my teacher, she even said, "My God, you got to slow down." I said, "No, I got to learn at my own speed." I started speed reading. I could read a book in like half an hour. I was completely through big, thick books and could quote the pages. Then I started playing chess, and I won the state chess championship my sophomore, junior, and senior year. And they gave me these big trophies, and my dad even tore up a chessboard because he was a chess player. He had a rating of like 1,300 points at the YMCA. He's like third in a chess masters group. And he said, "All right, I want you to play me chess." And I was like 15 years old. Didn't even have my driver's. Well, I did have my driver's license, but I didn't have a car yet. And he put the keys to his Tornado down there on the chessboard and a $20 bill. He said, "You beat me, and these are yours for the night. You go take your girlfriend out. And if not, you're staying home." And I played where I was actually shaking, and I beat him. And I told him, I said, "In 7 moves, it'll be checkmate." And he laughed. But when we got to about the third from checkmate, he saw it. He took the board and ripped it in half. He said, "Take your money and your keys and go." And after that, he encouraged me to enter all these contests. And I beat the chess master at the YMCA. And the chess master said, "Oh my God, you got another Bobby Fischer or Boris Spassky on your hands here." I even they bought a chess computer later, and I beat it every game.
Wow.
And they said, "You're so analytical. It's just unreal that you could see moves ahead, analyze algorithms, of moves into 10 deep, what would happen and expand it out." Nobody thinks like this. Nobody thinks,
No.
okay, if I move that pawn,
What's the
King's Rook to King's Rook pawn 4, and then think out like 9 or 10 moves of what could happen from that point, and sum total that all up, and then go back and think of another move. I was scanning 100 times 100 moves at any move.
That's amazing.
And, yeah, your brain really gets going. And later I focused on the piano. You ever heard me play a piano? The people that watch me play piano, they say my hands almost turn invisible. I can play so fast. I can take a really high-powered song and speed it up to the point where your hands are almost looking like a blur.
Oh, wow.
I said, "I've never seen anybody play that accurate and that fast before." I said, "That's how you achieve the gamma waves in the brain to have telekinesis and telepathic abilities. It can be achieved if you can do it." And so anybody hearing my voice, they are take their children and make sure they don't use drugs and give them the neurotropics, the vitamins that feed and enhance the brain, so they're real smart. Get them a piano or something that's polyphonic, multitasking, something like that, and they'll be the future. Those people will be the inventors. I have many inventions, expandable rooms that harden themselves, that go in place of the B330 modules on the International Space Station. I've sent them in. And my composite material, jets that have robots on board in the first class seating. If you're having a heart attack, a doctor can put on a pair of robotic arms and goggles and operate on that guy while he's on board in that jet at 35,000 feet. Some of those inventions are all my ideals. A jet that spits out all the passengers out the back in a tube. If at just a punch of a button, if the jet's climbing, off the runway and it's going to lose it, it can shoot out all the passengers on a big double parachute and lose half its weight so it can recover. Inventions like that. I've got many, so many. I write them down, and stacks of them of things that's never been created or invented yet. And that's a mechanical mind. And you need a mechanical engineering mind to operate a pizza store. I have everything backed up, double ovens at every level, double refrigerators. I've rebuilt the mixers with brass gears.
Wow.
I worked on the Freon on the R134A and taps to charge up all my refrigerators. I even got a generator in the back that's hooked up to the fuse box. We'd lost power during a snowstorm. I went back and flicked the fuse box off, started generator, and all the power to the store came back on. And we were the only place open.
Didn't
We got
stop
all the
you.
business. I said, that's being analytical. I'm going solar power this year because they're raising all of our light bills. They're all giving themselves raises around here.
Oh, yeah.
And all the light bills are going sky high. I've already got plans. My whole roof's going to be a giant solar cell, and I'm making my own solar cells.
Oh, are you?
You'll pay thousands of dollars for them, and you can make them out of black paper that you use, felt paper, and thorium salt. You can get from the Great Salt Lakes and 100-pound bags of thorium salt and glue it down on there, and it will collect it through copper wire and send it all to batteries. And from the batteries, I got an inverter that'll take 10, 12-volt batteries and turn it into 220. But I don't even need 220 anymore to heat or anything like that. Everything's using LED bulbs at 110. You have hardly no usage at all, but yet they
still charge it
double.
for it.
They're doubling their prices.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they still want you to pay a $190 light bill every month. Well, that ain't gonna happen. I'm just gonna come and get their meter.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I also own 10 cars
Oh, Lord.
and an RV, and they're all paid for in cash. I'm out of debt.
Good for
But
you.
everybody I know,
Wonderful.
they're getting evicted next door. And they work their ass off and can't pay and they keep raising their rent. Now it's like $750 a month. And I saw this on the wall a long time ago. Get out of debt. Pay extra. If you had to borrow money in a house, pay an extra $100 on the principal, because the first 10 years of your loan is just mainly interest.
That's what me and my wife have been doing. We actually got our stuff paid off.
It reverses, and then you start paying more on principal. If you pay an extra $100 on the principal right off the bat, you can pay a house off in no time. But I always save up enough money and just pay cash for the cars.
Yes, that's what we did. That's exactly what we did.
And my cars all get 45 miles a gallon. I've gone to little 1.5 liter engines, and so they raise gasoline. Now it's $4 a gallon around here.
Yeah.
So I
they
just got
did.
a whole bunch of cars that get twice the gas mileage. That's how you deal with them.
So
get ahead of it. Yeah.
What kind of cars do you have, Guy?
Like, a Honda Fit and Aveos.
Aveos.
I got a whole fleet of them. Yeah.
And they get
40. And you can get them cheap off of Facebook Marketplace. Don't go to a dealer or even an auction house. They get a fortune for used cars, but you can find them on Facebook Marketplace and go and make a deal. You know, somebody want $4,500 for a used car, and you can wind up and get them knock off $800 to $1,000 just by pointing out little dings and nicks and dents. You know.
Oh yeah.
And they need money.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people around here who are suffering. But let's get back to the ghost stuff. There's a few more things to learn about that.
Okay, I've actually got your that alien picture pulled up on the screen right now. The one with he's blue. He's all blue.
Yeah.
That is a very clear picture, Guy.
I didn't take that picture.
Oh, you didn't?
Picture,
okay.
No, that's from S4. That was snuck out of S4. That's one of the species that's watching me. They're AFIMs from the Lyra star system. The Lyra star system is behind the Orion's belt. There's a group of stars, the Lyra stars. Off to the right of Orion's belt is the Pleiades, but right behind Orion's belt is the Lyra. There's two stars there, the binary star system, and the AFIMs are from the fourth planet, which is in the habitable zone, and they. When they make a trek here, it's about 38 and a half light years away, and it takes them 6 months to get here because they fold space using electromagnetic, they wormhole it. it's like little mini black holes that they can create and fly in, and it's like an ant crossing a piece of paper. If you fold the paper, and he crawls from one edge to the other and then unfold the paper, he's clear across the other side and didn't have to travel across the paper. They're doing that. I know how to do that. I mean, I don't have the technology and I've never attempted it, but I know how it works. And basically, you're building a CERN particle accelerator out in front of you, and you're warping space, but you're also warping time. When you fly into a manufactured black hole or wormhole, you can fly 38 and a half light years away. And if it's 12 noon right now, when you get there, and it took you 6 hours, it's only 6 o'clock, and you only flew 6 hours, and you fly back another 6 hours, it's 12 midnight here, and when you get back, you're at 12 midnight. There's no time movement other than natural time inside the wormhole in the fourth dimension. Wow. You don't age. Now, if you fly the speed of light out in interstellar space, there's a huge difference happens because the Earth is in a gravity well. And if you ever looked at the Earth and what gravitrons are really, they're not just mass attraction. We're falling because the Earth and our sun is going around in an orbit around the center of the galaxy, traveling at like 155,000 miles per second. And then the Earth is orbiting around our sun, see what I mean? And the Earth is spinning in a gravity well. It's when you it's moving, it's chasing in a gravity well, and that's what causes time to dilate like that. Where you might have been gone a year and come back to Earth traveling the speed of light, and the Earth has aged like 55 years or something like that. But there's a way around that. They're playing with that technology right now. There are aliens at S4 that are sharing the technology. Think about this for a second. If you could live to be 100,000 years old, you're a pretty smart guy with all your computers and stuff, but if you could live to be 150,000 years old, and they give you, they task you to build your cell phone, could you do it?
No way.
Yeah, that's AI inventions, AI technology. That's and a lot of the aliens are so heavily embedded with AI, that everything they do, even their symbiotic relationship they have with their control panel that they're flying their craft with, using element 115, and there's a pad right there at their right hand, and they lay their hand across it, and it has a symbiotic relationship with your mind through that membrane to the engines and the whole crap. The computer is making all the adjustments. So you put your hand down there, and you're like, I want to go warp 2, and the whole engines and everything fire up like the thing's alive.
Thought propulsion, like you anywhere you think, or like you said, the speed and wherever you wanted to go, it just be right there.
Well, it's beyond that. It's reaching deep. The AI is using a symbiotic waveforms like the alpha, beta, delta, theta, gamma waves, all of them, and it's reaching into your mind. So it knows, basically the navigational thing for it is in the brain. There's a couple shows that even played on that. One's called Copy, and the other one was called Flight of the Navigator.
Yeah, see, Flight of the Navigator.
This technology's in our military right now. I've seen it.
You know how you said that they've advanced past their emotional state, like they don't have the emotions like we do. That would be an asset if you were flying something like that.
Yeah. All the security they have around all these S4 Area 51 bases is all just to keep us out. The aliens, they can use remote viewing with their covert plasma optical alien surveillance. They can make that appear in any silo, in anywhere, in any crap they have under surveillance, or there's nothing can stop it. could stop them from reaching down even into the ground. They could see you if you was a mile under the ground.
Guy, how do you believe that these aliens create these crop circles, or do you think that they're the ones doing it?
Oh yeah, that's easy. That's
it's like semantics.
We have that technology right now on board the space shuttle. Well, it was on board the last space shuttle that was up there, and even some of the windows are covered with it. Plasma. It's where they convert energy to bioplasma. It's still energy, but it has the effect. If you was touched with bioplasma from energy being manipulated, they could push a wheelchair down a hospital room. They could push a tree over if they had enough power. This plasma is on. If an asteroid would bust a window on the space shuttle, the plasma thing would instantly go on and hold the atmosphere in and space out until they got down. The plasma would be almost as solid as glass, but it'd be energy. If you put your finger in it, it would burn your finger and disintegrate it probably. But that's how anybody can manipulate plasma. Heck, you can do that with look what you can do with negative electrons in one of those where you put your hands on the balls and your hair turns straight up.
Yeah.
Well, aliens got stuff that's so powerful it can act like a force field. If you shot something at it, they could put a plasma ball around their ship that would deflect it. Whatever you shot at them, they can send that plasma down with a computer program, kind of like an old Michael Jackson laser art on the ceiling.
Yes.
Well, instead of laser, they're sending a plasma laser and can draw it all over the field, just crush the corn down or whatever their wheat, and draw their three-dimensional picture right there in the field, trying to get our attention. But the thing is, they can't. They can't directly yet interfere with human future history.
Do you think that the crop circles themselves, do you think that those are like blueprints to inventions or things that they're trying to teach us how to use? Or are they...
Absolutely.
We see them on a two-dimensional plane, like from the air or whatever, but what if those were like three-dimensional or fourth-dimensional objects instead of what we're seeing?
Well, there's a roost stone that I sent you a picture of, a big sandstone round one that had hieroglyphs on it.
Okay, I didn't get that one. I'm
well,
sorry.
When you see that, I deciphered it, and what it is, it shows the position of the magnetic poles where they're located on at the equinoxes, and it shows three frequencies that can be created that would cause what's called heterodyne. And these three frequencies, with using heterodyne, can be manipulated to cause anti-gravity effects. They could lift 6-ton stones and build the pyramids with them. Or the guy that had one, and he placed it on a certain kind of limestone. He went and looked for it that built a coral castle. And he could use this box and dial in the frequencies and lift that giant 6-ton block of stone right up out of the ground and move it with his finger and put it on the back of a big truck. He told the guy that was in the truck to go hide or walk behind a hill, and he'd load the stone himself. There was no crane, no jig, thing to lift the stone or anything. Yet there the stone was sitting there on the guy's truck, and he was just blown away.
So he knew how to vibrate the object at a certain rate to be able to levitate it and move it.
Well, there's a guy in Canada, Hutchison.
Yeah, the Hutchison effect.
Yeah, he levitated an 80-pound cannonball using 3 World War II destroyer radios. They're 5,000 watts a piece, and he had them in a Faraday cage, and he'd dial in like 160 meter. He'd dial in 84 meter, and he'd dial in 2 meter. and oscillated all the three frequencies there on one antenna, but it had 3 gamma matches on it, and create an oscillation that's called heterodyne. 3 things oscillating, meaning I did a heterodyne experiment one time. I took a speaker, put a 15-inch speaker, and I put a piece of cardboard, taped it to it across the speaker so the speaker would vibrate cardboard. I got a synthesizer that has 3 oscillators, and I tuned one down at 32 foot, real low. It vibrated, and put a quarter on the table, and had a little rail so the quarter couldn't fly off. The quarter was bouncing, it bounced on the vibration of the low waveform. And then I turned in another oscillator and tuned it somewhere around, I think it was 8 foot, and made it, instead of an A, it went to like a D on the note. It was a lot higher. And the quarter started vibrating to the point where it's barely touching the cardboard. It was bouncing so much it didn't have time to go back down because it had to go up because of the other waveform.
Oh, wow.
And then I turned another oscillator up to a 1 foot and tuned it to like a G. And looked at it myself, and even with a camera, and the quarter was levitating off of the cardboard. Wasn't even touching the cardboard because it couldn't go down. The waveforms were traveling up while it was wanting to fall down from the low waveform. The other waveforms were pulling it up, and the other one was hovering it. And then I understood that part in the Bible where the walls of Jericho were brought down using the trumpets of God. There were 3 trumpets playing, and they all hit these tones and marched around the walls of Jericho, kept playing that, and then the walls just crumbled, and they invaded at Jericho. That was it was a sound weapon.
Just basically pulverized it, just destroyed the molecular structure of it.
Oh, absolutely. I haven't figured out how they built, all those big stones that are pieced together so tight you couldn't put a razor blade between them.
Yes.
I know how they built those. Those were like if you built one stone, or you set a stone in, and you had stones that were a part of each other, no matter what their shapes were, you could take like goat skin or intestinal type skin or something real thin like that, or just use grease, camel grease, and grease the 2 stones, one on the right, one on the left, and there was 2 feet in diameter between them. And that you boarded it up, and you would mix the stone with you pulverize it and mix it up into like a Portland cement, only it was made of stone like dolomite, and you could pour it in between, and the grease would eventually dissipate, get old. But once it's set up quickly, you could take the walls away, and it looked like a stone that was perfectly fit between 2 other weird cut stones. The grease would eventually evaporate, but the stones weren't melted together. They had just a real finite space, so if an earthquake came, it wouldn't crack anything. And I used that technique with the grease, putting pieces of concrete together, building sidewalks for all the houses I built for my dad and the driveways. He said, "Why are you greasing the concrete and you're getting ready to pour the next one?" I said, "So it won't touch, but it'll be right up there tight. But if there's a big truck runs across it and it's going to crack, it'll give there instead of busting my concrete." And to this day, all the concrete roads I built over here in Rockville and all the sidewalks, not a single crack.
Oh man, that's awesome.
I learned how the Egyptians did it, and I tried to tell everybody. Nobody listened. Nobody. They're all going to do it their own way.
Yeah.
And there's so many people won't listen. It's upsetting. But I've used this knowledge to keep myself out of debt, to have nice things. I showed you, didn't you see a picture of my studio I built? And I never had a computer lesson ever, or piano lesson. And yet I built that in 1999, that big giant studio, all that high tech with all them VSTs and all the Delta 1010 cards with their latency dithers and buffers and all of the PCI plugins that went in it, and fine-tuned the computers to the point where they had no virus protection on or firewalls or anything. I stripped them down as if they were an Apple computer, and they were just old Windows computers. And they're still state-of-the-art and operate without a glitch or a buzz or a latency problem or a click or anything. All these years, 22 years later, and they're still more advanced than anything any of the colleges around here have. And I built that back in 1999.
Wow.
And no computer lessons. I got all the information off of the spiritual internet. I would go to bed at night, and my wife will verify this. It'd be something way over my pay grade on how to load in a key or a lock or something, or what latency, and I'd go to sleep on it. And all of a sudden I'd wake up because I was shown how to fix it. Somebody showed me how to fix it somewhere. It was on that spiritual internet, and she'd say again, and I'd run in there and I'd do it, and sure enough, it loaded right up and unlocked something. I even learned how to, I probably shouldn't say this, but I took VST programs that had keys and locks and dongles, and it even showed me how to get into the programming, and where they had 2 ones and a row of zeros as a lock, like a dongle, and I would change it to O's and then copy it with the O's. I would only copy that, not the original, to another disk with the ones changed to O's, and then when I'd load it up, and it loaded up without needing a passcode or key or dongle, I defeated it. And it worked for over 1,800 VSTs and programs that a guy sent me, but they needed all the locks and keys, and they all worked the same way with their codes and passcodes and stuff, that you could actually go in and deprogram them. And nobody showed me that. And I also, here's something else, I had a Moog Liberation keyboard, and it had a chip in it that went out, and they only made those chips for that synthesizer in Mexico back in the late 70s. There was none to be had. And every C, the note C on my keyboard wouldn't work, so I went to sleep and asked how to fix that. And it showed me that I could look at the truth chart of that chip and find another chip that was similar, had some of the components in it, and rewire a few legs and cut off a few legs and use another chip in its place. So I looked at a bunch of truth charts chips, and then a Bearcat 210 police scanner. There was a chip I needed. I needed to cut 2 legs and wire 2 legs across to each other, and it worked. Put it in there, it works perfect. Still working to this day.
Wow.
Nobody taught me that.
That's amazing.
Then I had a hard drive went bad on a prosecuting attorney. He came to me after he tried everybody else, the Geek Squad, and a guy up here that works on computers. He tried all his tricks of putting it in a freezer. Had a broken reader arm. It was a 2-disc hard drive. It was a 1.5 terabyte Western Digital. And so this guy finally said, well, I can't fix it, but you might try Guy. So he called me and asked me to come down. And I told him to bring his computer too. And I had a 1.5 terabyte right there, Western Digital, brand new, in a stack. I took it, and there was nothing on it. And I loaded it up with this Windows 7 program onto my hard drive so it'd shake hands with the logic board. And then I dissected the hard drives, and I put his disk, but I had to mark them with an exact precision of where they were in position, one over top, because it writes to both disks simultaneously on both sides on a program. And I got them all lined up like timing marks in a car, put them all in, and moved them over to the other hard drive, and eased the reader arms in there with Q-tips, and put it all back together, plugged it, turned it onto the computer, and up come all his lost files And he looked at me and he said, "That's impossible." I said, "No, it ain't." I said, "I just thought it out how to do it. I just somehow knew I could do it, and it worked. And if I can see it, envision it in my mind working, it'll work." And that's what I did. I'd never done that before.
That
He
is
said,
amazing.
he called me a steely-eyed missile man. I just smiled. He put two $100 bills on the table, said, I would have lost several cases if I didn't have this data because I was too stupid to back it up. That's what he said.
Man.
So I made him another copy on another disc so he had a backup on it.
What a gift, Guy. What a gift you have, man. Wow.
Yes. Well, the gift is not for me. It's for all of you. If you don't get this, there ain't going to be no world for my grandkids. You know what I mean? They're going to blow themselves up. They're going to be nutritionally retarded. They're going to be spiritually corrupt.
Wow, that is an awesome way of putting it. What did you say about nutritionally retarded? Oh, my gosh. You just said it all right there.
Right. I'm right. You got to trust
absolutely,
me on this, people. Everybody listen to my
absolutely are
voice.
right.
You got to hear this.
You are
got to hear
absolutely
this.
right.
You don't get it, you're dooming us.
Nutrition is the foundation for everything. Without a good foundation, we have nothing.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, there have been interventions, and I have them on video. We were all supposed to be dead December 21st, 2012. But what happened was there's two comets. They were both twice the size of Jupiter. Think of that size.
Wow.
And it came in from behind the sun on December 21st, 2012. The Mayans predicted this in their Mayan calendar, that the end of the world would happen December 21st, 2012. Well, it was December 21st, 2012. I was in a buddy of mine's truck with his trailer on back, pulling a grand piano home that I had took all the stripped it down because I was going to put an electronic piano in it. And we were coming home, going eastbound on 36. And all of a sudden, a huge flashing light started flashing to the north. And I thought, oh my God, Chicago's been nuked. Look at that. It goes all the way out into space as far as you can see. It lasted for about maybe 15 seconds. And then it quit. And then all of a sudden, a huge aurora borealis, them northern lights appeared right over our heads where we were looking right up the curtains of all this magenta, green, and purples and blues. And
it's a beautiful, isn't it?
And we had pulled off the road, and I was holding my wife saying, this could be the end of the world, like the Mayans predicted. And we were holding each other, looking at this, watching it. It was 9:04 at night. It was December 21st. Anyway, it quit, and we went on home, and I was like, boy, thank goodness that wasn't the end of the world. I wonder what that was all about. Nassim Haram is a professor at the University of Texas. He's also the head astronomer at the Keck Observatory in Hawaii, which I've been to. And he showed from the Soho Space Observatory out by Mars that looks in at the inner planets, Earth and Mars and Venus and Mercury and the Sun. He showed the footage of what happened on December 21st, 2012 at 9:04 at night. A comet came in from around the sun on the left side, looking at it. And it was huge, twice the size of Jupiter. And it came in so tight of an orbit, it came in around Mercury. And its tail was so long, it dusted the Earth. And right when it hit the Earth, it showed the time zone from the Keck Observatory. Well, I calculated the time zone back to Indiana. It was 9:04 Indiana time, exactly when that happened. That was the tail of the first comet.
Wow. What year was that, Guy? Oh, 2012?
December 21st, 2012.
2012.
And go to Nassim Haram, the comets. Yeah. And
yeah, I've heard that name before.
I got the footage. I downloaded it and everything. But anyway, right after that, another comet was coming in from behind. It was slightly behind the other one. The one went to the left, and the other one that was going to destroy the Earth came in on the right side of the sun. And somebody even caught a picture of this. It looked like there were three suns in the sky, two little ones on each side of our sun. And I got a photograph of that downloaded. Anyway, this next comet was coming in, it was delayed a little bit, and it showed a giant spaceship flew up to the sun at the speed of light. I mean, just instantly, and stopped about 1,000 miles off the surface of the sun, and a giant mosquito tentacle came out of it, went down into the sun's surface for about maybe 30 seconds, and then it quit, and it flies back the other way, straight out away from the sun at a different angle, kind of at a 45 down, toward the bottom right.
Yes.
And here come that comet. I mean, it was just a minute, 2 minutes later, here come that comet around that side of the sun, and a comet's orbit was going to come in and literally miss the Earth by 100,000 miles. It would have ripped the oceans right off the planet. And as it was coming around, right where that mosquito tentacle went in the sun, a giant solar flare. And I got the video of it.
Hey, I've got that picture up right now, Guy, of the tentacle going into the sun.
Yeah. Well, the giant solar flare leaps out of the sun, and I got that on a video on a little camcorder I downloaded it onto and was showing everybody. This solar flare was 9 times longer than the sun is wide, and hit that comet dead solid center, like it had been detonated on purpose, and blew that comet straight out away from the sun, straight out into space, away from the Earth, and saved us all. And we all got a second chance because the aliens didn't want its seed vault destroyed. And then I got in the Nassim Haram downloaded and showed 2 spaceships. Both of them were about the size of the moon, flying straight up on the screen, and then they changed angle at a 45, flying directly into the sun, and the sun opens up like a giant isosceles triangle, and them spaceships flew right into it and closed it up behind them. And that's when I realized the sun is an exhaust pipe. It isn't a burning ball of hydrogen. It is an exhaust pipe from the black hole through an Einstein-Rosen bridge, and they're flying in and out of it, using it as a stargate. And when Nassim Haram aired that, William Shatner came on and commented, Captain Kirk, he said, now let me get this right. The aliens, the real aliens, are using our sun as a stargate. Not even the writers of Stargate or any of the writers of Star Trek ever even envisioned that. That's how far ahead of us they are. We couldn't even think about what they're doing. He said that.
That is absolutely amazing. I often thought that, a black hole, no light could escape a black hole, and I thought that light has to go somewhere, so couldn't it be that where it comes out would be a sun on the backside of it?
Absolutely. And you know how they can fly down it? You know how they fly down the Einstein-Rosen bridge, which bends light that we can't see it?
How would they do it?
They have singularity, a black hole at the center of their propulsion system. So that gives them the power to deflect the black hole's influence on their gravitational field. So they're basically in zero inertia. Can fly anywhere they want. They fly right down the middle of it and not get pulled into it. They have singularity. Wow. They have to have that kind of power. They'd have to generate a black hole. A man-made black hole could generate tremendous amounts of power.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? Wow.
I know. The CERN particle accelerator. I read an experiment where they took a basketball and they threw it in there and they turned on the repulsive energy so it would float in the middle of the tunnel, with a magnetic repulsive field that they run atoms down and crash them into it. And they turned the power up on it and crushed that basketball to the size of a hydrogen atom.
Oh, wow.
Now think about that kind of power.
Jeez.
If we have out there, I think it's in Arizona is where the CERN particle accelerator is. I've always wanted to go visit it, but it's only open to scientists, and but that's just human beings are at that level. We're getting close, and the aliens, I said, why don't you guys just land on the White House lawn? Because they said we find them ugly. They find us ugly because of our attitudes and hate and war.
Mm-hmm.
and that we're not good stewards of our planet. We're polluting it.
That's right.
Every one of us, you to hear my voice, you should do what I'm doing and recycle paper, plastic, quit using, killing all the trees. They're making all the oxygen for us.
Absolutely.
And quit killing the ocean. That's making the oxygen. We need to quit overfishing the ocean and putting our poisons in there. And we're huge heaps of trash and nuclear material going to these dump sites. One day that's going to have to be subdivisions for our grandkids and great grandkids. You know, they'll be living over the top of a trash heap. The whole earth will be just a big trash heap.
Guy, the thorium engines that they came up with a long time ago, didn't they have like a thorium reactor that didn't give off any nuclear?
Yeah. Good thing you mentioned that. The CERN particle accelerator, you can build one. I actually designed one to where I didn't think it out and create it, but after that, David, what's his name, created a thorium reactor, I made some modifications to it. I said, why don't you make a thorium, which is a fission containment. He made it into a ball. You can make it into a tube using wiring, electromagnetic wiring, and you would need ceramics created to withstand, incredible heat. But you can't contain a fission or fusion reaction like what Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island think they can build something and then create a fission reaction in there and have it and have water, a heavy water to try and buffer it from cracking the walls. What you need is like what the CERN particle accelerator will hold it out in the middle and crush it. You crush a basketball to the size of a hydrogen atom. You can crush a fusion reaction to about a foot in diameter in one of these particle accelerators in repulsive mode. It's just a big electromagnetic transformer wired in reverse. And on the plate current in the energy sending into it, instead of 990 minus volts like on a ham radio, I saw a way where you could reverse that and have 990 positive volts at the diode bridge and be able to transmit on the 500, every 500 kcs, there's a 50 kc birdie in frequencies. But that birdie sucks up all the signal because it's anti-frequency, subspace. Well, if you could make a positive plate current, you could transmit in there. I don't know how you'd learn to receive in there, though, but you can at least send a message into that subspace. I think thoughts like that. Well, anyway, in the CERN particle accelerator, make it like a big, the first part of it round, but make it like a tube, like a straw, or a kind of rounded on one end but open on the other end. And you could do 2 particle accelerators, one where the thorium, which is atomic number is 90, it's a salt that is a metallic salt. It's at 6 Kelvin, 6 million degrees. You need a high-powered laser like the Star Wars laser, 600 microkelvin, I think is what they call it, and beam it in there on the thorium, and it causes fusion. But you can turn the laser off and the fusion will go off. It's not true fusion. That's why they used it to help start a nuclear, device like plutonium, a weapons-grade plutonium U-238, or americium is atomic number 95. It had America's name on it, and they didn't want that, so they called it the A-bomb. The A for atom. But the americium bomb originally was americium with an A with America's name in it. Nobody knows that either. But anyway, the thorium, you could hit it with lasers through the electromagnetic containment field. It caused a type of fusion that would give you tremendous power, and it'd have tremendous exhaust properties, and you could have the butt end of the tube open, reduce its power, but keep it tunneled so that it would release the exhaust out the end without touching any ceramics or something, and spit out all of those ions, and you could use it as a rocket engine that could get up to about 3/4 the speed of light.
Oh man! Wow!
And have that for a rocket engine, and actually power it and turn it up and down. When you needed less rocket fuel, you just turn the lasers down a little bit. You could even have another tube on the front of it and turn the tube on the butt end up high powered and reduce the tube that's in the front part, so you could slow the daggone ship down when you're approaching Mars or whatever, And so you could use, and you could steer it even with electromagnetics, so you could turn left or turn right like a rudder on a ship,
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people aren't thinking like this. I don't know if our military's experimented with a thorium reactor like that, but I sent in a lot of my ideals to Bigelow Aerospace, and some of them I even ordered in 1973. I ordered carbon charged particle silicon rubber. I was 16 years old and ordered sheets. It was like $454 for a 1 foot by 1 foot, about a half-inch thick of carbon charged particle silicon rubber from NASA, because I wanted to build a electronic drum set that had pressure sensitivity, and I also was building a set of scales that didn't use any springs. You just stepped on it. When you crushed the carbon, you got different readings in resistance, and that resistance could be brought into controlling sensors, kind of like light sensors, only you were using resistor sensors for volume or even triggering a sound or something. I was building the first Roland Octopad. It didn't come out till 1978. I was trying to design it in 1973. I was 16 years old, and I built the Orguitar as a picture of that keyboard. That's me standing there with blonde hair, and I built that keyboard, and I get praised by guitar players to this day. They're going like, "Oh my God, that was so awesome!" There wasn't even a guitar built till about like 1977, 78 when the Moog Liberation came out. I got one of them too, but I built my guitar in 73 when all there was guys like what's his name, Johnny Winter and some of them. Frankenstein, he butchered a Moog synthesizer and just wore the keyboard around his neck with a big military cord plug running it. He couldn't change any of the parameters. The synthesizer was still, its brains were on sitting on a stand. He was just playing the keyboard. But I brought the whole synthesizer around your neck, lightweight, everything. Even modified the filters and talked with Bob Moog and met him, and Tommy Oberheim. I talked to him on the phone on how to make a 4-pole and ladder filter. Bob Moog showed me how to make a Thurman and a hand capacitor, and I pieced it all together, used a 2x4 and hand whittled it into a guitar neck and drilled a hole all the way down in shop class for my dowel pin to hold the synthesizer to the keyboard. It took me like 8 months to build this thing, and you could walk down the street. It was battery operated and had a speaker in it. And I could go down the street playing it, with all this wild synthesizer stuff. Nobody ever seen anything like that,
Have you ever played a Moog, like a vocoder?
What is that? Say it again.
Have you ever played a vocoder or like a Moog?
I own a vocoder.
Oh, man, I think they have the best sound ever.
Well, the best vocoder on the market that I ever heard was the Roland vocoder. I sold it years ago. I only give $175 for it, and a guy bought it over in France for $640 on eBay. And I got a TC Helicon, and that's what I use. And I can do 5-part harmonies. I could be singing, have you heard about, and every key that I play on the keyboard, it'll operate that pitch in MIDI and give me my voice in other keys in real time. And so if I want a 3-part harmony, I can do my voice in 2 notes. If I want 5 people singing, my voice and 4 other voices, it'll do 5-part harmonies. It's the most awesome, and every word is so clear and pronounced. TC Helicon. I'm looking at it right now.
TC Helicon.
Yeah, if you wanted the most awesome bullhorn, and it has other effects that are just incredible. I used to, I'd make recordings with it, and I'd be on the CB radio talking to the truckers going down the road to Indianapolis to a gig, and I'd have a recording that I made. It'd come on and it'd say, "This is Rubon from the planet Eldor. I'm flying about 400 feet above the surface of I-70. Can anybody tell me where 465 is?" Like that. And then I'd use a keyboard, one of them little Yamahas that had reverse, and I could hit record, and I could play my voice at a lot higher speed, and it would stutter. And I'd come in there and go, you, and say, this is Rubon from the planet Eldar. And then I'd hit a space noise go, and I had truckers come on there, and all I had was like a $15 tape recorder and that $10 keyboard. They'd say, "Listen to that guy, man. He must have $100,000 worth of effects processors built into his truck." I stood it with about $40 worth of equipment. They were freaking out. I even had K-beeps on my microphone with the echo on it, just to add extra,
How awesome.
And it sounded like somebody from Flying Saucer talking on the radio. It did. They were so impressed. I had people come back and was like, "Oh my God," they wanted to meet me so they could steal my ideas. I'd say, "No, I can't do that." That was for me and me alone. That's when I had ego. But it's fun to reflect back on them days. But, I think that the ghosts of Greencastle, when I looked at her house all torn down, and there I had a nice home and everything, and my attention I got her house torn down because the farmer didn't want all the people trespassing on the property trying to get another ghost picture. They were coming in from Japan and China and everywhere, flying in to get just to traipse around that property. It was all marked, no trespassing. And he got tired of all the people because somebody fell, was up in that upstairs where the ceiling or the top floor was caving in and got hurt and suing. So he went over and pushed the whole house down with a backhoe.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Clodfelder was his name.
Did you have
At first I was mad at him, and then I seen why he did it. I understand.
Did you have permission to go in there? Did you go and talk to him?
No, I went in there, me and Terry, and the Sheets brothers, without permission. We didn't know who owned the property, and it had been abandoned. It wasn't even wired for electricity or plumbing. It was that old. And there's still a room over there. I was in the room. I looked in the room through a hole in the wall that's bricked up, and there's just one brick missing, and I put the brick back up there. But down in the ground, in the basement area, there's this brick wall. It's still there. You take the brick out and look in there with a flashlight. There's this huge room in there with a well in the middle of the room. That's where they got their well water.
Oh, wow.
There's the well room. And I've always been told by this feeling I get that there's a fortune in silver stuck down in that well where they kept their money down there. Wow. And that if I was to do a water test for silver, nitrate, that it'd be real high, showing that it's there if I ever went back and crawled into that well room. And the whole ceiling was all bricks, like they had built a dome and then laid brick with mortar over it, and then the dome took the dome out. It's this weird. It's about 12, 15 feet diameter. Oh,
wow.
And it's still there. I could send you a picture of it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I like stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know about the tunnel systems in Terre Haute under the city? I assume. I've heard of people. I've had two different people tell me that they've been in them, and the one person told me that there were rooms off to the right and the left of these tunnels that he said he went in one of the rooms and it had Indian pottery in it, and it had he found a bow and arrow. Him and his brothers found a bow and arrow that had flint tips on the arrows, like they were like real old, like it had been made by Indians. They took it out, strung it up, and was playing with it in the yard, and the mom got mad and made him take it back.
Oh, yeah. I had a ghost haunt me so bad because I was at a graveyard there in Rosedale by the Bedford Stone house where we live.
Mm-hmm.
And across the field, there was this old number 12 graveyard. It was a graveyard for all the people that died in the old number 12 mine, which my grandfather worked in way back. And he had a mule, They brought it up out of the ground, pulled up a mule. And I got a picture of him standing there with that mule at that old number 12 mine. Anyway, across the field from the old number 12, there was a graveyard there. And I was back there mushroom hunting one day with my brother and my mom. And we were going through the graveyard park. There's a lot of mushrooms in there. And I looked in there. Groundhog had dug out a grave and emptied it all out. And there was bones laying around there. And there was a gold watch. An old railroaders type looking gold watch, a pocket watch. And I saw that and I picked it up and I put it in my pocket and we picked mushrooms. I went home and I kept it there by the bed, was looking at it and I was like, I didn't even really think about gold. I just thought it was cool. It was an old watch. It didn't work. Mm-hmm. But all of a sudden stuff started moving around the house and there was my sister saw a face appear in the mirror in her bathroom, went screaming, running out of there. Some ghost looking at her from in the mirror. And then one night we were sitting there watching Sammy Terry Nightmare Theater in the front living room where the fireplace was, and TV was right there in the front bay window. And out of the wall comes this woman and a little girl floated out of the wall. They looked around, they looked at us, and they hurried across the floor right into the fireplace.
Oh, wow.
I was like, and we all sit there and looked at each other, and just was like, oh my God. And Lana said, that's the babysitter that showed up in the window. Well, anyway, this gold pocket watch, there was other things that I'd feel something touch me when I was sleeping. It would breathe on my neck or something, wake me up in a cold sweat. And finally, I had enough. I said, ever since I brought that watch home, something's haunting me. So I took it back and threw it back in that grave and covered that grave up. I remember the grave name, Father William S. Kilburn. Wow. It's in the center of that old grave there up in Rosedale, up the West Hill. And it's two giant evergreens. They're over 100 feet tall, growing right up out of a grave in the middle of that graveyard. It's that old. Father William S. Kilburn was the youngest stone enter, 1906.
Wow. And
my sister still was seeing the babysitter, and so we asked Mom and Dad about it. And because one time Lana freaked out seeing it in her mirror again so bad that she ran out and jumped in the old Ford Falcon and grabbed me and my brother, threw us in the car, and drove to my grandma's house, and she didn't even have her glasses on. We were crashing into everything going down Highway 41. She was running over signs and everything else. Finally, we made it down to Seaburger Avenue all the way from Rosedale. Anyway, later I asked my dad about it, years later. And he finally admitted, he said, yeah, when we were cutting the footer for that Pepperstone house, we shaved off the top of two coffins. One was a woman and one was a little girl, skeletons.
Oh, man.
And they didn't report it because he wanted that property. He bought the property, paid for it. It was right next to a beautiful monster oak tree. It was the biggest male oak tree in Indiana. It was, this thing was huge. You could run down the limbs.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, Dad and Norval Blankenship used a backhoe, and they dug out them graves, undisturbed. I mean, they got under them and made sure they didn't tear up anything. They used the backhoe first to build two new graves over by the edge of the holler, made them nice and deep, and they took the backhoe over and lowered down what was left of them old wooden coffins and their bones and dropped them in each hole and covered them up. There was no markers, but they used to use big oak trees for markers for graves,
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, they covered them all up. Never told Mom, never told nobody. Built the house anyway. But later, the ghost thing got so bad that Dad said that he'd done an awful thing. Later, that is why, because Mom and Dad started seeing the ghost, they even named it the babysitter because it always showed up most of the time when they were gone. And so we sold the house and moved out of there.
Oh, wow.
And when he built another new home and we moved into it, but he made sure he didn't shave off no coffin tops. But anyway, I went up there recently within the last 2 years, and the new owners were, they had a Polish name. And one of them saw me out there in the driveway, and I was going to go over to the graveyard, take some pictures. And they walked out and said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I'm filming over here, and the field's too muddy to drive back there through the other way. And I want to know if it's okay if I just walk through there." And they said, "Sure, don't have no problem with that." And I said, "Yeah, my dad built that house." They said, "Really?" And after I came back, the lady met me out there by the car. She saw me coming back after me and Terry filmed, and she said, "I want to ask you a question. You say you used to live here?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Did you filmed ghosts? Did you ever see any ghosts in this house?" And I said, "Why? Do you see ghosts of a little woman and a woman and a little child?" And she looked at me and went white as a ghost herself. And she said, "Okay, I don't want to talk about it no more." That's what she said. She turned and walked away from me. I was like, "Well, they're haunting her too."
Oh,
So,
man.
yeah, their graves were disturbed. So never disturb a grave or take anything from one, because most ghost people that died, they're real adamant about their place where they're resting, and the material possessions that they held dear to them they're still. That's why I think I want to be cremated, because I don't. If I become a ghost and stick my head down in the grave to see, hoping that my rotting corpse might come back to life, which it ain't going to happen, it would only give me false hope. Yeah. I think that's why the Indians and even in the old days back in Rome and stuff, they used to burn their dead. You know,
like the Vikings, the Viking
and
burials.
put coins on their eyes when they were cremating them, and the Indians believed to cremate the body, and because it helped release the spirit to go on to the other side rather than hang around. That makes sense to me too.
Yes.
I can't say for sure that's what happens, but I'm just saying I kind of weigh things out and look things over and how it must have happened or what's going on. That's a mechanical engineering type mind. I mean, you have to 1 + 1. You got to always know what the answer is.
Yes.
And if you can't get it, you can tap it. Everybody can do this. They can all tap. You're supposed to all get online, meditate, pray for it, tarry for it. Is the word. It's a type of praying. And tarry for knowledge. And when you tap into this knowledge, you can become a photonic compendium over time. But know this, there's so much knowledge on there, even though I describe what I've taught you as just a little ice cube sticking up out of the water, and there's a 5-mile iceberg that's in my head that I could talk about for hours is under the water. That's only not even a small ice cube compared to what still is there to learn. But so far over my pay grade, it's beyond quantum physics and quantum mechanics. It's literally like magic.
Is like astral projection? Is that is that where you're kind of getting close to be able to do that, to get to the, or is that something totally different?
Now, astral projection, I believe, I don't know for sure, but I've done it myself. I had one experience with it where I stood up out of bed. I looked back, and there was my body laying there, and there was my wife. And I was like, "Oh my God, how am I going to get back?" But then I went through the wall, right through the window, and stood there half in and half out of the window. The glass was literally through my body.
Wow.
And held my arms out, and my lungs felt real lightweight. And I fell forward real lightly, like I was going to fall over, and I just started flying. And I flew across the ground for a little bit, and then I did a couple loop-de-loops over a telephone or a high-powered line.
Oh, wow.
And then I flew around the neighborhood, and I came back to the very spot where I went through the wall, and I walked back through the wall, and I sit down right in my lap of my body. And I looked around, I looked at my hands, and I was like like just a real dim holographic projection of what I should have been.
And you could see through it, couldn't you?
Yeah, and I laid back into my body, and I closed my eyes and waited for a little bit, and then finally I opened my eyes, I sit up, and I was back in my body. I never went to sleep or anything, but I just woke my body back up, and I sit up, and I was like, wow. I don't think I ever want to do that again.
Did you feel like you were vibrating when you came back out of it? The reason why I'm asking is...
I felt like my whole body felt like how your arm feels like when you go to sleep.
Like tingling.
Yeah, it was like a tingle, like your blood wasn't circulating right or something.
I had that happen to me, and then I saw a video where this guy took a tuning fork and he hit the tuning fork, and then the tuning fork, like it's a solid object, so when you hit it and the vibration starts, it makes a secondary image of itself. And I kind of felt like that's what had happened to me, that I was vibrating at a different frequency, that somehow it pulled that, I don't know if you want to call it your consciousness or spirit or what, but I came out of my body. I had, I was fully conscious and awake, and I was looking around, and I could see everything. At one point, I thought to myself, I can see myself, and I looked down, and I tried to grab my hands, and I could feel my hands, but I could see through myself. And then around the edges of my body, I could see a golden light. Not a real bright light, but just a light golden color around the edge of my body.
Well, I saw a Corellian photograph of a guy that had his arm chopped off, and they took a picture of his arm, and there was energy still there out, looking kind of like a hand. It wasn't really fully formed, but it was enough you could see that the energy of his hand was still there.
Wow.
Yeah, that's on Corellian photography. You can get on Google and look that up and see it.
Yeah, I was actually looking that up last week. I was telling David about it, and I said if you could get one of those cameras and go out in the woods and take pictures, you might be able to pick some kind of beings
up. Well, here's what I believe. The spirit or soul or whatever you are, that's a spirit having a flesh encounter, an experience here on Earth. But your spirit has a frequency. I don't know what that frequency is. I'm sure it's above the gamma frequency range, or it could be below the alpha frequency range. Who knows where it's at? I don't know anybody that can measure it. But it does have frequency, because I read in the Edgar Casey, one of his Edgar Casey books, I was talking about the human soul, and it said that a nuclear bomb could even destroy the soul, and not only destroy your body, it could destroy your soul completely. So the only way that it could do that is if the nuclear bomb could actually go in and have interference in the fourth dimension and literally
wipe you out
the energy of your coherent, cohesive soul or Corellian energy. It could distort it or destroy it or disintegrate it to the point where you could even lose that too.
Oh, Lord.
That's written. I read that.
Yes.
I remember all of Nostradamus, all of the Edgar Casey, St. Malachi, all of them. I have them all memorized in my head.
You mentioned the name of Michael Gordon Scallion. And he's got a map of the United States where it shows.
I sent that to you. Yeah.
Yeah, where it splits.
Well, here's what's going to happen. That's going to happen March 14th, 2023. We got about 1 year and 14 days to go or so, whatever.
Are we in a bad spot?
If the magnetic field, the North Pole, keeps wandering toward Siberia at 5,500 kilometers a year, by next year, it will be at 40 degrees perigee, which is where a bar magnet flips. The poles could flip. I'm not saying that date is a prophecy, but that's what it lands on. I did the calculations of how many degrees would change in a time period, and that's about where it comes out, about the middle of March next year, if it doesn't stop. And 6 south poles have appeared miraculously here recently in the southern hemisphere, not just 1, but 6. So something's going on with the Earth.
Now, Guy, I didn't mean to cut you off, but what my question is, we have a north and south pole, and then do we have an east and a west pole as well? And if the Earth has changed over time, could there be different areas of the Earth where there would have been magnetic poles that say, like, and the reason why I'm asking this is like places like the Bermuda Triangle where there's anomalous activities, geo where it messes with the magnetic compasses and stuff. Could those have been magnetic norths or south at one time, and it has like a leftover signature to it?
Well, here's the thing. If you look at the sun, and when you see a sunspot, it's a hole, like a sinkhole.
Okay.
It isn't something floating on the surface. It is literally like a sinkhole. If the sun was solid and you stepped into a black hole, you'd fall, or, sunspot, you'd fall down into it because it's an exhaust pipe. Well, there are field lines that hold the Earth in its orbit around the sun. Why doesn't the Earth fly off into outer space or fall into the sun? Why is the moon always in tidal lock with the one side facing the Earth? And if you look at my pan water experiment and the vibrations, it's all because of the sun. These planets are the sun's children, and they're connected through wormholes or Einstein-Rosen bridges are holding the Earth out there, guiding the Earth around, and the Earth's riding around on this magnetic field line. If you got out there and was a big giant and pushed the Earth 50,000 miles out of its orbit, made it go toward Mars a little more, it wobbled back and forth till it got back into the valley of the magnetic field line and right itself. Well, the Earth, in the center of the Earth, has its spin. And if you ever look at the spin of the Earth, what's weird is it's spinning. The Earth is 24,000 miles in diameter and it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, so it makes it a 24-hour day. But the spin of the magnet is spinning underneath faster, but equaling kind of like you got a blender in a parfait sundae, and you're spinning real fast in the center. The outside spinning about a fourth the speed. You know what I mean, on the edges.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, or a mixer of any kind. Well, that's what's going on, and the spin that the rotation of the magnet in the center of the Earth is getting is connected to the sun, which is connected to the black hole. So the black hole's spin is spinning the event horizon, causing the sun to be an exhaust pipe. But from there, it's branching out to all the planets, holding them in a magnetic field line and causing their spin. Everybody's always wondered, why does the magnet of the Earth continue to spin? Why don't it slow down? It's because it's getting its spin from the sun, which is getting its spin from the event horizon from the black hole. The black hole is the mother to everything in the solar system. And the big mother is the giant dark matter black hole that's at the center of the universe. They're all connected.
So like nerve nodes, kind of like, and like synapses in your brain, kind of like that? Maybe?
No, like a giant tornado.
Okay.
If you ever seen a big tornado, there's little tiny tornadoes that orbit it. And they're all getting their same spin from the same draft that's making the big ones.
Wow.
Yeah, they're all spinning. And the Earth's spinning at the same speed, rotation, everything. Now, if the Earth flips her magnetic poles, that spin is going to get disrupted. And it could cause an ice age, could cause our geomagnetic field to weaken, and the sun would pulverize the surface of the Earth with all kinds of solar wind and gamma radiation. And that, because the electromagnetic field is what protects the Earth from the sun. So, and it's happened before. They've actually monitored. Now, the last pole shift was at 362 feet. that's where the ocean was at this level right around Rockville. Because I went going down Midway Hill. I stopped the car, walked over to the limestone wall, and seen the last layer of limestone, and took my altimeter on my cell phone and measured its height. So that's how high the water will be. If you're in Brazil, Indiana, and you live down in the valley, you better hold up an altimeter. You can download a free altimeter, by the way, as an app for your phone, and stand there and look where you're living. Is it above 362 feet? Because if it ain't, if the Earth shifts her poles, the shoreline Pacific Ocean will come into Lincoln, Nebraska, is what Edgar Casey wrote. So the Gordon Michael Scallion, he said about 362 feet it'll come in. We'll lose all of Florida, all of Death Valley, and most of Texas, and all that will all go underwater. The Wabash River, all Terre Haute gone, all Clinton gone. The Wabash River's banks will be at Midway, and on the other side, where you climb up the hill to go to Dana, they're up that one hill where the hog farm is, and they're all at 362 feet was the last layer of limestone. So that's how deep the water will be. It says the Wabash River, well, they wrote about the Wabash and Mississippi River would be like 180 miles wide when the poles split.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah,
Did,
if you got a chance to buy a piece of property above that, get up on high ground, go north of Brazil, get up around that high plateau up there where Park County starts, up there.
How we're over around well, it would be kind of like Center Point area. Would that be high enough or not high enough?
No, actually, Center Point will probably be a valley of water going down to submerged Brazil and Greencastle.
Okay.
Yeah. But do a check with, I'm not sure how high that is over there, but download an altimeter. I got one on my phone.
Okay.
I'm constantly checking. We're at, here in Rockville on a very high hill, and I chose it on purpose to build our house here. And we're at 705 feet.
Okay.
I even planned on, if a big tidal wave comes in for some reason, the best place to be is either at the top of the courthouse or in the water tower itself would survive a tidal wave.
Inside the water tower.
Yeah, so I'd climb the water tower, but that'd be dangerous getting up that ladder. I'd probably go up the courthouse, getting a crow's tower up there would be, I don't know how big a tidal wave, but we're, I believe it's 464 miles from North Carolina coastline. A tidal wave would be dissipated long before it got here. But there's been tidal waves that wiped out whole coastlines. A big slide in Hawaii back years ago brought a tidal wave all the way into Oregon and wiped out the entire coastline. This wave came in, was 107 feet high.
Oh my gosh! And that was in Oregon.
Yeah, that's why they found seahorses in lakes that were 700-800 feet above sea level, up in lakes and mountains in that area, because the ocean washed them all up there and they survived.
Wow.
Yeah, you can get on Google and get that information too. Seahorses in high lakes, and how did they get there?
That is amazing.
Well, there's so much knowledge. I mean,
oh yeah.
But to absorb it all, you have to embrace your mind to be absorbable of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's running around with signs that says fake news, fake this. Too many young people, they think they know it all. I've tried to talk to teenagers and get them to quit drinking diet drinks. And they're like, I ain't listening to you. I'm listening to my peers that are running around with their cell phone, their whole life's on Twitter or Facebook.
Yeah, absolutely.
And false information everywhere. I mean, we live in a world of turmoil, and there's no education at all about micronutrition and symbiotic relationship with your mind's ability to absorb an education anywhere in the educational system or the judiciary system. Nobody's vowing for more information to make our children healthy or how to get ahead. I think the Japanese and Chinese were ahead because they don't eat near the type of proteins we're eating that are infected with all these chemicals. And the corn, they eat rice.
How do we how do we go against this, guy? I mean, the Monsanto's and them, that have made these genetically modified crops, they're just taking over everything. How do we fight against this? I know that we can make our own gardens and stuff, but
What you're doing right here, your show
information.
will go viral. Yeah, for your show to
we
be
went
picked
to
up by
the
someone else.
we went to the truckers convoy thing yesterday. They met in Monrovia. Do you know about the truckers convoy?
Absolutely. I followed all that. That Black Lives Matter.
We went there yesterday and met with them in Monrovia, and a Polish guy got up and spoke. And what this Polish guy basically told us was, what makes us powerful is that we speak to each other. He said in those other countries, they're afraid to speak to each other because they, like in Poland where he lived, he said 1 out of every third person's going to basically turn you into the authorities for what you say. So he said we didn't talk to strangers. And he thought it was weird when he came here that people were friendly and wanted to talk to him. And
there's one thing you need to know is never underestimate the ruthlessness of our CIA.
You're absolutely right.
To disrupt those truckers, you know what they could do, and probably will do it? They could take and spray, go right down the road in front of them, wherever they're moving to disrupt them, and just spray anthrax out their back of their car, out the trunk, and every trucker would inhale that in their ventilation system going down the road, and they start pulling over, getting real sick, and would completely disrupt them. Kind of why they use COVID-19 to disrupt all of the Black Lives Matter and all of the protest groups. They're all caved in. They all, I'm not going to go to Black Lives Matter because I'm afraid I'm going to get sick, get COVID, and die. Well, imagine the truckers getting a whiff of anthrax and start getting sick. They'd all disband and break up. Don't underestimate the CIA.
No.
Evil, ruthless. They killed all them people in them towers. That was all CGI. And detonations. That third building went down with controlled detonations. There was no jet hit that. And yet we can all complain all we want, and they compartmentalize us. How many people can any average person reach on Facebook? They might know 200, but they can only reach about 25 at a time. They keep you segregated and separated to control you.
Absolutely. Good.
Right.
Yeah. It's divide and conquer. And then
our government is mentioned in the Bible.
Is it the Whore of Babylon?
With lamb-like horns. We claim to be the lamb of the Lamb, Christian, but we speak like a dragon. Yeah. Meaning we will terrorize the whole world and make them conform because of the one world government. And that there's a government even above our government. Our government is only a puppet government. I mean, look at Biden. He literally reads from a teleprompter, and you know Nancy Pelosi's back there controlling the strings, and somebody's controlling her. It goes on up to how far and how evil could they be. Look how they attacked Trump. Everything they could throw at him. Even now, they don't want him to rerun. They're attacking him some more.
Have you heard of the second species that's supposed to be on the Earth? And I've just watched the video. I watched it a long time ago, but I just rewatched it. This lady named Karen Hudas. She was had something to do with the I think it was the world banking system. Anyway, she kind of spilled the beans, and she said there is a species here on Earth called Homo capensis. And she said, we know that Akhenaten, the Egyptian, was actually Moses. And they have an elongated skulls, these Homo capensis. And she said, those are the ones that are in control of the banking here, and they're the ones that are making the decisions behind the scenes. And she said they are not human beings, that they are what she called them was a critter. And she said,
well, the Akhenaten are only just one of 158 species that visit the Earth regularly. And when you see a UFO in the sky, you're looking at a bunch of college students in there on a field trip. They're flying, and they don't live on another planet. They live in space stations that can fly beyond the speed of light, way beyond the speed of light. And their whole space stations, the inside of them looked like an inverted Earth with living quarters and everything, and huge field areas. And Admiral Byrd had described one and seen one, that the Earth is hollowed out.
I was going to ask you about that.
And he described it just like that. And I'm sure the moon's like that. They crashed stuff into the moon and it rang like a bell for hours. It's hollow.
So that means it's hollow. So do you think that there's land mass and oceans on the interior of the Earth just as there is on the outside?
Oh, yeah. Where do you think all the water came from to flood the Earth? And Noah. The deep waters of the Earth were all pushed up. And if somebody's got some kind of station, a space station that's inside the planet Earth that they built, sure, they'd have a way to protect it from flooding with their plasma energy, and they could turn that plasma energy on and push the water out of the center of the areas and flood the Earth if they wanted to.
Have you heard of the cauldrons in Russia that they supposedly come up out of this bog like a swamp or a bog type thing, and these cauldrons will come up out of the bog or marshes, and they'll appear and then like shoot meteors out of the sky, and then they'll go back down into the bogs. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, oh yeah, the peat bogs.
That's almost like something ancient. That's like something ancient put those there to protect the planet.
Well, remember this. There has never been a beginning, and there'll never be an end to the breathing. I call it breathing. It's like when you ignite a match and it burns and then it goes out and smoke coalesces back together and recreates the match, and then finally all the weight and everything will ignite it again. The match keeps burning and burning out, burning and burning out. Exhale, inhale. And it's been going on for trillions of years. So there are beings out there that survived this. There are beings that had technology beyond where we're at, that were out in space when the entire known universe had burnt out and not a star in the sky, and they were all falling back into the great black hole. And they survived it, their species, and just kept going and going and going. There's no end to them. And we might be visited. They might even be controlling the aliens that are visiting us. They might have powers are evolved to the point where they're pure energy. And I think that I've seen one of these beings and filmed it, that it was completely pure energy, and that they have no need for physical bodies, and their technologies are so advanced that they could snap their fingers and make the moon disappear if they wanted to. There's a show about this called Forbidden Planet. The Krell,
yes,
where they expanded their mind so much and built a machine so powerful it could project matter at any place on the planet in any form that they wished. And of course, the id got them, the monsters of the id. But what if there's beings that could turn energy into matter, and that they are pure energy themselves, and they're Q, in Star Trek kind of thing?
Yes,
that's a possibility. I mean, don't underestimate what the universe what could be out there. I mean, man's puny imagination couldn't imagine that until Gene Roddenberry and some of these other writers come along and would think up something like that. But these beings, I've seen what some of them can do. Actually, I'm in contact with one. I call him God the Father, who sent Jesus to die on that cross. And that blood on that robe was there on account of me. But when I talk to Jesus, I thank him. But when I talk, I roll down my window of my car, or I'm standing at the Mansfield Church late at night with two pennies heads up on the steps. And I look up and I never pray for anything. All I do is say, thank you, Father, for loving me, for giving me a chance, and to educate me, and so that I can come home and that you'd be proud of me. And I'm not asking for nothing. You've already gave me more than I ever deserved, and more than my heart would ever desire. But I've learned humility and kill that ego and not rely on material possession to aid my psychological sense of well-being. And I'll defend your name, no matter, even if it's at a poker table with some friends and somebody uses a GD word, I'll stand up and say, that stops right here. That my Father in heaven is very precious to me, and I'm not going to let you sit here and slander him in my presence without me defending him. I've done that many times. There's not a person at the Eagles or in Clinton will use the GD word anymore.
Well, good,
anyway,
Guy.
When I pray like that, he hears me. I know he does.
Yes, he does.
I would hear me. If I was God and some man like me with a big heart was saying a prayer, not asking for nothing, just telling me that he loved me and that he's not asking for nothing, I would turn around at all the noisy people in heaven and I'd go, shh, I want to hear this. Listen to this. This is how I like people to pray to me. They're not asking for nothing. They just tell me they love me and respect me. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take 1,000 angels, 1,000 of you spiritual beings, and I'm going to send them down there around him. And anything that he wishes, a happy marriage, a wonderful business, enough money to pay all the bills and never have no worry, anything he wants, knowledge, anything, I want him to know that it's me to give it to him because he didn't ask. I know what he wants, but he didn't ask me for it. That's why I'm giving it to him. And I literally have everything I would ever want or ever wished for, and then some. And I know he gave it all to me. Everything.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. And all you got to do is get rid of the sin in your life. Quit lying. And quit fooling yourself. He's never asked me to quit playing poker with him, guys, because I get a witness to him. I've had many of them come up and say, I'm getting a divorce. What was you saying about that powerful insight? I take it back off the side, not embarrass him in front of everybody. I got one big guy named Frank. I hope he hears this show. He weighs about 450 pounds, and he's had some heart trouble. And he came to me out of, because hearing me talk, and now I'm coaching him. I'm his health coach. I'm giving him a Miracle Heart formula. I even buy it for him. And all the things that make him better. And he's lost 38 pounds so far. He says he feels a lot better. He quit drinking pop. And quit eating yeast bread. Now, my bread in my pizza shop has no yeast in it, and it's totally healthy. There's no GMO, no chemicals, no anhydrous ammonia because it's grown by the Amish.
Hey, Guy, where's that located at? Because I'd like to go there and eat there.
Well, it's called Charlie's Pizza. I named it after my insurance man.
Charlie's Pizza. And is that?
And it's at 71 and 36. I'm not trying to do this for any business, but I do.
You can.
If you come in there, here's what I do. Everybody comes to me, and they've never tried my pizza. I always give them the first one on the house because I tell them, once you eat one of my pizzas, your body is going to talk to you and say, wow, we need more of that to feel better.
Oh, yeah.
I call it manna. Because if I was God himself, and God has let me get in his seat many times on many decisions concerning people's health and life, I feel him behind me, puts his hands on my shoulders mentally, and he says, okay, I'm going to let you call this one, being that I've been training you and teaching you, so I'm going to back you up. But I want you to know I'm behind you, so whatever decision you make, I want you to think about that if you do the right one, I'm going to be proud of you. So that's how I feel it. And I tell people, I say, you know what, I'm going to health coach you for free, tell you what you need to be healthy. And if I was God himself and Moses was bringing my people out of Israel, and they're out there in the Sinai Desert, and they're all hungry, what could I rain down on them to eat that'd be a perfect food? It'd be GMO free, give you all your bread without yeast, it'd be leavened bread. It'd give you all your meats without all the anhydrous ammonia and all that stuff in the grain. It give you all of the cheeses and milks, and it give you all the fresh vegetables that would all be fresh. What would it be? Charlie's Pizza. That is manna from heaven. That give you all four food groups and make you healthy eating it. And that's why we don't even advertise, and we have more business than we can handle.
Oh, my. I'm going to check it out, definitely, because I'm on a diet and I need something good.
Yeah, but one day, I'm sure the Almighty's going to send somebody to my door and say, we want to franchise your whole ideal and concept and your name and spread that all over the whole country, because people are becoming health conscious now.
Yes,
more
they
and more
are.
every day. Look at Fresh Time,
Mm-hmm.
places like that popping up, selling health food. People want health.
And
They don't want to die early.
You got
They
that
don't want
right.
to eat poisoned food. And, all these corn chips, everything with corn in it that's manufactured, all your bugles and all that stuff, it's all got that chemicals in it. And your body pretty soon, even the cat food, full of that corn that comes out of these fields with all this poison on it. My Siamese cat and even my little dogs will try and eat that. If they try and eat certain brands that got made from corn, they throw it up.
Hey, our cats do the same thing. When we give them, it's called Taste of the Wild, and it's all made with filtered water and
natural, yeah.
venison and salmon.
You know what I do? I got 2 little doggies that are 4 pounds and about a 5-pound Siamese cat. They eat right with us. Whatever we're having, that's what they have, because it's all health food. And I even got a little, a large Doppler, or what do you call it? Anyway, I fill it full of distilled water. I put a multivitamin with iron, some extra B vitamins, and some zinc in there, and dilute it a little bit. And I give them all a squirt in the mouth where they get to eat, so they get their vitamins, and then they get their food.
Cool.
And I spend, when we go get like steaks or something, we get it like Fox's grocery store there in North Carolina, because they're locally grown and GMO-free grain.
Fox's grocery store.
Yeah, that's the best meat in the whole area.
I'll remember
Don't
that.
get any factory farm stuff that comes in like Tyson and all that garbage that they grow from chickens that don't even have beaks and stuff. I'd never eat that poison.
Oh, my.
But anyway, the little animals, they eat right off the table, and the cats that are outdoors, they get the scraps of all that, and they eat good too, and they're all super healthy. Not one of them sick, nothing, and they get the vitamins. Their coats are all real thick, healthy. And I experimented with vitamins on a hamster one time, and he lived to be 7.5 years old. He should have lived about 2 years, 2, 3 years, 2.5 years.
You like tripled his lifespan.
I gave him all the multivitamins, everything that I was taking. And this hamster, he outlived all the hamsters from the cage he came from, and even outlived their grandkids.
Wow.
And he was old. I called him Thumper. I got videos of him, and he lived a long life. I give him a at sea funeral down the toilet. I loved that little guy. I'd pick him up, and he'd rest on my shoulder, and he knew what I was doing, that I was taking good care of him. And here I am, 65 years old. I ain't got gray hair on me nowhere.
Wow. That's impressive,
say,
man.
Wow, man, you don't even look 40. I've had 20-year-olds flirt with me.
Lord have mercy.
I say, sorry, I'm faithful, true blue to my wife in every way. I could go anywhere I want, and she knows I wouldn't be out there cheating, because my mind is so educated that I would never cause any kind of communication to cause her to have a chemical reaction at the cellular level.
Wow.
And that's where you get trust.
Mm-hmm.
You build faith. You build faith. Faith is faith that God has faith in you. A lot of people say, I got faith in God. Has God got faith in you? Does he really believe in you? I've had other people say, I don't believe in God. And I've said there, all these ghosts I film, and if they're real, God's got to be real too.
Yep.
And I look at him and I say, well, you know what? If you don't believe in God, I don't think God believes in you.
That's a scary concept.
Yeah. And don't we want to be remembered for something good?
Yes, we do.
I thought of a business called the Remember Me Foundation. And I did one for my dad where I do a biography. and tell the whole story of my whole dad's life, letting him tell a story of all the houses he lived in, all the people he met, how he felt about things. It's all on video.
That is
And
awesome.
even scored it with music and everything, and created a little company called the Remember Me Foundation, and even had a way so that other future generations would want to play it. Everybody loves to do stuff for money, so $50 of what it costs to make one, which was about $350, goes into a bank account and draw an interest. And in 50 years, a bounty hunter is sent out to find a relative of that deceased person, and he's going to get paid like $500. And the person he finds, if they enter in the right passcode, like what was Grandpa's favorite name of cat, his pet cat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he finally finds him, and he says, look, you got to know what that cat's name was so I can get paid my $500 for finding you. And all you have to do is watch your grandpa's video. And there he's talking about Grandpa said, my favorite cat's name was Bootsy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, enter in Bootsy, and out spits $3,000. and that $50 draws interest for another 50 years. And it goes on for 10 generations.
Oh, wow.
Bounty hunter finding relative, and at 500 years, there are people still watching your video.
Wow.
Because you're getting paid for it.
Yeah.
Isn't that a brilliant idea? And it don't exist nowhere.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well,
There's
Guy.
a company you could start and get rich. I figured it up one day. If you could just get 5 of them a county, and there's all the counties times all the states, just in the United States alone, you'd be handling about $11 million a day.
Holy moly.
If you could just make a branch out like that,
Well,
So I have people ask me for money all the time. I said, you know what? Tell me what you're good at. Give me about 5 minutes, and I'll tell you a business you can start. I'll even help you start it, and be like a coach, give you some startup money, but I want to be half owner so I can help the next person. I'll use the money I make off the year profits, and I'll get the next guy started. So they can have my personal money, just the very first one. That's paying it forward. And because I can think up a job for anybody.
That is awesome.
But the people don't want to work.
Where's all the people at that,
The government is giving them money to not work. They're giving them free money, free stimulus, Social Security, disability, welfare, Social Security itself. Well, I'm 65. I can draw Social Security. I don't want it. And, I want to work and earn and keep busy and doing stuff. My grandpa, he was plastering houses at 92 years old. He lived to be 99.
Wow.
He took vitamins. He drank wine instead of water. There was no water filtration or anything, and he drank wine. Boone's Farm. It's only like 2%. It's just grape juice. And he was bald at 52 years old when my dad was born. He fathered my dad at 52, but he was balding, but I ain't lost any hair or anything. I'm that much farther ahead of him. Heck, I could live to be 130, 140. I keep preserving my cells, and with all the stem cell research and all the vitamins and eating good, I've got a game plan going on, and it's to live a long, healthy life,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and yet you go into the Eagles and Clinton, and they're that club voted that they could have cigarette smoking in there. So there's some guy over there smoking a cigarette, it's drifting over toward me, and I'm trying to fan it away, and he's complaining that I'm fanning.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't want your secondhand smoke to come over here and kill me. I put on a mask to filter out the smoke. They said, oh, you must be afraid of COVID-19. I said, no, I'm not afraid of getting COVID-19. I take too many vitamins. I even made a formula that will cure you of that, even if you got it. It's Everclear and Cell Food mixed together. It'll even ignite if you try and light it with lighter. You can inhale it down your lungs, up your nose, and kill any virus, bacteria, fungus, mold, and any extremophile. Can't live through it, but yet it won't harm the human body.
Wow.
I've used it I've been sick in 25 years since I met my wife, and I was making it. And she said, are you a vampire or something? You've never been sick. I said, no, I take all these vitamins, and I have this. Now she uses it, and she's never sick.
Wow, that's wonderful.
Yeah, and nobody knows. They won't listen. I tell them to make it, and what I use, I even show them I inhale it right there. I'll light it with a lighter, and it go like rocket fuel. I say, watch this. So I take a big inhale up the lungs, and then I breathe, and then I breathe again with a lighter in my mouth, no flame. It evaporates in 3 seconds. But in that 3 or 4 or 5 seconds, it killed every virus, bacteria, fungus, and mold in your lungs.
Can you feel it going?
Sinuses.
Can you feel it going down in your lungs like you're inhaling alcohol,
No,
like the
I
vapor?
use it every day, and it has no feeling at all. I can snort it up my nose and not even feel a thing. But if you're a first timer, yeah, it'll burn. It'll burn because you got infection living.
Burning out the stuff in your lungs.
Yeah, but I smell real good. You know, I can smell odors from 100 feet away. Doesn't affect my smelling. I can still run. I play full court basketball with 17-year-olds indoors for 4 hours at a time.
Wow.
And never breathe hard. I sweat good, but I never breathe hard. If I'm eating too much salt, it'll show up in my sweat. My sweat will taste salty, and I need to cut down on my sodium.
What is how do you make that stuff, Guy?
You get a nasal sprayer from CVS.
Okay.
It's about $2 for a nasal sprayer. Dump out that saline solution and fill it about 1/3 full of 190 proof Everclear, which is grain alcohol. It's not poison like Listerine or rubbing alcohol. Those are wood grain alcohols. Those are poison. You make you go blind and ruin your liver. But grain alcohol won't. And you put about 1/3 in the nasal sprayer, and then you put about 10 drops of concentrated cell food, which is colloidal minerals, in it, and that's it. And you inhale that, and the cell food will protect your cells, and the Everclear will kill all the extremophiles.
Oh, that is amazing.
And I've used it for years and years. No side effects, nothing but good health.
That is wonderful.
And of course, I drink the cell food in 10 drops in a gallon of distilled water. It gives me all the minerals, and it's mineral deficiencies is what causes your gray hair. You know what they put in Grecian Formula 44? Colloidal copper, colloidal iodine, and folic acid and distilled water. That's all it is, and it reverses gray hair.
And that's what's the name of it? What is it?
No, well, that's Grecian Formula 44.
Grecian.
But you can make your own. Just put cell food in there and put a folic acid tablet in there in a spray bottle and spray your hair every night before you go to bed. You'll never see a gray hair.
Wow.
Yeah. I've reversed cancer. There's a gal on Facebook, Janie Monday. She was sent home to die. They opened her up and said she was so infected with cancer there was no saving her for getting her affairs in order. And she came to group practice. She was our bass player, crying, her and Lonnie. And I told Lonnie, I said, Lonnie, do you want to save her? I can save her if you'll listen to me. And he said, I'll do anything to save my wife. Oh, I gave him my supply, had it on me, of Metazyme N from Gerald Vita International. It's the most powerful enzymes that you could buy. It had hydrochlorolytic enzymes. It had lipase, amylase, and protease enzymes. And the proteolytic enzymes like crimopterin, trypsin, papaya, oxbile, rutin, protein, bromelain that's in pineapple, all of them were in there. Papaya enzymes, they're all in there in high concentrated amounts. And I told him to give her 2 of them every day. And he gave it to him, and I even bought him a 6-month supply. He gave it to her. And this was about 26 years ago. This is where I met my wife. She's still alive today on Facebook and perfectly healthy. The doctor sent her home to die.
Wow.
Yeah, and that sounds.
It is.
And there's been so many people I've told about this, and they won't listen. There's one on Facebook that worked at the wagon wheel, and I told her over and over, quit dyeing your skin, that tan dye you put on it. It's going to cause you to have skin cancer, and you should be taking enzymes. Well, she came down with the skin cancer, had operations and everything. It went down in her liver and places. I recently told her, take the enzymes, and the enzymes will eat all the fibrin off of the cancer, and your own dendrite cells will sense the cancer cells and send down white corpuscles, killer T cells, and macrophages, and your own immune system will digest and destroy the cancer because the enzymes stripped it open. And you know where I learned that? From Maxwell Wolf's book. He wrote it in 1907, and I read it my sophomore year in high school.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I memorized it, and that's how I knew about the power of enzymes. A lot of people don't know this. This is another discipline that I was teaching about, how powerful enzymes are, and they're catalysts. A catalyst is like you take a pile of sugar and put a lighter on top of it, nothing. But if you take a cherry off of a cigarette ash with all that sulfur dioxide in it and put it on top of the sugar, and it starts melting the sugar and light it, it will burn the whole pile of sugar like a candle wick.
Oh, wow.
And nobody knows that. Heck, I've built foxhole radios using razor blades and pencils and could listen to walkie-talkies.
Wow.
With a crystal, like an earphone crystal, and dial in the right frequency just using a razor blade and a lead on a pencil lead.
Wow.
And showed people all kinds of stuff. And nobody repeats the experiment. My zero inertia experiment, I showed it to the college down here at Rose-Hulman, and they never repeated it or ever done anything about it. I was like, wow, man.
Wow.
All these elevator to space, expandable rooms that use, goes up 6 feet in diameter, it blows up like a Jiffy Pop popcorn and pops a bunch of Tide Pods that are full of UV light cure acrylics, and it hardens when the sunlight hits it. And shark fins pop up that have mylar on it and start spinning it to one Earth gravity. So you have the gravity of the Earth inside the big spinning 60-foot room that's on board the space station. And nobody's built that yet. I gave that to them,
Wow.
I have many inventions like that. The thorium rocket engine, thorium could be used even in a car.
Oh, yeah.
I even designed a car, and all the semis, everything would be rounded on the nose with repulsive magnets put in the noses of all cars, and along the sides, it would be built right in like a composite material the skin of the car is made from in trucks. You can see 10,000 fish swimming north and 10,000 fish swimming south, and they'll pass right through each other, and not a one of them will collide with each other. You can do that with automobiles.
Wow.
No automobile would crash into the other because the magnetic fields would push them apart, and they'd all be rounded. They'd just move away, and if you had the zero inertia, the quick movement wouldn't smash you against a window or something.
That is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so there's all kinds of things that, it goes on. I have a list of things, and it's way over 350 right now of inventions that aren't created yet. Everybody needs to think like that. There are things that are so far off the wall, inventions, that I couldn't even begin to talk about them. I know I had felt them, with the connection made, and I couldn't even describe them because we need more technology and more in quantum mechanics, and where quantum physics mingle with quantum mechanics and create composite materials that could cause incredible reactions in things that would make everything that you'd ever wish for possible. And yet we don't have the quantum mechanics and quantum physics coming together. We're still looking at bosons and quarks, and being fascinated with that.
What are neutrinos, Guy? Do you know what?
Well, neutrinos are would be in what's called micro catalysts. Neutrino, the theories on neutrinos are basically where protons, electrons, neutrons, whatever, neutrinos can interfere with them to cause them to have abnormal reactions, kind of like enzymes do to reactions in the body. Without enzymes, you can't bring calcium glutamate to a joint in your body, like a hip joint or a fingernail or a joint in your finger. Without enzymes, it can't take calcium glutamate minerals and mend them together to keep your joints all healthy with rubbery cartilage. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, there's biological and even at the microbiological chemical reactions, they need catalysts. And people that are studying neutrinos right now are making a big mistake thinking they're a singularity or single component that has its place in all of the proton, electron, neutrons, neutrinos. They think they're just another proton of some kind that's or quark that's not been properly identified. But neutrinos have vibrations and they almost act like living components to the other nuclear subcomponents. And they'll never discover this in our lifetime.
No.
Or how to make use of them. You know, it's we're headed on a road right now of de-education, dumbed down. They don't even have cursive writing anymore.
Oh, that's horrible.
There's no education in micronutrition. There's no spiritual guidance at all. Nobody believes in God unless you go to Christian school, and then they're too busy singing "Bringing in the Sheaves" or praying for Ukraine, praying for Poland when Nazi Germany is invaded. I say, pray my ass, pick up a rifle and do something about it. Become a Christian soldier and shoot that Nazi that's attacking you. You know,
there you go.
It's not murder when it's war. Even God says that. There's in the war, there's casualties. Those are acceptable losses in war, and the evil warring ones that were there to take your life, that got their life taken. I've even read in the Bible where God has mercy on them, and in the very end, when the earth is no more and we're all in heaven, he does something like snaps his fingers, and all those that were in hell just cease to ever have existed as if they never existed.
Wow.
He's merciful and puts an end to all of them, just that they're just out of existence so they don't suffer no more. Everybody's worried. I think too many people have written too much over the Bible, the King James, and it goes all the way back to Gutenberg and farther back, written in it about and added hell as a fiery place where you burn to scare people into being better. Which, if I was back in them times, I'd probably agree with that. You know,
right.
These people were pretty evil and wicked back then. Murder was nothing to them.
Have you ever?
And so they needed a metaphor like that. You know.
Have you ever heard, Guy, that the Vatican Library may possibly be the Library of Alexander? That they, when they say there was the Great Fire of the Library of Alexander, that what I heard was that just a lot of the census papers and tax papers were burnt, but the good stuff, the mystery school teachings and all the the different things that were in there, the good things, they actually went to the Vatican. Have you ever heard that? Or
you go down to Universal Studios and see a Harry Potter thing. It's all about casting spells and magic and things that, and Pharmacy fits right in there with your pharmacies and all your drugs. And,
Pharmacia.
Yeah, we've all just been poisoned. I mean, the population with all of this stuff. And all these kids now are going around seeking, they're wanting power. All these ghosts, all about ghosts. I know because I was one of them, seeking power. I actually wished a ghost once on a guy that done me bad on eBay. I sent him money for something real nice, and he sent me a toy piece of garbage.
Oh.
And wasn't gonna make good on it. And I told him, I said, I want you to look at these pictures. This is a ghost that I found, and this ghost, I believe, looks out for me because I've seen people that wanted to harm me, and the ghost intervened and saved me. Give me information to keep me out of harm's way. I said, I'm going to ask this ghost to, being that you've harmed me financially, to go up and give you some of the karma back and let you know that that's what it is until you make this right. It won't go away. He laughed at me. He said, oh, you're full of this. And I'd sent him several pictures of it. And I said, okay. And I said, well, if there is some kind of spirit that's looking out for me, I'm not asking for revenge. I'm just asking as a witness to deal something to this person so that they can learn out of this, and if it, be educational to them. I'm not asking you to kill them or anything or harm them really severely. Well, about 2 weeks later, he calls me on the phone. I don't know how he got my phone number. He says, look, I'll send you what you want. I'm even going to give you your money back too. Just call off your whatever it is. He said, in this last 2 weeks, my wife is leaving me, it's filing for divorce. Everything's gone wrong on my job. They're threatening to fire me. He said my car's broke down. I never seen so much bad luck in all my life. He said, it's something you've done. He said, undo it, please. I'll give you anything you want. I said, well, just don't worry about the money back. Just mail me the original. I think it was a keyboard or something back then, what I ordered. And he said, you got it. And all of a sudden I show up on tracking on eBay or whatever. And when I saw it on tracking, I said, okay. And I had his number. And I said, you taught him a lesson. You can stop now. And I called him about a week later. And I said, well, did it stop? And he said, yes, thank you. He said, my wife decided to come back. I didn't get fired from my job. And I found out it was an ignition module on my car while all the plugs went fire. And some mechanic found it real cheap for him.
Awesome.
But I've actually was seeking power over someone, and that's wrong. And these kids that are looking for witchcraft and wizardry and going ghost hunting so they can invoke a spirit so they can cast some kind of spell or get power out of it, you're doing the wrong thing. Those are demons. Those are the wrong thing. If you want real power and real help to your life, get rid of your ego. Just tell God you love him. Out the window. I'm not making you a church thing or religious to the point where you follow Jim Jones and kill yourself at Guyana or something,
Oh, man, wasn't that horrible? In kids nowadays, they have no clue what we're even talking about.
Yeah, but don't become so religious that you are led like a sheep. Mm-hmm. Become, powerful Christian soldier where you become a photonic compendium and know the world. Really know it. Know all the elements, everything, all the people, how they act. Know your history. Look back in Germany and all the way to Rome and the Sumerians, how they all act, how people can be vicious and what to do about it, how you can bring goodness in your life. You want to invoke power. Invoke the love of your Father in heaven. Absolutely. By just telling him you love him. That's all the religious you need. He'll show you the rest of the way. Oh, yeah. He will. And he knows you love him. A sin in your life, he'll take it away. If you're into pornography and a sexaholic, well, he'll dry you up down there where you won't ever have sex again or again. Yeah. He'll fix it. It'll be for your own good. You won't be worried about stuff like that. If you have a drug addiction, well, he'll put you in jail where you can dry out. And when you get out, you'll say, I'll never do that again. If you're speeding, a police officer pull you over and give you a big ticket and take away your driver's license for a little while, or you're drunk driving. It might look like punishment, but it will come to save you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you didn't ask for anything but his love. He's going to start cleaning you up. And sometimes getting cleaned off, the kind of hose he uses got a lot of pressure in it. It'll hurt. Clean all that off of you. Sin and everything. And the world needs this. They need to hear this. Yeah. This message here. I can't tell it enough, but if you can spread this out and spread this message to every corner of the earth, we can achieve peace on the earth for 1,000 years. This, I believe, is what God wanted here, was you to interview me so that he could speak what he's taught me.
Yes.
It's his words, not mine.
Yes.
Teaching and getting these young people educated. The young people are our future. I don't hate teenagers.
No.
Even though they got bad attitudes, I know that these teenagers are some of them are my grandkids. And I want them to be smart and out of debt and have a wonderful life. That's all I wish for everybody. I don't hate nobody.
Yeah.
And I don't want any compliments. I don't need no ego. And I don't want people running to me, unless they're unhealthy. But you just learned on this show what you need to be taking.
Yes, sir. Sure did.
And what you need to quit eating, and the garbage you need to quit putting in your body.
Yep.
Cigarettes and drugs. And if you got depression and you're a female, take evening primrose oil. Depression gone. You're a man and you're feeling all keyed up and over anxious. Take flaxseed oil. Your hormones all settle down, and take your vitamins. And because you have to have why mind is placed first. Mind, body, spirit. Because without your mind knowing this information, you won't get the nutrition to make your body be healthy. And if you don't feel good, you aren't going to act good spiritually. That's why it's in that order: mind, body, spirit.
And once they break you down through your diet and bombarding you with technology, with the stuff we see on TV, that breaks that system down to where it takes away from the spiritual.
Somebody once told me, he said, your IQ must be unregisterable. You must be past 185 or 200 or whatever. I said, no, God's IQ is unmeasurable. And now yours can be that too, because you listen to me. You should have all this in your head too. And be able to make use of it. Mind, body, spirit. Without that, in that order, you're not going to make it.
Body and spirit. I like that.
Yeah. How many people have you heard talk like this?
None that I can remember. And that's what our show's about, is getting the truth out here. And we really appreciate this, the truth
Isn't this sad that you haven't heard nobody else? Well, you know what? It's like we're like those apostles that followed Jesus. I'm an apostle, you're an apostle. We're in the beginning of something, a paradigm shift in the way we think. And we're the ones spreading it out there because God Almighty, He's Jesus, He's God the Father, and He's using us to be His voice. And cause and effect. We have the cause. We'll watch the effect as more people get on board.
Yes.
And if you're hearing my voice out there, you people listening to this show, you're being offered to be an apostle too. Just like all those fishermen, tax collectors that heard His words, they dropped their job and followed Him down all those dusty roads. I remember a story where Lazarus, who Jesus rose from the dead, before He did that, Lazarus was talking about how much to give to the Lord. And Christ was thinking, man, everything about money. He looked at Lazarus, and Lazarus said, well, I'm going to heaven. I give 1/3 of all I earn to God, to the church. Jesus was like, well, so? Yeah. He said, I knew an old woman once who gave 2 pennies. And Lazarus looked at him and said, oh, what's 2 pennies? He said it was all she had. It represented her heart. That's what He's after. All you got in your heart, in your feelings, and your love, and your admiration. What's God need money for? How many Jim Jones, Jim Baker, all them Jimmies that all fleeced all them people out, all that money, and see all these $1 million churches. There's one over there on the Rio Grande Road. Great big giant church. You can play 4 or 5 basketball courts in there. And it's all empty now because the lady moved or passed away that was pastoring that, had all that money, built a giant church. It's on the south side of the Rio Grande Road. They had big followings of thousands of people. And now I went over there and walked in there at one of the services and counted, there was 18 of us in this room that you could put Sealyville in practically.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. All that money, how many people that could have fed and helped. And at church, great big giant church, and next door is peasants that live in old, look like they're almost abandoned house trailers that could have used a roof or something, They got it all wrong,
And look at the damage that they do pushing people away from the Lord, because there's people that see what's going on, like the Jim Jones, like you're talking about, and the Jimmy Bakers and the Jimmy Swaggarts and all of them. They literally push people away from God sometimes.
You know, I was invited one time to the barn over in Illinois, and the IGMA was holding a big rally over there. They had 17 pastors and churches, all brought their churches to this giant barn. They was doing music. And I remember being there with some friends who invited me to come. And I had been hearing even the pastor of the church I was going to talking about what heaven's like. Oh, to be streets of gold. Every street's golden. Mansions. Everybody gets a mansion. You know, so give, and what you give will be stored away, laid away as treasure in heaven. What you gave to build the big church and all this. And hearing all these pastors rattle on about giving money. They pass that plate around 2 or 3 times in a service. And then some of them, the big ones, that had the big giant Jesus cross, Jesus saves crosses out in their yard, big $1 million churches. The whole sermon was about tithing, giving money. There was nothing about salvation or getting saved or the Holy Spirit or anything. You know, I witnessed all this. So I sit down at the piano and I wrote a song. And then they invited me over to play at that barn for the IGMA, the Illinois Gospel Music Association. And I sit down there, and I had other songs I was going to play. And I said, no, I got one song I recently wrote, and I want to share it because I see too many people promising streets of gold and mansions, and I'm going to make it look like I'm one of those people. So I wrote this song, and I want to play it for you. And after I played it, every one of the pastors come up with a tear in their eye and shook my hand, and even got on the microphone and said, I think here's our winner of Keyboard Player of the Year award. We're going to give it to Guy. They gave me this trophy. And I said, well, it's the Lord's trophy. And every pastor told me, he said, you know what, I'll never preach about heaven and streets of gold and mansions again after hearing that song. They said, because we were only teaching a half-truth, and what you just sang was the whole truth, buddy. And every one of them come up and give me a big hug and change their way of teaching. I'll just give you the words. I'm not going to sing it or anything, but it goes like this. I had a dream last night that made me laugh and it made me smile. It's a kind of dream I don't mind having every once in a while. I dreamed I was in heaven and I'd frowned at what I'd found because the street of gold that I expected was just an old blood-stained robe on the ground. But I sit there and thought about it. You know, it doesn't matter if there's no golden streets you see. All that really mattered was that blood-stained robe was there on account of me. And it made me so ashamed for an earthly treasure, I almost stayed behind. Because God's Son is the greatest treasure on this old earth that's worth. Had a dream last night that'll make you laugh and make you smile. It's the kind of dream we all should share every once in a while. We were going to heaven, and when we got there, I decided to turn back because the mansion that I was promised turned out to be just an old country log shack. But I sit there and thought about it. You know, it doesn't matter if it's an old log shack you see. All that really mattered was that its timbers were from the cross of Calvary. And it made me so ashamed for an earthly treasure, I almost stayed behind. Because God's love is the greatest treasure on this old earth I'll ever find. Thank you, Jesus, for letting me know now just where I stand. Because your love and your forgiveness will forever be my guiding hand. And you know, it makes me wonder what earthly treasures are even for. Because when you truly love the Lord, I guarantee you'll never, ever feel poor.
Oh,
Isn't that awesome?
that is amazing. Wow.
I call that the greatest song in the world. That's so
Yeah. Yes, that's awesome.
Yeah, and the Lord put that in my heart to send all them people.
It's just
and
perfect.
It changed your pastoring teachings, you know. And I can say this honestly. I know the Lord with all my heart. I know how he would react to everything that's going on this planet. And there's a tear running down his face right now, the way we're acting. Our wars, our control over the population, the pornography, all the sin that's out there in the world. People all with their hate and protests and everything, wanting to burn down cities and stuff to get their ways. There's a tear running down my father's face. And he's hoping that we'll learn, because this is a big schoolhouse and it's time that we learn. I remember what I said about what it takes. Sometimes it's painful to wash all that off of you. Well, it might get painful in this tribulation. I mean, there might be nuclear bombs or something happen where the whole world will suffer in a way if we don't get this right. We need to turn it around right now. He's offered.
Yep.
And everybody, he's a being in the fourth dimension. I've filmed four-dimensional beings. Hundreds of pictures I sent to you.
I've got a golden picture image right now of a golden, looks like golden energy, but you can see something inside of it. It's almost like bell-shaped. Is that one of them?
Well, how about the golden picture in the window?
Yes, I can pull that one up here.
Pull it up and zoom in on the face. You want to see Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Because that was the last photograph that was taken at that house, and no other ghost pictures ever came out of there after that one was taken. He put an end to their demonstration, their haunting, whatever. He showed up. Look at the beard. Look at the eyes.
Let me see here. I'm having
the one in the bay window.
Okay.
That's Christ right there. Golden light.
Okay. Okay, there's one with a golden. Okay. Yep. Let's see here. I'm gonna blow it
Zoom in
up.
on the face.
Yep.
Compare that with the Holy Shroud of Turin.
There you go. Let's see here.
I sent you a picture of the Shroud of Turin, by the way. But if you look at that face, that beard, you'll see him. He chose a form, an earthly form, though, so that all would recognize him that had seen him when he was in the flesh.
I do see a beard there, or what appears to be a beard.
Yeah, that ain't no woman. That's a man.
Wow. And this was in the bay window of that.
In the house.
In that house.
I've seen that face before in a pillar of fire right next to my car. Wow. Identical to that. A white pillar of fire came down all the way from outer space, and it happened just to the west of Greencastle, Indiana, and it was about 1986, around there.
Wow.
Yeah, and I wasn't alone. There was others with me that saw it.
Witnessed it.
Yeah. I don't try and push that too much because a lot of people say, yeah, sure, buddy. But I know what his face looks like, and I know what his heart is like, how he feels. And he's been mad before at humanity with all their sin and tried to teach, and nobody listened. He flooded the earth and drowned them all. Started over. Only took just a handful to save. That could happen again if we don't. He could take everybody off his planet. And I've even seen something written about a rapture where he calls to him all of those that love him and takes them off the earth, and then he punishes the earth.
Wow.
Yeah, you better read Revelations real careful. You'll see it.
Okay.
Yeah, all the seals that were opened and how, and I've tried to place them all in order, how they're all going to fall. And the world is around Jerusalem. The beast he saw that rose up out of the sea means a huge population of people. And that's what the sea meant. And the beast was lamb-like, but spoke as a dragon. That's definitely the United States, a lamb-like Christian nation, but we speak like a dragon, causing all those to tremble on the planet, with our nuclear weapons and our might. But the world and all the prophecies are centered around the Israel. That's why God chose Israel, because of all the prophecies and all the seals that would unfold are all about what's happening to the Jews and Israel and in that area. Israel is God's watch, our calendar. What time or what day is it? See what the events are in Israel and compare them with the Bible, and you'll know the time and date of the revelations. And all the people that have prophesied, Nostradamus, Edgar Casey, St. Malachi, they've all tapped into the Hall of Akashic Records, the spiritual internet, if you will, and taken information out of it to make their prophecies. So a lot of these prophecies have come true. We're living in one right now. Like I said, the math of the Pope is right, 666, for it all to come true. I know it sounds like a religious sermon to you people, but it's not. This encompasses everything. Science.
It's all part of it.
Yeah, all the Word of God, your spirituality, mind, body, spirit. You got to take it all together. It's like vitamins. You can't just take vitamin A. They sell vitamin A all by itself. Or they sell vitamin C all by itself. Somebody taking a vitamin C thinking they're going to be healthy. It competes with magnesium in the small intestine. Take a bunch of vitamin C, you ain't going to get no magnesium. Now you got restless leg syndrome. You got to take your vitamins together, all in a symbiotic relationship, so they all get absorbed evenly every day in little amounts. That's how you get good health. You can overdose on a vitamin. I mean, it causes you to have problems if you take too much of one thing and none of the other. See, and so it's symbiosis is what it's called. A symbiotic relationship between what you want and what you're doing.
It's a balance, isn't it?
Right. And so they've learned now. I mean, if anybody's listened, now you know what to do. This could change your life in a good way. And be analytical. Take lots of photographs and write a diary. I had a day-to-day diary through my entire high school, from my first freshman day to my last senior day. Every day is there, and how precious that was to me. And I wrote about it that way. I was writing to myself when I'm 99 years old, so that when I'm an old man, I can hear my younger self, 15, 16 years old, talking to me through those pages and smile.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Yes, it is. Who would ever think to do something like that? That's just neat.
What's real sad is half my class is in the graveyard.
Ah.
They called, and the ones that teased me and called me King Vitamin and the Martian.
Yes.
Because I was abducted when I was in the first grade. I was 5 years old. And I didn't actually see the UFO. All I saw was the three grays standing over me when I was playing in the dirt. And I looked up, and all of a sudden I blacked out. When I woke up, they walked me out on a balcony, and it looked like the inside of the moon. All these living quarters and fields and everything were all down there below me. It was thousands of feet, and they walked me back to the table. They put me up on the table. They had me pass out again somehow through their mind. And when I woke back up, I was back at the dirt hill playing with my red King Kong. It feels like it happened just 5 minutes ago. I can see it perfectly. And I got scared, and I ran into the house and yelled at Mom, and she came to the door and looked out there and started screaming. My dad come flying out of the bedroom in a pair of underwear, and they had a 9mm Ruger and fired over their heads. And he said they floated into a swirling mass, and it took off at the speed of light straight up. They didn't even walk; they just floated. These three creatures, or beings, grays, and he raised so much hell about it that my first grade teacher, Mrs. Fry, she came home to eat supper with us one night and showed a whole bunch of drawings of me standing with these creatures. I'm in between them, and they were real tall, bulbous heads, black eyes, long arms that hung down past their knees. I drew hundreds of pictures of them, even drawn on the floor of the first grade class. And she wanted to know what this was all about, thought it was some kind of abuse. And then my dad and Mom, they came, clean and told her about what had happened to me. And anyway, the word got out because I kept talking about this, and they teased me my whole life in high school, called me the Martian. It's in my yearbook. Look at it, Rosedale, 1975. And we were greeted by the President Mars, making fun of me. Bill Yao, Johnny Holden wrote that in one of the stories because they were on the newspaper. Both of them are dead in the graveyard. I told them both to take vitamins, and they never listened. They both died of heart attacks.
Oh, man.
And the last day Bill Yao was alive was our class reunion. And we're standing right beside him. And Bruce Yao was there. I was there. But on the other side of Bruce, and Bill was in the picture, there was the orb with the alien's face in it, Uri. I call him Uri. And I've told Ned, a buddy of mine, Ned Delaney, who was in MUFON, and he came from MUFON and investigated me. And he believes me. He saw so much. And he's like, wow, way over his head. And they invited me to a MUFON meeting over in Greencastle. They were talking about all the MUFON stuff, and I started showing them some pictures that I had brought of the orbs. Of course, I had all the ghost pictures there, and the entire group, a couple hundred, all left their seminar because they didn't have anything to show, and came in there in the other room and wanted to see all my photographs and talk to me, every one of them. And then the guy was doing seminar. He said, "Why you? Why did they give you all the pictures?" I said, "I have no idea, but probably because I'm noisy. I ain't afraid to speak out about it." So that's a pretty good explanation to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and I'm not afraid to tell nobody. You know why? Because nobody can fire me. I own my own business. And they don't like what I'm saying. Well, there's a door.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've always been self-made. I've been self-employed my whole life, except when I took a job at GNC, doing seminars for GNC about vitamins.
Was that very long ago, Guy, when you did that?
Well, I owned my pizza shops, but I still wanted to go make a difference. And I did. I helped a lot of people.
That's wonderful.
I built houses for my dad, but I was the boss. He was too old to work, and he just pointed a lot and say, "Put the house there. You got 16 weeks. You're making $600 a week, and when you get the house done, you get a $4,000 bonus if you get it done under 16 weeks, and we sell it. And you got to have the sod in the yard and the for sale sign there." Mm-hmm. And the key in the door, and everything finished, all the carpets laid, everything. I worked my butt off to get that, and he paid me every one of the 5 houses,
Wow.
And I made real good money, built me a new home, and paid cash for it.
Wow.
So, the houses are 2/3 markup.
Oh, yeah.
$20,000 in a house, to sell it for $60,000. So me and my wife, we built our house, and we didn't have all the labor costs and everything. I even got a lot of materials wholesale from the Amish and at sale barns and stuff. So.
Oh, cool.
And people should do that.
Yes, they
should.
Going out
there spending $1,000 a month for a house payment. Some of them are spending close to that and just renting. Why?
If I knew how to do the math, I'd sure do that. I'm wanting to try to build my mom a cabin, but I just don't have the know-how.
Here's how you do it. You take a lesson from the Japanese. You learn to live on 2/3 of what you earn. And if that 2/3 ain't enough, get a better job or ask for a raise. But learn to live on 2/3 of what you earn and save a third. I bought all my cars that way, paid cash for them, because of the third I'd save. It'd make me get the money together. When I'd spend a penny because I had my eye on, something, I get it.
Yes.
And stay out of debt with no car payment. And when you got cash and you go to somebody's house and they got a car, there's a little dent. Oh, well, it's going to need a new this and a new that, or new light bulbs. And all of a sudden, they're willing to take $1,000 less. You wouldn't believe how cheap you can get a car by dangling cash out in front of them. Mm-hmm. And there's not a lot of people got a lot of cash right now.
No, you're absolutely right.
They're all living hand to mouth. We got people paying for pizzas with MasterCard. It ain't debit. It's credit cards.
Oh,
They're living
my.
on credit cards just to eat.
Wow.
That is so sad.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And the price of everything just went up 10, 15%. Everything.
Jeez.
Gasoline, our food costs,
That's
everything.
ridiculous.
And now everybody wants more money. They're asking for 15 an hour instead of 8.
Yeah.
I tell her, so you're already making 15 an hour. If you put your tips you get in with your hourly wage, you're making that now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And these young people, they ain't going to get what they want. They just don't work.
Yeah. You're absolutely right.
The only place you can get a real good job in Terre Haute is sell drugs. They tell people that you can make $50 to $100 an hour selling the crystal meth and all the garbage. And they boast it right in that I was at Steak and Shake, and here come a bunch up from Evansville, and I could hear the conversation was real loud. Anybody wants to sell our product for us? And brandishing pistols in their back pockets, and sticking out their belts and stuff. But they just look like gangsters,
Yeah.
It's here. Brazil over there has got one of the highest crime rates going on. They just built a brand new jail, and now they need more cells. And I looked at the statistics on Brazil, and it's 60% are Mexicans. The Mexican cartel is up here sending their people with drugs, and they're getting busted up here.
Wow.
And they got 60% of the people in Brazil's jail right now is Mexicans. I just looked that up yesterday. You're from Brazil, right?
I'm close to it.
And look at the
I'm out
West Central.
Out in the country.
Yeah, West Central Village. It's all HUD and no Social Security in there. It's all disability or women on HUD, and they're all single mothers. I have nothing against that, but the kind of boyfriends they draw are drug dealers.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible. That's where a lot of the arrests are made, is in and around that area. Somebody needs to do something about that if they're ever going to clean Brazil up.
Yeah,
That's
it'll just
central around there.
It'll just keep getting worse and worse and worse.
I'm not putting Brazil down. I'm just saying they got a sore eye.
Right, I know that.
Needs special attention. There's been a lot of crystal meth. People wound up in critical condition in the hospital and no recovery. They're in mental institutions that were living in West Central Village.
I know you're not bashing them, Guy. You're just telling the truth.
Yeah, but anyway, back to Mind, Body, Spirit. And the Ghost of Greencastle, you have so many pictures like the Rule Hill Cemetery, the Rosedale Graveyard. That Rosedale Graveyard is still haunted. If somebody's going to go get some pictures, get a 400 speed film, point and shoot camera, and go in there during just a lightning storm. No rain, but just sort of the lightning. Spirits can use that ionic energy in the air to help manifest themselves. Every time I go in, there's like a lightning zipping out of the sky. And boy, the ghost pictures are thick. There's lots of them. They use that energy to wake up or whatever they're doing, or punch through, or to help manifest themselves.
Do you protect yourself, Guy, when you go? Do you surround yourself with, the Spirit, the Holy Spirit?
Oh yeah, I'm protected through my love for the Father. I wear a cross that's been blessed by a nun, Nancy Yellick, there in Clinton, with holy water that she got from the oil from the tears that flowed at Fatima.
Oh wow!
She was on a pilgrimage, and there was oil flowing from the tears of that statue, which they said was a miracle, and she captured some of that, and she has used it on my cross, and she used it on all the crosses that are above every door and window in my house to keep bad spirits out from attacking you.
Wow!
And I warn everybody that accepts Christ and is a new soldier. I warn them about Satan will come after you. He'll attack you with everything he's got, the way he did Donald Trump. They'll accuse you of all manner of evil, terrible things, or make you run and hide.
Absolutely.
And bring on everything they can. They'll throw everything, even the kitchen sink at you, to try and tear down your witness and destroy you before you get going.
Isn't that awesome?
So always guard yourself against that.
Do you think that Satan itself is a real flesh and bone being that is walking amongst us here on earth, or do you think it's all spiritual?
Personally, from what I've seen here in the United States, I think the entire Democratic Party are under the influence somehow of the Antichrist. And the Antichrist is a manifestation, just like Christ was a manifestation of the Word of God. The Antichrist is a manifestation in human form of the words and ideology and agendas of Satan, and probably controlling the New World Order. And I even saw that video one time where Obama is saying, "Yes, we can." Over 100 times at his inauguration or wherever, when he's running for president, he'd pause and he'd say, "Yes, we can." And the crowd would whisper, "Yes, we can." And I thought, God, that's evil. That sounds like Omen 3, where he's whispering, to the public when he's controlling his people. And so I saw something where somebody said, if you play this backwards, "Yes, we can," it says, "Thank you, Satan." Just that clear. So I took my little Yamaha keyboard that I used on CV and it had reverse. So I just spoke into it and said, "Yes, we can." And I hit reverse and hit the key and said, "Thank you, Satan." And I got to playing with that so much, I learned to speak backwards. I started talking to people backwards over the CV, and like my brother, and he'd record me backwards, and then he'd hit reverse and play forward. And and you can record me right now. I'm going to say it. "OfThe Wiener." And if you play that and reverse it, it says, "Freddy is the devil." And we were using it to talk about CBers and, things that was speaking backwards so much. You embrace yourself and submerge yourself in a language, you start speaking in it.
Oh, yeah.
I started learning Latin, Davas Gramane, and speaking in Spanish, Habla Inglés Teo, and learning the numbers and the alphabet, and French, just little pieces here and there, Russian, and got to about 7 languages, and I give up. I was like, I can't learn all that. I got too many other things to learn. But it'd be if I was going to go visit them. I did learn all the slang in Hawaii when I went out to Oahu and the Big Island, and seen the Keck Observatory. And I got in '85 when I was out there in Oahu. The gentleman that married my sister, he was a colonel in charge of security, and he got me clearance. And we went down in Kaneohe Base, underground base, where they had the Reagan Battle Star mirror, and laser down there. I seen the laser, a 6 megajoule laser. I didn't see a fire or anything. It was behind a big fence on a big platform that come up out of the ground.
Wow.
And that was going to bounce them lasers around and shoot down all the Russian ICBMs or whatever. But I saw a plane. I got to go on the inside of what they called Fat Boy. And it was a jet so big you could pull a 747 in there with its wings folded back and park it in it.
Wow.
I can't believe something that big would get off the ground. They could put a whole battalion in their tanks and jeeps and everything.
Wow.
And somebody could build something like that. I thought the Spruce Goose was big, but this was monstrous, But anyway, I got all the slang of the Hawaiians down, Holly and Barno and all that. And the whole time you were there, they were the indigenous people were insulting you, and you just thought it was a compliment,
Yes.
And that was disrespectful. And then I found out, got over on the west side to get away from all of that. And on the north or on the west side of Hawaii, on the northwest side, up on that plateau, there's the nation of Hawaii that is not part of the United States. I didn't know that.
Wow. I didn't know that either.
Yeah, they got their own nation.
That's cool.
Yeah. And that Israel guy, the big fat Hawaiian sang all them songs, was singing about that, how the land was taken away and the gods were crying and all this. If you ever listen to Israel, that's beautiful music, by the way. But we were over there on the west side. We had a whole beach, was 6 miles long, and there was only about 6 of us on the whole beach. Had that for the whole day. beautiful. We're going back as soon as they raise all the quarantine and all that crap.
Yeah.
I never took me and my wife, we never took any of the Moderna or Johnson's, Pfizer, Luciferian. There was one more. I was trying to think of the name of it. I knew it. And then there was 3 jabs, and now there's 3 pills. And my voice that I tap into said, don't do it. Don't take one of them. Because that fits the Bible, where all those that have taken those vaccines will burn with a phosphorus-like fire in the sight of the holy angels. As part of the mark of the beast, because they have a spike protein that has graphene oxide in it. And there's a Hydra type looking macrophage in there. It looks like a little miniature octopus.
Yeah, I've
at
seen
the biological level.
I've seen
and
a
it's
video of
gathering
it.
the graphene oxide together, forming almost like a data strip. And graphene oxide is what's on your credit card. So all they need is to send you through a gate of some kind, like at an airport, and have an EEPROM writer on there and can write on you all the information they want on your graphene oxide in your body, and tell if you've been vaccinated and had all your shots and where you're traveling to and where you live. They'll know everything about you.
Have you seen the video, guy, of the? It's an airport terminal, and they have some kind of a video camera that was shooting, and it almost reminded me of a thermal imaging camera. But as these people were walking by, you could see their arm blinking. You could see their arm blink. And there was a lady that got on and give a speech at some convention, and she said that her friend tried to go through the airport and say that she had the jab, and she went to go through, and they said, nice try, but we know that you haven't taken it. And she says, how do you know? And they said, well, we got a camera that can tell if you've had it or not. But I seen a video of it, and they were walking through the terminal. The people were walking through, their arms were blinking in the areas where they had taken it.
Oh, absolutely. I told somebody said, how come you don't get the jab? I said, because I ain't going to get the COVID. I created a formula that kills the COVID instantly, and I'll never get it. And I even done all the research on quinine hydrochloride, how it was from the Corona tree roots down in South America, how it killed all viruses. And that's why they found that tribe down there that lived to be about an average 115 years old there when they built the Panama Canal.
Wow.
All they needed was tonic water, has quinine hydrochloride in it from the Corona roots. It's a tree that grew up out of the cenotes down there. I'm the one that brought all that information forward around here.
Wow.
And, but anyway, they said, how come you hadn't had the vaccine? And I said, well, I've already been marked once. It's in my jaw. Somebody did it to me when I was about 5 years old, or whenever. I'm tracked already by people that are far above and beyond what we are. They know where I'm at, and that's all the tracking they're going to get. But anyway, the spike protein introduces itself as your immune system. In the meantime, it's eating up all your white corpuscle production. And these people that have had these jabs are going to have one or a booster every 6 months, or their entire immune system is going to collapse and they'll be sick and die. And that could be the phosphorus fire the Bible talked about, because they're definitely getting the mark of the beast with the graphene oxide in them. So that's what it was speaking about in the Revelations.
Have you seen the video of the nano routers that's supposed to be in it? They've taken like blood samples. I saw one from Spain and one from Germany, and it shows that it has nano routers in it.
Nanobots, yeah.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of study on that. They can microbiologically put a nanobot in stuff you eat and then activate it. So it's pretty much the whole world is they want to monitor the world, all the world's vital signs and everything. That way they can spray heavy populations with their chemtrails. They get all that graphene oxide and everything, COVID. Every time there's people relax and there's demonstrations going on, or like this trucker thing you watch, all the chemtrails will be all across the sky, make it look like a checkerboard up ahead of them, and it'll drift down on them, and then they'll all get sick. It'll be another big wave of COVID, and they'll all cower home, away from people and disrupt their demonstrations. That's how they do it. They control the population.
Oh yeah. Do you think that there's a part of our DNA which I've heard talk about? I don't know how true it is, but that there's a part of our DNA that's not activated yet, and that we're going to reach a point to where our DNA is going to activate, and once that DNA, that supposed junk DNA, activates, we'll be able to.
The 6 chromosomes. There was some shows about it. It was on X-Files. Mulder showed that when they took a blood sample, and it was called X or something like that, and it had other chromosomes other than the ones of human. There was an extra chromosome that was inactive, and that it was just now waking up. And these people that were waking up looked like Men in Black, larger eyes, skin going white, telepathic and telekinetic abilities. I'm sure that this DNA, extra chromosomes, has been awakened in me. I'm sure of that. It's been there the whole time. Now, I've been some kind of experiment. Why would they be monitoring me so closely like they are?
Because you're awake.
All the psychic stuff has happened. I have psychic episodes every day. I could walk by somebody and just read them so well. That's what's fun about playing poker. I know when they got a hand that wins. That's why they never beat me. When they got a hand that beat me, I just fold. But you can read people, and it should be illegal. But I don't keep the money. Sometimes I don't need the money. I'm doing okay, and I don't look for millions of dollars or anything ever. I've never played the lottery or even a scratch off. I don't want money that way. I like to earn the money and then buy something with it that's going to make my wife happy. And
absolutely.
And I've gave a lot of money away. I never loan money. If somebody needs money, needs a 20 or something like that, I say, no, I won't loan it to you, but I'll give it to you. But I don't want you to pay me back. That's how you lose friends.
That's right.
And the friend is always avoiding you because they ain't got the money to pay you back, and now you lost a friend.
That's right. That's very wise. That's very wise.
Yeah, so I don't loan money out. But I got plenty of money to sustain our way of life, and nobody's suing me. There's no. Actually, I've shrouded myself. My name is not on anything. I've put some padding between what I own, and you can form a corporation. You can form another corporation that owns that corporation, and then you can have access to that corporation as a CEO to its bank account, so you can transfer money. When I pay for stuff on eBay, I have three debit cards. One, money comes into it, and then when I want to buy something, I move it to the second card, just the right amount plus about $3, and it has no access except to move only, no in and out, other than just to move to that other card. And the minute I move it to the third card, I hurry up and pay for the thing I want. There's only $3 left in there. So if somebody backtracks and got my PIN number or something, they come into that third card. There's nothing in there for $3, and it ain't worth their effort. So they leave it alone. I've never once been hacked or lost money.
That's
and
good.
I'm just that smart. And be analytical, and you can do that too. Everybody can do that, and don't cost any more to have extra cards, accounts when you have, at a bank.
That's awesome.
So just make your own firewall, your own virus protection.
You just have some common sense about it, right?
Yeah, McAfee and all them firewalls and virus protection. All the viruses were created by them guys.
Have you ever thought about that, Guy, about how they talk about viruses in the computer, and then now we're suffering from a virus, and then somebody by the name of Bill Gates is made antivirus software. It's almost like it's all tied together.
He could be the Antichrist. I mean, it's a thought.
Well, that
I thought
can
of that.
implement.
It could be the Antichrist. It'd be the guy that invented the beast. And the beast could be in symbiotic relationship with him. That's why he has so much money and is so smart.
Have you heard about him talking?
And
go ahead.
He's part of this COVID-19. He's part of the New World Order. He's got a seat on the EC and all that. He's one of the most powerful people on the planet with money.
Have you heard any rumblings about this AI God that they keep talking about? They keep talking about an AI God.
Well, when you go on Google and you ask for Mary or whatever it is, they give you an answer. You're talking to it.
Oh wow! Oh, you mean Siri?
Siri, that's it. Yeah, when you're talking to Siri and the robot that's in Siri, have you seen the robot that looks like a human?
Yes, I have. The one that they give citizenship.
It's all online. It's all 5G, all talking to the master brain. They got a master brain computer that created itself from other computers that were really smart, that were technology that was engineered and bioengineered, microscopic components that were drawn out and created using AI technology, because human beings couldn't think that small or that intelligent. And now it's Windows 10, it's Windows 11. It's getting to the point where the SRAMs that used to be separate are merged in with the processor. And now they're, instead of, when I built my computers, I used quad core. See the type of processors I use, Athlon, quad core, and they thought linear direction, but now hyperthread technology thinks in every direction, 360 in every direction, can access a barrier of SRAM for its processing. So it has unlimited processing power, unlimited access to everything. I mean, we're at that point. AI technology is into everything, and it knows everything. And that's what it says in the Bible. Causes all, rich or poor, great or small, free or bond, to receive a mark, say that they cannot buy, sell, or trade, or go anywhere, for that matter. Say you have the mark of the beast, or the number of its name, or count the mark of the beast is also the number of a man. Its number is 666, meaning 666. So the Pope's number is the same as the 6-digit algorithms. And I'm looking at a Yamaha DX7. It has algorithms, and they're all in 6 components, operators, 6 operators per voice. And you can oscillate one operator to another, merge one with another, and get a sound that sounds like a trumpet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hey,
I got a picture of me with Raymond Kurzweil and Bob Moog. Raymond Kurzweil invented artificial intelligence. And I said, how did you do it? He said, it was simple. He said, I took a voice and recorded it, had a bank of voices up to 15,000 commands. He could say, bite me, and then assign that audio waveform into where a mouse click would happen, and the mouse click would click what was supposed to be a mouse click. The audio thing would automatically launch a program like Sonar 7, and so our turn your computers on. And he said it's scanning 15,000 commands at a minute. When whatever you say, bite me, it finds that match of that audio graph and executes its mouse click. And so I got it. I walk in my back bedroom where my recording studio is, and I walk in the door and I say, monitors up, and everything comes on.
Wow.
I say Sonar 10. It opens it up. Grand piano, native instruments, comes up. I've assigned so many mouse clicks to voice command that people that walk back in the studio, I even had a guy, Patrick Portson, flew up here from Tennessee to use my recording studio that I built with no computer knowledge or training whatsoever. And he looked at what my stuff could do and how fast I could put a song together. And this is a guy that he wrote the song Hard to See You Go. It was played at Michael Jackson's funeral. And he won a lot of awards. He was even on American Idol. And he came up and used my studio. And he looked at me while I was editing everything. And he said, you know, Guy, you're a genius. And I said, no, I ain't. This is simple technology. I started explaining it to him. I said, a child could do this. He said, no, this child can't, but it really is that simple. Kurzweil looked for the simplest things to make something work that looked like magic. Well, in our future, when quantum mechanics meets quantum physics and start merging with each other, the things that will appear out in front of you, holographic images of a truck that can run over you and kill you because it can use plasma, a form of energy that is right at the border of being matter. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And we're going to start seeing a world emerge in plasma holographics.
Wow.
That's coming. Maybe I won't live to see it, but you probably will. I'd say 50 years, 40 years. You'll increase your lifespan right now by 20, 30 years just from what you hear this and play it back and get all the, start taking the vitamins in the right way, in the right amount, and quit eating all the junk food.
Yep, I certainly am.
And are you graying at all at your age?
Yes. I started graying when I was probably...
I know something. I'm old enough to be your dad. You're gray.
Yeah. I started probably in around, I don't know, 42, 43 years old. I'm 49.
Now, know this, gray hair also accelerates its growth rate because of the lack of nutrients in it. When you have all the 92 colloidal minerals in a pH, the growth rate will slow back down. But you ever get like, I've seen guys where they got a gray hair, they had their sideburns trimmed, and then a day later, their sideburns, all the regular hair is still real short, but a long gray hair grew out of there about a half inch long.
Yep.
Now, you got to slow that growth rate down by watering the garden with the colloidal minerals and the folic acid. And over about 6 weeks, there'll be enough minerals show up in your body. It will slow that growth rate back down. Or if it doesn't, just pluck the sucker out. Get a hold of a pair of tweezers and yank the whole hair follicle out because it's a rogue hair growing like cancer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
to pluck it, and another hair will take its place. And it'll grow at the right rate, you know.
Yeah. That's
awesome. It makes sense. You know, you got to look at the body. And that's what cancer is. Cancer is not a virus, a bacteria, or fungus. It's a rogue diribonucleic acid cell. It's deformed, and it coats itself with fibrin and starts growing on its own, free other than taking blood. But it grows on its own, hiding itself from the immune system, from the dendrite cells, and it's forming a new human being inside you that's deformed.
Oh, wow.
It's like stem cells going rogue. It doesn't ever take shape of a human or anything, but it'll grow into a mass that has a little bit of everything in it. But its job is to grow and emerge out of you by killing you.
I work in surgery, and we see cysts sometimes that has hair and teeth in it.
Yeah, that's stem cells gone awry.
Yes. And I thought to myself, when I saw the hair and the teeth in it, I thought, well, our body has the capability of regenerating itself. Right here's the proof.
Back in 1974, I remember having a talk in the science class when I was up there, and somebody asked me about DNA, and I said DNA is a genetic code that has a little bit of you on it, a little bit of your dad, a little bit of your grandpa and great-grandpa. And so you talking to me, you're talking to me, you're talking to my dad, a little bit of him, a little bit of my grandpa, a little of my great-grandpa. And so I did a lineage and looking back and got back through my mom's side to Grindle and Hatley and to Foxworthy. And then she got interested in it and become a colonial dame and got on all the sites and everything and found our family tree went back to Peter and Martha Brown on the Mayflower.
Oh, wow.
And from there, the government attracted all the way back through 11 generations of Plantagenet to King William the First, Second, Third. And from there, it went back to all the way to a senator in Rome in 534 AD, and who knows where it went from there, but I can track my lineage on my mom's side all the way back to there, and some of that DNA is in there through the whole Camelot Castle thing, with the King William the First, Second, Third. Well, when I was 14 years old, I decorated my bedroom there on Goldenrod Lane. 1630 was the house, and I remember the bedroom. I decorated it as Camelot. I watched that show Camelot, and it made such an impression on me. I had knights in armor and sconces and candles and battle axes on the wall.
Cool.
And my mom looked in there in the room one day, stuck her head and looked at all that stuff. I even handmade my headboard and footboard out of oak wood and carved it and worked it with lathes and drills and made it look just like a castle. Even had a drawbridge, and there was little lights in the turrets, on the. And Mom looked at all this and she said, "Where is all this coming from?" She even made me a ceramic knight out of ceramics and to add to the room. She said, "Why can't you be a normal kid and listen to Ozzy Osbourne like all the other kids are doing?" And I was listening to Camelot, the movie soundtrack. I still listen to it to this day and fell in love with that, the whole King Arthur story. She said, "I don't know where that's coming from." Well, later when I read page 383 in Dianetics, all remembered 1950, and talked about engrams, their emotional memory stored on the protoplasm of your brain cells. And you can recount engrams placed there by grandparents even. Grandma Elephant crossed the Serengeti and learned where all the water holes was from her great-grandma Elephant. And so baby elephant will not be afraid to cross the Serengeti because Grandma Elephant sent that DNA of survival engrams to the baby elephant to know where all the water holes are, so it survived.
Wow.
And those are engrams. I memorized a page because I've quoted it so many times, And having a photographic memory, like in names and things like that, there's a guy created a form of memory called CPEG memory. Well, I was using that way back in the 70s, like a John name,
Mm-hmm.
And I knew a guy named John, and I had him given John's picture a Dutch rub. And then 10 years later, run into John, and I saw a guy named John that I knew giving him a Dutch rub. I said, "Hey, John, how you doing? How do you remember my name after 10 years? I only met you for 30 seconds, See what I mean?
Yeah.
And freak them out. That was my own CPEG memory, But then CPEG memory come along and took all the credit for remembering you turning every name into a picture, a pictorial. And that's why Egyptians wrote to us in pictorials, hieroglyphics. And I've deciphered a lot of hieroglyphics that they haven't. I deciphered the big roost, the big stone. I deciphered on location where electromagnetic field lines were, and I deciphered heterodyne, how it works, and how the Coral Castle was built and the pyramids were erected and all that. And I also, on that stone, saw something else, and I learned about the pyramids off of it, that they're coated. When they first made them, they were coated with a white coating type limestone called dolomite. And dolomite had chromium in it, a material called chromium. Let's see, it was chromium citrate, I guess. But anyway, the thing showed that the pyramids were a big, giant black light generator. Under the pyramids are these small caves, and they were only about 9 feet above the Nile River at low tide. When the Nile River got to high tide, water would flow into under the pyramids, seawater would, because high tide would back up the fresh water from the Nile coming down from Lake Alexandria. And the coelacanth line would be between Cairo and the pyramids. The pyramids were on the West Bank. And the seawater would come in from the Mediterranean and back up and float in those little caves. You know, it had to be that high to be able to make it to start flowing under the pyramids at dark when the high tide would come in. And under the pyramids, they had these copper pots with lead ingots hanging in them. And going up into the floor of the pyramid through the chamber of ordeal, and they used some kind of camel honey, they called it, that would seal it and last forever. You know, that camel honey would crystallize into like an amber insulator. And through that, they had homemade wire would run up through the chamber of ordeal and go up. One wire would leave and go up into the Queen's chamber through that one steep pit. And the second wire would go up into the Grand Gallery and would become a copper hand railing. And at the top of the hand railing, a copper wire would leave it and go into the King's chamber, which was made of red granite stone. And they found in the red granite stone 2 inches of evidence of residue that it was filled with methyl mercury. And above it used to hang some kind of chandelier, they thought. And it went up into these tunnels that were sealed and coated with camel honey. And the wire went in there and stopped on this round, looked like a tank coil on a CB radio, and was filled with phosphorus and sealed airtight. And on the other end, there was another coil, and it went through the camel honey amber and out the pyramids and went to the outside of the pyramids. And there was four of these tunnels went on each side of the pyramid. No, 2. There was only 2. That's right. There was 4 sides of the pyramid, and it went on the 2 flat sides and hovered out. And I think wire went up on above that, but it didn't go beyond the veneer. The veneer was over the regular limestone, and it was brought from 500 miles away. It was called dolomite, and like I said, it was high in chromium. And this veneer later was chipped off by Napoleon Bonaparte in 1798 through about 1803. His soldiers were chipping it all away and tearing it down and trying to haul it back to France. And because he saw it glow in the dark. When I looked at the sealed potassium chamber, I knew what it was because I'd built a homemade blacklight before. You needed methyl mercury, a couple drops in a phosphorus chamber, and hit it with a voltage, and it would electrify the methyl mercury would vaporize and turn into a gas and cause a low frequency of black light, which is not very bright. But the low frequency would light up the dolomite like a giant fluorescent poster. And the dolomite would glow green, just like a green LED, and light up the pyramids and the causeway all the way down to the Nile River when it was right up there to the edge. So when you were floating across from Cairo and started floating downstream or toward the ocean and crossed the Coeliacline line, where you got into salt water, you stepped off on glow-in-the-dark sidewalks that were as bright as a green laser and walked all the way up to the pyramids to do your little thing. It was a black light generator and lit up all, and they found shards of glass with dolomite in them in around the windows all around Cairo. It was getting enough of the black light energy radiating out that it was like a LED light bulb. And I showed an experiment. I bought a dolomite diamond that's about 18 carats. And it's not really a diamond. It's a Grandin. It has a hardness of about 3.8. A diamond has a hardness of 10. I have a lot of alexandrites and rubies. I got a giant cereal bowl full of real rubies that are in the 30, 32 carat range that I've saved up over the years, put money in them. And they're worth a fortune. But anyway, that's just for backup in case there's a level 5 event. Well, back to the dolomite crystal. It looked like a diamond. And I mounted it on a ring. And I can take a miniature blacklight, the kind that you harden your acrylics, that blacklight hardening acrylics that you fix coffee cups with.
Yeah.
One of them little ones, you squeeze it. And I could walk in a dark room and squeeze the blacklight thing, and it hardly put up any light. You couldn't see more than maybe 6 inches away from you. But when I hold it up to the Dolomite diamond ring, a diamond ring lights up like a LED, about a 30-watt light bulb, and lights the whole room up where you can see every corner of the room. At one ring, light lit that room up like that.
Wow.
I can send you a video of me doing it if you want.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
And I sent that to the curator at the Cairo Museum exhibition at Chicago Museum, and he sent it on to Cairo, saying that I said that the Pyramid of Giza was a blacklight generator, not a tomb, because it was completely airtight sealed. And there was water under it. Water could have got under it because of the little caves under there. No other pyramid was built like that. And they rejected my ideal. They sent back saying, no, we're leaving it the way it is, that the Great Pyramid of Giza was a tomb for Cheops, and that's the story we're telling for tourism.
Wow.
I know, and I proved it's a blacklight generator, and that's what Napoleon Bonaparte must have saw, some of this glow in the dark somehow. He was chipping it all off, taking it back to France. He wanted glow in the dark sidewalks around Paris. Yeah, and when it didn't glow in the dark at night, because they were hauling it on the road to Alexandria, or wherever it was, I forget what that road was, but there's all kinds of dolomite abandoned along the road. They made sidewalks out of it. And but it won't glow in the dark because it's away from the blacklight generator. Huh. There's angel shells in Africa in a river, not the Nile River, I think it is, and they find these clam shells that look like angel wings, and they are full of chromium, and they glow in the dark. You hit them with a blacklight, and they'll light up in the water like a flashlight down here.
Wow.
I know. So you can do these experiments yourself. Everybody's hearing me, and you'll see I'm right. Now, I'll even demonstrate it. I've got my Dolomite diamond right behind me here in all my jewelry case, and I got the blacklight in there. Every time I show people some of the jewelry I've made, I show them that and tell them that story, and they're just fascinated. They never even heard of anything like that.
Yeah, that's blowing me away. I think it's fascinating myself.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's so many things. And people use crystals to home in on spiritual information, trying to get into the fourth dimension. And I believe it could have been possible, maybe, but certain kinds of crystals, it takes certain kinds of crystals and to create the right frequencies and certain angles and how they're cut would possibly. And I think that's what could be the Devil's Triangle. Could be a large deposit of some kind of those crystals that are opening up the fourth dimension. When they fly in there, they don't know how to open it back up to fly out. Even one guy who was in a Cessna described it as it looked like a whirlpool of clouds, and they lost all electromagnetic navigation in there. So it's some kind of porthole or something always hovering over that Bermuda Triangle, and there's one in Japan too.
What's the one in? Is it called the Dragon's Triangle or something over Japan?
Yeah, in Japan, and I think they're either large crystal deposits that are down in the earth, or they could have been South Pole or North Pole exits electromagnetically that burned a hole into the fourth dimension. There, it's kind of what I call a jump scar. And they could have flew into that and just disappeared, and they couldn't find their way out. All these planes and stuff, and boats and everything went into the giant jump scar the Earth had left from an electromagnetic lightning bolt. Speaking of lightning bolts, I had a buddy of mine, Frank is his name. I won't say his last name, but he teaches aviation technology at ISU, and he said, "Well, you're so smart. How are we going to we want to go, they want us to figure out a way to go Mach 5. We can do Mach 3, and that hypersonic jet they built. But they said up beyond that, the pressure is so great, there's no material, titanium or anything, can withstand that kind of pressure on the front of the jet without deforming it, you know. And he said, how can you increase the speed? I said, oh, that's a tough one. Give me about 5 seconds. He said, 5 seconds? I said, yeah, just 5 seconds. Hang on. Okay, I got it. I got your answer for you. He said, really? That quick, huh? I said, here's how you travel beyond Mach 3. A lightning bolt travels at Mach 10 because it splits the atmosphere. Why not have a rod come out of the aircraft and the front like a big unicorn horn that generates a lightning bolt all around it and split the atmosphere with the horn like a lightning bolt, and your jet is flying into a vacuum. It can fly Mach 10 as if it was in outer space. And he's like, oh my God, you know, nobody's ever thought of that. I said, well, there's something you can send to your aviation guys. You already got them scramjets going so fast. All you need to do is put some alternators on the turbines and generate enough power that make like a Tesla coil, you know, or a Jacob's ladder, and have that lightning bolt form on that unicorn horn, metal horn out in front of you, and you're splitting the atmosphere. That's how you build it. I said, and he said, 5 seconds. Wow. That's all I needed to think like that. So
he didn't realize you were thinking that fast.
Well, I do think that fast about
That's
everything.
amazing.
I've been in potential accidents, and were just lightning fast. I just fixed it. You know, got me and the wife out. Some car veered off the road right at us, and I was within a tenth of a second. I was already steering away from them, and already planned my exit into the field to be missed. You know, and did it.
Wow.
One time I was there in Brazil, right there in front of the Sunshine Restaurant. Used to be there. Katie McVeigh owned it there. Then it's a Double End Diner. Is that what they called it? You know what I'm talking there? Murphy and 40
Yeah, I think so.
on the southwest corner.
Yes.
I pulled up there in a little car, and there the flowers were growing in the middle. And here come a lady. She bent down to look at something. I was watching her in the mirror. I was at the dead stop. She's coming up on me, and I dumped the clutch and jumped into the flower bed with my car, and she hit the car in front of me so hard it totaled it. And I was sitting there in the flower bed without a scratch on me.
Oh, wow. That's quick.
And she was just right on me. I mean, I only had like a second and a half to react, and I reacted that fast. And when I react that fast, it's in like slow motion. When I scored all them points in that basketball game, it was like that. Right when I take the shot, the whole world slowed down to almost just super slow motion. And when I'd let go of the ball, I could feel it off my fingertips because I'm a piano player. When I let go, I knew it was going straight in, and a swish, wouldn't even touch a rim. And I'd turn around and start walking the other way, and it'd swish, and the crowd would just flip end over end. They were like, oh my God, look at that. He shot that shot, it's walking down the other end, and it went in from like 40 feet out, you know.
Wow.
And I even offered $5,000 reward if anybody had that on video. Nobody had it on video.
Darn it.
Yeah, so I wish I'd had that because that was pretty awesome, you know. Anyway.
Can I ask you a question about cryptids like Bigfoot and Dogman type questions? Do you think it's possible that these creatures can come out of a fourth dimension and have physical form?
Well, that's one I'd have to ask the fourth dimensional knowledge base what they really are. I think Bigfoot, though, is not a fourth dimensional creature. I think what Bigfoot is a been here earlier than human beings, was not even in the offshoot tree. It was more with monkeys and apes. Kind of a half-worked experiment probably by the aliens back 35,000 years ago. And it was from a planet where every being on it is like that. And they're part of the seed vault. And they have superior wisdom and knowledge and know how to hide blend in
Mm-hmm.
and survive. And that's their agenda. They've been warned by the aliens that human beings would hunt them down and kill them all. The aliens killed all of the Neanderthals. The Cro-Magnon did. They hunted them all down and wanted to eradicate them for some reason, because it was the Neanderthals' DNA was used to make the Cro-Magnons. But the Neanderthals didn't come from monkeys or apes. They were from another planet.
Do you think those Neanderthals were as intelligent as us, or maybe even more so?
Well, they knew about micronutrition. The Neanderthal seers, like, do you ever see that show, Clan of the Cave Bear? Moog, he was a spiritual guy. He'd get in contact to get them their spirit name.
Mm-hmm.
Layla was a lion, and Issa was a crow. And see, I have such a photographic memory. I watched that movie for years. There was so he was real spiritual, tying into this spiritual Hall of Akashic records
Mm-hmm.
that exists across the whole universe. And the medicine women, they would squat down and had such senses, like Ray Charles' senses of sound took the place of his eyesight. Their senses were so acute that they could put a piece of leaf, something growing on the ground, in their mouth and instantly know, was that medicine or food or a cure for something, see what I mean, or poison.
Yes.
They just put it on their tongue, and their tongue is a real sensitive organ. And they would put it in a certain pocket in their little thing they created hanging around it when they'd go out looking for ginseng and they could tell the difference, what ginseng was going to do to ragweed or,
Mm-hmm.
primrose or whatever. They used natural substances. And even Edgar Casey wrote about, he told about, there was a lady who was dying from a recurrent spider bite.
Yes.
And she was down in South Carolina at the ARE clinic, and they brought her to him, and he was doing a reading on how to cure her. And while he was in his trance, tied into the fourth dimensional spiritual internet, someone on there told him that the cure was in Chicago in a abandoned pharmacy. It was in the very back of the building, in the top shelf, second from the right, in the very back, way up high, in behind a bottle, as an old bottle, and it was called Oil of Smoke.
Oil of Smoke, yes.
And so they sent somebody there, and sure enough, there was that bottle of Oil of Smoke, and they brought it back, and they put it on. They had her take it internally, and they put it on spider bite, and she survived. And what Oil of Smoke was, a lot of people don't know it, was cannabis oil. See, it's the oil from smoke. The Indians called smoke marijuana smoke. Peace pipe, make it peaceful. Nobody knows that. They've never spread that around. Oil of smoke, cannabis oil.
Wow, it makes sense once you explain it like that.
Yeah. So there's so many things to learn.
Yes.
I need to write a book. I need to have somebody come or this video. You're getting a lot of it, but it'd take hours and hours to teach you all what you need to know.
Well, would you like to come back on again sometime with us, maybe?
Sure, we can do the part 2.
Oh man, you're like a mentor, guy. You're like amazing.
I'm sorry.
I won't compliment you then. I'm sorry.
That's an insult to compliment.
Yes.
Just say
yes.
Just say I'm
a wealth of knowledge. How's that?
A knowledge base that we all need to share.
Absolutely.
I don't want no compliments. I don't want nobody thinking me a Superman or something. I don't want people at my house beating on doors saying, heal me, heal me. I've had that happen to me too.
Yes.
Before. They thought I was some kind of supernatural spiritual healer or something. And I can heal you with vitamins. I don't need to. We had a couple in Mansfield Church, Myrtle and Aura Lee, and they all had their arthritis would pop back up. Meet once a week on Sunday, and he'd come back, oh, my arthritis real bad, I need the Holy Spirit. And Tom would go out and lay his hands on him, the pastor, okay, you're healed. And they go, ooh, jumping around these old women. I'm healed, I'm healed. They drop their cane, walk around, dancing around a little bit. Christ said, your faith made you well. Well, I go one step further. One day I got tired of seeing this, and I got up there and I said, look, you two ladies, right in front of the whole church. I said, it's getting embarrassing. You coming up here asking the Almighty to come down off a high, take away your pain and your arthritis. Every Sunday we got to go through this. I said, all you need to do is take cell food and eat 2 Jello every day for the calcium glutamate, and you need the 92 colloidal minerals, and take these multi-digestive enzymes. And I brought them all in there for them and give them to them for free.
Wow.
I said, if you take this, your arthritis will be cured. You'll never have arthritis again. There'll be no more pain. Here, take them. And you know what? It cured them completely.
See?
They were like, I'll never have to go ask for the Holy Spirit to cure our arthritis. They said, how'd you know this? I said, because God got tired of having to give you the Holy Spirit just to cure something so simple that vitamins and nutrition could do it. So he told me to tell you. And they bought that. You know, really, I just knew. I knew how to cure.
My friend Bud used to tell me God will meet you halfway, and there it was. You came with the answer, and you met him halfway.
Yeah, there's 6 forms of calcium and 6 forms of magnesium. I got them CalMag-D. That's what I give them for the calcium, because it has calcium carbonate, calcium citrate, calcium chelate, calcium glutamate, calcium aspartate, and colloidal calcium. Well, there's that many forms of magnesium too. You have to take them together for symbiotic absorption in the small intestine. And I told them that too. And they took it, and about 3 weeks later, all their arthritis, I said, Myrtle, Orally, you got anything to say? When it was my turn to go up and speak at the church, and they'd stand up and said, well, we just want to thank the Lord for, curing our arthritis without us having to go through that every week. And everybody'd say, amen.
That's awesome.
Pastors at churches need to hear this, because this is beyond pastoring a church. Pastor a church, you're a pastor of a church, like 15, 20, 30 people. And it's a place to teach the Word of God. But there's so much more they can get out of this. By the Word of God should have a psychology class in Powerful Insight, how knowledgeable how the biomedical, and how all the waveforms work in the brain, and how the nutrition or communication can affect endocrines. That needs to be taught right there at church. That's the mind. And then the body, with all the nutrition, in the body. And then you got the spiritual teachings, and you can add all the extra goodies to it. Pastors need to update their teachings. They're losing too much ground. Heck, I've been seeing churches lose and lose and lose more and more, because these big giant churches, they'll build a big $1 million church, and there'll be 5 little mom and pop churches, little white steeple churches. They all just closed down because everybody left to go where the big little churches, little schoolhouses and little churches where you got the best kind of education.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and these big churches, they aren't teaching everything you need to know. They're putting too many services on tithing, gathering money for them.
It's ego.
Yeah.
They're basing it on ego instead of the real message.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anyway, let's do a part 2. I know this has got into hours.
Okay, yeah, we're at 5 hours and 37 minutes and 34 seconds.
Yeah.
So
my phone's down to 73% on the battery, which that's pretty good because I was analytical enough to have full charge when you called, and kept the screen off, just the voice only.
Thank you so much for coming on here, Guy. I really appreciate it. You've got a wonderful message for everybody, and we enjoy your wealth of knowledge. You're a walking Akashic Records.
That's right. I'm your porthole.
Yes.
To it.
And we all need
channeling to it.
That is.
It's a knowledge pathway from the Hall of Akashic Records. They also look up glorification of the Eucharist, where God and Jesus are talking to you personally, which other people renamed it the Holy Spirit, upon you. And I get that a lot too.
Before we go, Guy, would you like to say a message to people out there to get a good message across to people?
Yeah, real short. I'll keep it short. I can tell you this. If you love your Father in heaven for your existence and you'd like a happy life, let him know that. It don't have to be at a church. It can be out your car window or in a closet or wherever you're at. But know this, that if he's going to whip you into shape like you'll think you're in a Christian boot camp, some of them things you're doing are going to hurt when he gets rid of them. Be prepared for that and love him all the same. Even when you're hurting, don't give up on your love for him, even if it costs you a divorce or something, that awful mentally, or addiction, and you're in withdrawal symptoms, sweating and shaking, and you want to cuss God, don't. That's where you tell him, take me the rest of the way. Now, I know this was going to hurt. I was told it was going to hurt, getting rid of this sin out of my life. And so let's do this. Show him you mean business. I did. 1985. It was New Year's Eve night, 12 midnight, 17 degrees below zero. I got baptized in the Mansfield Creek in a pair of canary yellow shorts. I still got them in my memory chest. And everybody said, why did you do that? I said, because I wanted to show my Father in heaven I meant business and how much he means to me. And it must have worked because I'm living a happy life.
Awesome.
Yeah, if I die tomorrow, you'll see me with a smile on my face because it ain't really a death. I get to go home.
It's a new beginning.
And I'll get a big hug from him and no tears. He'll look at you and say, hey, you did a good job for me. Give me a big pat on the back and a big hug and say, take your place there with the rest of the Christian soldiers and the apostles. And you don't have to call me apostle. I'm not that. I ain't worthy to carry Jesus' sandals. I ain't worthy to be the dirt in his sandals.
Yeah,
he knows that. He knows I know that. Yet he loves me all the same. Sometimes even a pebble off the ground can be picked up and found to be a diamond if it's polished enough, like a diamond in the rough. All of you are that and can be a diamond in the rough. You can shine like a diamond. You can sound like one. And it all starts with that, just that asking. Look up in the sky, let him know you mean business, and that you're willing to go through it all. What he's going to put you through to get there. It's not sacrifice. It's making you presentable. That's all it is. All right, that's my message for now. We'll do a part 2 later.
All right. Well, it's good talking to you, Guy. Thank you very much for coming on the show. Until next time, have a good night, Guy, and God bless you.
God bless you all, too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.